whole stream down, but we are still going. The players are ready, so we're going to quickly jump into the game. It is still William versus Oscar, like we had for the previous mention. And I believe once we are given the thumbs up, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, super exciting. I'm just still analyzing the teams, trying to memorize which one's which. But really, really nice to see that. I wonder if that sunny day, sunny day, because I think we talked about earlier, sunny day Murkrow with the Chi-Yu overheat. This one does carry the overheat, and it's also life orb. So I think even against a +2 Dondozo, that sun boosted overheat is going to be chunking a huge amount of damage onto the Dondozo, and then with a choice specs Floodmane, that's So basically a battle of hyper offense. I think William's got more of a bulky offense, like a Trick Room style, whereas Oscar's just like full on hyper offense.
Full on hyper offense, and we'll see how that hyper offense plays out as we are about to go into it
from William's perspective, as we are with that amazing Dondozo category. It's something you never see on screen. I know in America there was a senior who made it his sole purpose, I think it was last year or this year, to use Green in as many events as possible. And I think it was the same senior who came second to EYC this year. Unfortunately, didn't use the Green, so kind of let yourself down there with that rule. But William here catching up all the pieces you picked up, drop down, and see what they go for in this first game. Of course, Swamp just using a hyper offense Sun mode. Farran on with the same team yesterday. And, maybe this could be the seniors champion today. We don't know. Of course, Torkoal is going to be activating all those abilities on that side of the field. So William is going to have to think heavily, do I go for my Sun mode and boost my own Fluttermane, but at the same time risk boosting pretty much 2/3 of your team, or just play it slow and steady and go that Trick Room mode. I think I did see get put in that last little second there. So we'll see.
Yeah. We are going to go straight into game 1. So I think we saw the leads that William picked. Now we'll see what kind of Pokemon that Oscar has decided to lead. And Oscar is going to lead the Floodway Iron Bundle against the Greedent and the Bronzong.
Yeah, Greedent and Bronzong coming out. So Trick mode going out straight away. So everyone's watching at home because we practically have Greedent sitting on our screen, and Bronzong, as a friendly face, we've seen it before. And I did just notice, I don't know why I didn't notice that in the team sheet, but the combination of Earthquake next to your Bronzong can throw out a lot of damage. Boosted or unboosted, it can break slashes, it can give Bronzong a little bit more wiggle room just to get extra buff if wants to go for it. We do see Bronzong has switched out here. Try and stay a bit safe. Fluttermane isn't nice to bring the face down, and one of these Pokemon didn't check the team, but could be carrying Taunt. We do see Dondozo coming in to take this Hydro Pump.
Hydro Pump comes straight off into that Dondozo. It's going to take her quite well because of its typing, but of course the follow-up Shadow Ball from that Choice Specs Floodmane is going to do so much damage, dropping that special defense, but Earthquake coming out is going to do a bit of nice chip damage. Actually, critting, both critical saying that did so much damage to Floodmane, but the Dondozo is going to get knocked out, so the Tatsugiri is on its own.
Tatsugiri on its own. Tatsugiri, of course, isn't the worst thing when it's by itself. So, it's a strong Pokemon, but with the Trick Room mode that is being decided to go with most likely, it is going to be a bit shaky, and if we see Bronzong as that goes down, then Tatsugiri maybe has a chance, but then another half of the team isn't going to be doing as much because it's going to be too slow to get damage down. If you do see a translation, we do have our little parakeet friend who's trying to say hello as well.
Getting very excited at the terror on that Bronzong, so trying to dodge any super effective Shadow Balls, but of course the Hydro Pump's going to hit, and is that enough to knock it out? It is not enough, but the follow-up Shadow Ball, is that going to be enough? It is enough! And the Bronzong is going to drop to that combined attack, leaving that Greedent alone to Earthquake.
Yeah, Greedent alone to Earthquake. It didn't really bother it anyway because it was going to be, hitting to the left tape. We see the survival of those Pokemon. Fluttermane, not the most typically bulky, still taking a hit. So Greedent maybe got its full potential, but it hasn't got its boost. But at the same time, it is going to be throwing down a little bit of damage. Not any slashes broken, clearly broken. Tatsugiri can maybe start slowing things down, but let's see.
The Tatsugiri is Choice Scarf, so it can outspeed that Floodmane. The Iron Bundle, I believe, is a booster energy set. It is, yes, it's a booster energy in speed, so it will be outspeeding Tatsugiri, which is going to drop to that freeze dry. So Greedent has been the main damage dealer this game, but it hasn't really been able to put in that much work. It does get a belly drop off, but I wonder at this late stage, it's got a lot of work cut out to have to go through all 4 Pokemon, and it looks like Oscar probably has the advantage this game.
Yeah, Oscar most likely has that advantage, and Greedent, even though it's got a cheap pass to heal, double the amount back as much as it would have from the effect of the Suzie Berry, it's still going to be pretty much sitting down for Pokemon. Freeze Dry Combat, perhaps accurate, it can freeze, and unfortunately again, freeze doesn't boost things like the Facade. Shadow Ball, probably Choke Lock, is going to be a bit of annoying because you can't hit the Greedent, but then it just goes and gets a critical hit on the top of that landed. And Greedent is showing who's the boss here, so maybe it could be a reverse sweep. We could have been put a bit of disrespect out to it, but this could be a change coming like this late in the battle.
Yeah, in that last turn, Oscar chose to leave his choice locked Flood Mate. Maybe just he did not want to risk anything coming in and taking the free damage, and just maybe decide that whatever he has in the back, which is the Murkrow and the Chi-Yu, can power their way through that Greedent.
Yeah, they can power their way through that Greedent. They can just start throwing damage down. Of course, we mentioned about the foul play effects from the get-go of the team preview. It can just go for a foul play and get the damage down. There it goes. +6, probably isn't going on.
Yeah.
There it is. It goes down, and William had a little bit of a stand at the end, but also just showing the power that comes from Pokemon, like the Hyper Effects, Sun Spam. So maybe game 2 they'll change it up. Maybe we'll see William go for that bit more risky player, bringing in Torkoal, Fluttermane in their own. Yes, you boosted again pretty much every Pokemon opposing team. You have that initial pressure of the damage you can throw out, and Fluttermane being a fast mode as well, this could be the way to play through things later on into the series.
That Murkrow with its foul play is actually proving to be quite, annoying for William, because the Greedent, once it gets to +6, is not going to want to be taking any foul plays. And I think we saw when William lost his Dondozo pretty early on, like he wasn't able to get that Tatsugiri set up into the Dondozo, so it was basically playing, like Tatsugiri is really frail, and it can't outspeed the Iron Bundle, even with the Choice Scarf, so that Iron Bundle is a really critical pick for Oscar, and I wonder if this game, as an adjustment, he's going to try and preserve the Dondozo better, but it looks like he's not even picking it this game.
Yeah, not picking the Dondozo off the get-go, but yeah, that could be a case of he saw that knockout happen quite quickly in early on stages of the previous game, and just wants to go for that more damage-based play, throw damage down, have a bit of fun, and then maybe get Greedent to show off his skills again. You come into this second game, see what the players lead with. Oscar could just play it comfy. Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, what they say, and they go through with Pokemon. And we see Torkoal come alongside the Bronzong. Of course, Torkoal is going to boost that Fluttermane, so even Trash Blazing might not save this Bronzong. Like I did last time with the effect of the Hydro Pump, it's probably not going to be too good. Hydro Pump will be reduced by the effect of the Sun, but you take what you get. You lose the buff from one, you gain the buff on the other. You see what they go for on this turn 1.
Yeah, Choice Specs Floodmane in Sun is a really, really scary Pokemon to face. So it looks like William is going to try and dodge around a super effective Shadow Ball by going for the Terror. But I wonder if, with the Sun boost from that from the Torkoal onto the Floodmane, is that going to be enough for the Bronzong to survive?
We saw last game where the Hydro Pump plus the Shadow Ball, even without the Sun, was enough to get a knockout. So most likely, if both hit, and there's a Hydro Pump hitting,
yes.
grabbing that, so likely grabbing a knockout, it's super effective. Of course, the Sun doesn't power gem.
What a read! Actually, had William not gone for the Terror, he wouldn't be able to get Trick Room set up because the Bronzer would have taken neutral and then half damage because of the Sun and the Power Gem. So what a fantastic play from Oscar there, reading it, getting that burn, which I mean it probably didn't matter that much. But wait, so he burned because I can't read I think those are German names. Oh, okay, right. Yeah.
The Floodmane gets rid of the Iron Bundle. Iron Bundle,
his special defense, even with that water typing alongside fire typing, isn't quite enough to keep it alive. And most often you see players self-burning themselves with Will-O-Wisp, but we have no option to do that here. It doesn't really matter, and with a special attacker getting burned, it's an inconvenience if anything, because you're taking that chip damage, and then it's going to be quite quicker to knock out, even with the special attackers. Fluttermane's speed gets boosted. I didn't quite catch the boost from the opposing Fluttermane, so
If it's going to be a speed time, we might find out. I know specs ones like to go a bit bulkier, so they drop a bit of their speed to get that attack boost, or only just get the speed boost. So this farming could be faster, could it be a 252, 252 sort of spread, or could be maybe EV to speed creep those bulkier ones with specs, and then start to damage down before they can do much. See what they go for. Just see Protect coming out from Chi, keep itself safe, making sure the effect lingers for as much as possible.
Looks like a lot of protects coming all around this turn, so we get to see which Floodmate is going to be faster. It does look like William's Floodmate is faster, knocking out that heavily chipped Floodmate from Oscar's side. So Williams, what item was it holding on? Let me just have a quick look. It is yeah, boost. Okay, so yeah, I totally miss what it boosted, but Mercury now coming out. I think with the Sunny Day, what he said, it can set up a Prankster Tailwind so that Chi-Yu can be going first before the Floodmate. Now, I wonder how much damage a Life Orb Floodmate can do back to that Floodmate.
Well, given that we are in the sun, given that, you know, it has got its boost as well, Fluttermane normally being a super bulk Pokemon might not be as bulky in the face of situation. It does go for Protect to save itself a little more time, maybe read, you know, speed tiers or what Pokemon go for. Tailwind does come out, as you said, so just making sure that Oscar is as fast as possible. It's what his team likes to do, go fast, go hard. Here comes the Heat Wave, I'm interested to see how much it does to Torkoal. If it does hit, I don't want to cut
but the animation score.
It does go through it.
Ooh, a crit.
Going down, and it does
Oh!
That's a lot
Wow.
of damage.
All those boosts in one. So Torkoal, you know, being brought down by its own strength, you know, it's always said this Pokemon is so strong because of the sun, but Chi-Yu just like to take that pride and just say, I'm a new sun Pokemon. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, that was a resistant hit. Of course, there was the critical hit. I think the Torkoal might have survived that without the resist, but you've got a Chi-Yu with a Life Orb in Sun with the Beads of Ruin. That not very many Pokemon can survive a critical hit. So Green coming out once more, and this time I think William might be a bit more hesitant about clicking that belly drum.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hesitant to click the belly drum because it loses its HP, but in the face of what Pokemon on the field, you know, you're already slower. You're the slowest of slows now because of that Tailwind. And, you know,
Life Orb, Sun, Foul Play, even without it, Green is normally a physical attacker, so it's not going to take it too well besides maybe its natural bulk. Earthquake comes up, obviously it does get the shield, it does just miss the knockout though, so giving room just to go for an overheat or just keep going for Dark Pulse, get those flinches, and then just call it a day from there. You know, you can protect all you want, Greedent, but you know, that isn't really going to be what you want, because Tailwind isn't making you any faster, any slower, and both these Pokemon can just reactivate whatever they go for, and the Foul Play plus anything combo is going to be good. Of course, you can wait out the sun and force those Dark Pulses, but then you're really putting Oscar in an advantageous position because Dark Pulse can't miss and it can flinch. So really, you know, you're taking away one advantage and giving it to another. As both of us going to have Protect, but I think this turn is just Oscar's in here because the combination will be too strong with how powerful Pokemon can be with their roots.
Yes, Greedent without the belly drum boost, it can't really knock out both the Pokemon at once. But if it goes for the belly drum, then the next turn the Murkrow can go for a Foul Play. So Oscar's just in a really, really strong position here. Actually, Murkrow going for a Sunny Day, just helping out its partner even more. Whoa, Facade does actually a really sizable amount of damage back.
it's a lot. I was expecting to be like one of those things, but like without the boost, it does a bit more damage and it relies on that +6.
But it did a lot of damage. Greedent's nothing I really look into too much, so I don't know what its base attack stat is, but obviously showing into something that's got an Eviolite is quite bulky and it took it quite well. The Protect just, you know, trying to draw these turns further and further. Maybe trying to play the fatigue game now with Oscar, like blind games are just as big in Pokemon, you know, trying to play that turn, like waiting for that one overheat miss, waiting for something bad to happen, and you know, you can't rely on every missing, but overheat does come through, and that should be enough to clean up the game and give Oscar this swift 2-0 victory.
Greedent tried its best. I think maybe without the belly, being able to get the belly drum up, it just could not power through that. But, you know, we're getting a showcase of, you know, why hyper-offensive teams are so scary to fight. Because there's just so much damage coming out every turn. And if you just, you know, if you predict wrongly which slot your opponent's targeting, then you will be losing a Pokemon that turn. And that choice, not choice, but that Life Orb Chi-Yu in the sun just did so much, knocking out a Torkoal, which actually resisted the attack. So, wow, yeah.
Yeah, not taking resist attacks, something you don't see very often. This is how these Pokemon change the form out so much.
and it just shows what presence they can put through. It's, you know, we haven't really seen that in the past. Like most often you'll see something like had a really high special attack stat, do that sort of stuff, but really high special attack stat plus dropping everything in special defense, that is really, really scary. But of course, well done to Oscar for reading every situation in the room, and yeah, hopefully they do good in the next few rounds of the match, the tournament. We are going to go to a little break, you know, and see what we can do from there, and hopefully they can get a good rest and continue some momentum for the rest of the tournament.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We are here with Oscar, the winner of our last round of the Orpington PC. So, Oscar, you had a really, really hyper-offensive team. What were your thoughts kind of building it?
Well, like I didn't originally build it. I more took it from someone else, Nick Navarre, was
Okay.
building, and I think because I ran the team at Malmo originally, and it just really clicked as soon as I started using it. It just felt really fun to run, which was and like I won Malmo in seniors.
Oh, well,
so it
yeah,
was,
congratulations.
yeah, but like I didn't feel a reason to change the team. It was great, and I just love the team.
Yeah, you had some really offensive like powerhouses there. You had like a choice band, roaring moon, and a choice specs fluttering and a life orb to you. So have those Pokemon picked up a lot of really key knockouts for you?
Yeah, I think a big one is Life Orb GU overheat kills like 70% of the main. Just not in sun. Straight
Oh,
up.
okay.
Like that's a really big help. And then like Roaring Moon's Outrage just does a ton. I think in sun it Okos and Mungus.
Oh,
Like,
does it?
yeah, just
Oh,
straight up.
wow.
Like it's really strong. So you can put out a ton of pressure with the team. Both threatening knockouts.
Yeah, we saw a showcase of that in that last game, just how much damage your whole team did. So, kind of going into team preview, you had an opponent with a Dondozo, which is a very scary matchup. What were your thoughts when you were looking at that?
Well, of course, my Mercury doesn't have phase, which is probably the biggest thing. 'Cause normally you can just click K's and Thunders doesn't do much. But we actually played yesterday, and or just in general, my Thunders game plan is to just hit it hard and kill it before it
That's a
do
good
much.
game plan.
Because people like they run clear small Mungus or like K's or whatever, but if you just kill it, then it doesn't do anything. See, I knew like Bundle, Fluttermane, GU, they all because it's got low special defense, they all hit it really hard. And then, but I think the more scary part of his team is the Trick Room mode
All right.
because all the Pokemon move really fast, or like all of mine, but then they're also really frail and they die to like basically any hit.
Yeah.
So if he gets Trick Room up, I just lose.
All right.
That-
You did really well to deny that trick room. That predicts onto the Bronzor going for the Terror. Terra Fire. That was really well done. So, just you played yesterday, and you're also running the same team both days. Yes.
So we played yesterday, and what happened is when one of my Hydro Pump missed.
Oh
from
no.
Meaning it didn't kill, it set Trick Room, got the belly drum off,
Oh,
and then just swiped the whole team with Earthquake.
that's very
So
scary.
like, I think against like a Greedent Bronzong lead, I win every time if I hit Hydro Pump.
Okay.
Doesn't always happen.
Well, it
but-
happens 80% of the time.
Exactly. And it happened this match.
Yeah.
So,
That was really cool to see that predict onto the Bronzon, you know, going for the power gem. That was really, really nice read.
I realized with Sun Up, like, Hydro Pump wouldn't do enough, of course, and he wasn't going to let me Shadow Ball. So I had Shadow Ball like yesterday and then all the games today.
Yeah.
So I think with Terrafire was pretty obvious, and like, I think especially with this kind of team, you have to make those calls.
Yeah, fantastic adjustments you made from like yesterday and today. And just one last question, what's your favorite Pokemon in this format?
To use in this format, I'm probably Mugger, because
Oh, okay.
Hyper Offense is really fun.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, we saw a demonstration of
Yeah.
how well you did with that team. So well done once again for winning that last round. Best of luck going into the future rounds for today. And you'll be coming to Worlds, I guess.
Worlds, yeah, Turin next weekend, and then NAIC.
Alright, well, good luck at all of those. I'm sure you'll be doing fantastic. And we'll cut to a short break, but we'll be back very shortly with round 2 of Orpington. Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome back to round 2 of the Orpington PC. For this round, we have two very exciting. Oh, one fairly standard team, the other is really, really exciting. Screamtail and Iron Thorns, Chien-Pao, Dragapult, Mousehold, and Talonflame.
Yeah, so you got a bit of a back to the future sort of vibe. You got the past, you got the future. Of course, the future we are seeing is something that we haven't seen very much before in that Iron Thorns. Yeah, it's Tyranitar, but futuristic. Like, it's still got that 4 times weakness, not to fighting this time, but to ground, unfortunately, which I'd argue is a lot worse than to have a bad matchup into in this format. But you got the different transformations that you can go through this one. Also, for grass type to really take those hits. Also, some players experiment with a bug type transformation and have hidden missile to have a really weird interaction where you can actually knock out things like the Bruins because of their dark typing. But we want to see that Oliver hasn't really gone for that sort of mode. He's gone for like a outright throw damage down, knock things up if I can. And then there's the supporting cast. You've got Chien-Pao, make it even stronger. Screamtail, not actually going for an obvious set. Normally they have like Howl and stuff. This one's going for a very, very supportive set. And then you've got Dragapult, Mousehold, just things that can take advantage of Chien-Pao as well. And Talonflame, which Oliver did tell me he changed pretty much last night to patch a couple holes that he was having with his matchups.
Yeah, really cool, interesting team. And Iron Thorns has a sword stance, so it can boost up its attack to really scary levels. The Screamtail is a pure support set, so it doesn't have any sort of supporting moves like Protect, Disable, Encore, and Scary Face. But looking over at his opponent David's team, David's running a little bit more of a standard team. There's the Iron Bundle, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Tinglu, Kingambit, and Abomasnow. So a snow team, the Iron Bundle and the Abomasnow, just a really nice, I keep calling it hail, the snow core, and there is the Aurora Veil coming off from the Iron Bundle, so that's going to be really, really helpful in reducing a lot of the damage that's coming off from Oliver's team, which is quite offensive. And I'm just looking at the Iron Thorns and hoping it's going to come on stream.
Hopefully it comes on stream. Like I was told last night, I won't say it too loud because sometimes players might go through it all, but the Iron Thorns has some nice calculations that Dino has gone through to a T to make sure it is going to be relevant in this format. I also noticed on your opposing team sheet that the Abomasnow has a life orb, and often they carry something like that Focus Sash to supplement its 4 times weakness to fire, and just keep it around a little bit longer. Some go for the light play as well to make sure that their screens stay active a bit longer. But I'm excited to see if the light orb version has that extra pressure that can be put out. You think double Blizzard from life orb plus a Choice Specs. It's not even Choice Specs, sorry, it's actually the Quark Drive. So not going for the combo with SilverThowra, it's just super duper damage, and then if something freezes, it freezes. You can't miss. There's no drawback. So maybe Dino can work around that. Can be a bit more okay. I know you're not going to do as much damage straight away with that bundle, but it's still something to consider that I could be frozen and you're just throwing out nice stab damage off the get go.
It looks like David, because with the Life Orb Abomasnow, that is going to be dealing a lot of, going to be hitting a lot harder. Maybe David's just relying on the Iron Bundle having access to the fastest Aurora Veil in this current format and just saying, I'm going to get my screens up, Aurora Veil up, and then the rest of my team, even though the Abomasnow isn't quite that well known for being very offensive, but with the Blizzard not being able to miss in the snow and that very, very scary freeze chance, and also Iron Bundle itself also carries the Blizzard, so double Blizzard coming off. I'm pretty sure every time I've seen a double Blizzard on stream, something gets KO'd. Oh, sorry, something gets frozen.
Yeah, something gets frozen. Okay, let's not jinx it too much yet. Don't want to black cast on players, but I did notice as well. I only quickly glanced through it first, but the Iron Bundle and Abomasnow seem to have swapped roles in this team. Normally it's the Abomasnow setting up the Aurora Veil, it's setting up the Hail, and it's doing just a bit of supporting role. Sometimes everyone helping Hannah against that. But this time Iron Bundle's got the Aurora Veil, Iron Bundle's got an item that is more supportive in that booster energy, and it's just going to be supplementing the damage rather than pressuring it. So maybe Oliver's now got to think, okay, Abomasnow's a damage dealer. How do I work around that? And it's that kind of mind game where if you get rid of the bundle, Abomasnow hasn't got that support. But if you get rid of the Abomasnow, bundle is still powerful enough, and with that boost from the snow that we've recently given Ice type to make them even bulkier, means that you can't really ignore anything on this field. And if you bring any of the other Pokemon, what I like about this team is that it's got so many hyper defensive options that Tinglu can come in and be bulky and strong. Fluttermane can just outright destroy things with Choice Specs, and then Dragonite is just bread and butter. Dragonite and Kingambit can throw a nice bit of damage down, and is going to be a nice type and supplement stuff that we can see like the Iron Thorns. It don't do much in steel types, and then Tinglu can take a lot of those rock type attacks quite well too.
That Ting is also a weakness policy set. That was actually David was actually my opponent yesterday that I lost to when I was talking about losing to a weakness policy Tinglu when I was the one carrying it. So that Tinglu is very scary because you don't actually want to hit it for super effective damage because then you'll proc the weakness policy. But at the same time, it's so bulky that if you just use neutral attacks onto it, it's going to be shrugging off a lot of the attacks. So, really, really fun team from Oliver. And I want to see how he's going to adjust to what David's going to bring because David's team is, I think, quite like the Dragonite with the multi-scale as well. It's going to be quite bulky and quite difficult to knock out, especially if the Aurora Bell manages to go up in any games.
It might go up in any games. Let's see if it goes up in any games. We are coming into our game 1 with, of course, all of our perspective. So we're going to see the back of that lovely, lovely Iron Fawns. So, people watching at home can enjoy thinking, I had a bit of fun with Iron Fawns as well, and that Scream Tail coming through. Because of course, had that Scream Tail yesterday that had that special defense boost. So maybe Oliver has had a bit more detail, checked over and over again, like make sure my stats are correct. Yes, your mistake can sometimes be beneficial, which got Hammerich top cut, but sometimes it's good to just double check, especially on teams like this where you're having that speed boost, make sure you're getting your disabled and on-calls off. And I was told another story as well, just before we go in, that Oliver caused a player to be very confused when he disabled on-call locked his opponent, and the opponent didn't know how that worked, and he's used that tactic so many times just to be like, okay, there's a move that you really want to click, that one's gone, and you just do it, rinse and repeat, and they're just struggling to hit themselves. And in a hyper-offense team, that's great, because then your opponent's doing damage to himself most of the time, and that's a random damage chance as well, because of how struggle works. So sometimes your matchup can become like 10% easier, all the way up to 90% easier, just because they took damage from that struggle.
Yes, David's actually got 2 choice locked Pokemon. One is a Fluttermane with choice specs and a choice band Dragonite. So the Screamtail can very easily come in and disable those attacks and then force those choice locked Pokemon to either struggle or just have to switch out. But if that's the last 2 Pokemon that you've got left, then you're unable to switch out. And if you get hit with that disable the second turn, it can prove to be quite devastating if you're in that position.
Yeah, it can be very, very devastating. And as the Dragonite as well, because it's not going to come in this matchup, but it's got 2 priority moves in that aggregate and extreme speed. If they were to face up into something that had like Psychic Drain or Dazzling or one of those many abilities that has a lot of priority now, that would be a bit shaky because you're forced to switch out, and you could be forced to switch away if you're locked into that in the end game. That could be quite annoying, and especially with that extreme speed, like yes, it's choice band, yes, you can Terra normal, but a lot of these Pokemon really like taking normal attack. Like if you're choice locked into either Hackjet or Extreme Speed in front of that Dragapult can quite easily take advantage of that. If you haven't terrestrialized yet as well, or you can't terrestrialize, then the Dragapult can take even further advantage and get some nice knockouts after breaking that body scale. You might know this, I don't, but with Dragon Dust, the first one break body scale, and the second one do full damage, or is it doubly like resisted because of body scale?
Yeah, so Dragonite's it's a really interesting Pokemon in this format. I think so far, it seems to be split between a Terra Normal and a Terra Flying, and both sets are equally valid. And I quite like the normal one a little bit more because you're not forced to go for the Terra to be able to get big damage off. You can still stay in your regular Dragon form and still go for the extreme speeds, whereas the Terra Flying types, you're almost forced to go for Terra, otherwise you'd just be using a normal Terra Blast, which isn't going to be doing as much damage as, say, Terra Blast from Terra Flying Dragonite. I think I've just said Terra so many times. I've lost track of what I was saying.
It's one of those words where you say it enough, it's like it feels wrong to say. But yeah, like Dragonite Terra Terrestrializing is an amazing thing because being a Dragon type, yes, you lose your Flying type stab, but most of them don't really have Flying type. Their Flying type stab is Terra Blast, so you go Terra Flying. But you lose your weakness to Fairy types, and you also gain an immunity to Ghost types. So technically, you're doing really good to Fluttermane. Like yes, Moonblast is still doing a chunk after that body scale is broken, but you can still live safely knowing that okay, if it's choice locked into Shadow Ball, I can just Terastallize and then go for anything. Of course, you're forced to go for that Aquajet or that Stomping Tantrum because the other moves aren't really doing too much to your Fluttermane unless itself is Terastallized, but that's still big damage from either of those moves. Aquajet just guarantees you a little bit of a snippet of speed above what the Fluttermane can be dealing out, so you can break a stash if it's got a stash. If it's choice locked, then you can start doing more damage over time and probably just get a knockout because its HP and defense aren't really there. Compared to Dragonite's immense strength, it is nothing.
Yeah, Aquajet on Dragonite is also quite an interesting choice because, of course, if you can't hit the Ghost types, you've still got another priority move that can still hit. Of course, not having the same type of attack bonus on Aquajet, it might not be able to actually deal that much. But you know, it's really good for picking off the last little bit of HP from the opponent. And I'm just gonna looking at a lot of the other Pokemon on. Straight. Oh, are we going to
break
break? Oh, okay. So it looks like we're gonna just have another analysis of the teams. I think we just wanna one of the players might not be able to. Is having some trouble connecting, but while we're resolving some of the little tech issues, looking at this King Gambit is a Salt Best set with Sucker Punch, Iron Head, Low Kick, and Assurance. So a little bit more standard, but I think it's quite interesting that Assurance has picked up a lot more over Kowtow Cleave. I think start of format was all Kowtow Cleave, but now because it's so slow, you're pretty much guaranteed to go after your partner.
Yeah, it gets that damage boost from the speed it has, and like I think it's like a double-edged sword. Like with Assurance, you're basically relying on being slow. You're guaranteeing, okay, I'm gonna deliver hits. Whereas with something like Kowtow Cleave, I believe it ignores things like evasion and accuracy. So if it's there's not many people go for the evasion boost these days, but you know it could be something to consider going forward, especially with Muddy Water Drop happening. And you know we're seeing these matchups coming in full fruition. Some players have these issues and are going straight in to see what players going because you know, from what we can see hovering over at the very start of this, it looks like we could be having a fun match.
Oh, I am so excited to see that Iron Thorns being picked first. So loaded dice, it's got Rock Blast. Now Rock Blast is not the most accurate move. I believe it's at 90% accurate, and I can't quite remember how does it check the accuracy each turn. I think it checks it each turn you go for it. So every time the Rock Blast tries to hit, I think there's a chance that it might miss. So it's not like Population Bomb where the accuracy check goes off.
It's the other way around. Population Bomb checks it each hit, whereas Rock Blast is
okay.
from the first one.
Okay.
Which is what makes Mouse Hold so powerful. Like, you know, Mouse Hold, of course, taking that step back and going more of a forward Pokemon, but back in the day, it's so scary. It's like, it had a 99% chance to hit, and so it had a 1% chance to hit on those moves. So hitting 10 Population Bombs with the Technician Boost, with a stab, with Terra Normal. You know, that thing was going. Luckily, though, for the sake of David, you know, it's one of the supportive ones. And of course, luckily for Oliver, it's a support because, you know, it's got Follow Me, it's got Flamethrower Protects, and Iron Thorns loves Flamethrower Protects because it's like the damage it can do, you know, it can hit Rock Blast again and again and again. And that's you can be broken through both a Protect and a Sash. We do see no Sash is likely coming from this first
Here
we have Tinglu.
Here we go with game one. And Iron Thorns coming out immediately. The Mousehold with his Follow Me and Friend Guard is going to be able to protect mitigate a lot of the damage coming off from the Iron Thorns. Of course, Iron Thorns is ×4 weak to ground, so it's going to be taking quite a lot of damage from both the Tinglu and the Kingambit if it chooses to stay in its regular rock and electric type form. So the Mousehold can see going for a helping hand immediately, just trying to get as much damage as possible. Of course, I don't think Oliver has actually confirmed it, so he's probably just taking the time to think about what to do in this position.
Yeah, take your time to think about it, because both these Pokemon, they're weak to that low kick that can be thrown out from the Iron Thorns, and neither of them are taking damage, or like much damage from the Rock Blast, so pretty much forced into that play of the low kick straight away. Drasticization, again, in front of these two Pokemon is forced. Kingambit, of course, I believe it is carrying it's got low kick, so it's going to be able to throw down that low kick, it's going to throw down some nicely powered up moves in terms of his Iron Head, with Rock Blast coming straight on out, going to Kingambit, and with a helping hand, is doing a solid chunk, so maybe expecting a switch out, maybe expecting Drasticization to stop him taking much damage, but still loads and loads and loads. Unfortunately, it's not like Soul Cure, but you take extra damage between turns if you're Steel type, but there's still enough to put a blow decent. And Rock Slide coming out, not an Earthquake which would bypass any of those things, and then Assurance doesn't quite get a knockout, leaving Iron Thorns free to go for a couple more moves later in this battle.
I think the reason why Oliver went for the Rock Blast instead of Kingambit is might be predicting a Terra flying coming off. Of course, David there made a really good call and just left the Kingambit in against, it could have easily been knocked out by that low kick. But Team Blue this turn just going for a Protect, keeping itself nice and safe, while the Mousehold going for a Follow Me, just also trying to protect his teammate.
Yeah, protecting everyone getting protection here. The low kick comes up, gets the knockout straight away. I think no matter what HP was that would have been a knockout. Maybe a Terra Flying could have saved it, but
Of course, Dino not falling for that same trick over and over again, thinking there's going to be a Terror flying turn 1, just going for the Rock Blast, but then just going, you know what, going for that low kick, get it done and dusted. Fluttermane coming on in, that could be a bit of an issue, because if you follow me, it probably just goes for a Dazzling Gleam. If not, then you follow me away. Rock Blast might be enough to get a knockout. Fluttermane's not the bulkiest, and it's not a focus sash set, even if it was. Rock Blast will just break through that, and Tinglu only drops those special attacking moves, so it can put a bit of pressure on Iron Thorns now that it's lost a bit of health. But will it be in a position to do that after the damage it could be thrown down, especially with Follow Me and Friend Guard helping as much as possible to keep his Iron Thorns going?
It looks like Fluttermane's not as afraid of Iron Thorns as they would be afraid of a Tyranitar. But Mousehole just going for another Follow Me again just to try and protect his teammate. But Dazzling Gleam is not enough to knock out that Iron Thorns, and Rock Blast coming off. I think that's easily enough to knock out this Fluttermane, because there's a guaranteed 4 hits from that loaded dice. And of course, we do see now 4 hits into that Fluttermane, knocking it out. They managed to chip both the opponents, but leaving that Tinglu pretty free to go for an attack.
Yeah, Tinglu could go for an attack, but given what's on the field now, it doesn't really matter what it goes for. Once something was going to drop, or maybe put a position for a drop later, of course, our good friends, the Iron Thorns, has gone down, but it's done its job. It's knocked out 2 Pokemon, which is something I thought I'd never be saying at a Pokemon cast, seeing an Iron Thorn get 2 knockouts in 2 turns. But we're here now, and living that Dazzling Gleam, I was flabbergasted a little bit, because it's, you never expect Fluttermane to not knock out something, especially normally when you see Tyranitar, your mind thinks, oh, it's a fairy type into a dark type, it's going to get knocked out. But the typing, even after that Terastization, saved it there, and Mousehole probably helped a little bit there. And now, with Talonflame coming in, he can start throwing down burns onto either of these things. Dragonite isn't carrying for the start, which someone started to carry for the inevitable burn. So Oliver, just in a case where we can see Dragonite getting burned, Tinglu getting burned, and neither of them can really do much damage in return. Maybe Dragonite could go for an Aqua Jet plus it, and do big damage, or go for a Terra Normal Extreme to do big damage, but that's still a case of, you're targeting one of these things, and the other thing is going to be doing something that's going to really, really offset you into the later ends of the battle.
Because Dragonite's extreme speed is going to be able to go before any sort of follow me's or tailwinds, but Talonflame being so fast, it's probably, even if it gets its scale wings broken, it's probably going to be able to get that tailwind off first. But Dragonite just going for the Terra Normal extreme speed, indicating possibly that David wants to go for that extreme speed. And also, actually, no, the follow me goes, so I got that wrong there. So it's the same priority bracket, meaning that the Mousehole is faster than the Dragonite, and it's able to save that Talonflame from getting hit by an extreme speed.
Yeah, the only thing that's if you Talonflame can go wherever it wants. I don't think it really feels that tailwind right now, because it's already faster. Willowix comes out and gets the crucial burn onto Dragonite. It's still Choice Band, still Terra Normal, so it's still going to be a nice bit of damage, but reduced just far enough that maybe Oliver can control it a bit better. Rock Slide coming into Talonflame, and that's just something you're going to expect. Rock Slide's going to get a knockout. I don't think there's any Talonflames that are going to live that besides maybe like a max HP Sharky Berry one. But David really getting good control of this field, and with Shenpower coming in for Oliver, it has got the feasibility to knock out both these Pokemon. If you can rely on that burn being enough, you can maybe get a knockout on the Tinglu and then come back to the Dragonite. If not, then maybe the other way around and think, okay, Rock Slide, you've done the Calc Select, I'm going to knock out. So it's kind of like a 50-50. We know that it could be Protect somewhere, we know that it could damage go through. Extreme Speed is going to reveal how much damage it can do, even that burn. Still does a large chunk.
So much. Sacred Swords, it does pick up the knockout onto the Dragonite, but of course the Tinglu, does that Tinglu carry, carries Rock Slide, Earthquake, and Throat Chop. So if it chooses to go for like the Chimpow, it's a Life Orb Chimpow, so I thought that was a Focus Sash that I'm so used to seeing, but Rock Slide is going to connect and allow David to take game 1.
Yeah, David's taking game 1 because Oliver had to hold in hand the possibility of, I think that's maybe what he was going for. Maybe he realized a little bit like, I can get the knockout. It comes down to the 50-50 of, if I knock out the Tinglu, then Dragonite can just go for 2 or 3 to get the knockout. If I knock out the Dragonite, I can see some misses from Rock Slide, and then I spin my way to victory. But of course, you can't always get that luck in VGC. You can't always, go that far, and just the Dragonite as well, showing how powerful it can be with something like the Extreme Speed alongside the Terra Normal, even when burn, can be very, very scary.
I think Oliver was probably a little bit scared of going for an ice spinner onto that ting move because it was a weakness policy set. So he probably wasn't too sure whether or not, even though it's a life orb Chen Pao, which is going to be dealing huge amounts of damage, and we saw that pick up the KO onto this Dragonite with the Sacred Sword. But I'm really curious about the interaction on whether or not, as an adjustment going into game 2, is he going to try and take that risk to see whether or not an ice spinner from Chen Pao is enough to pick up the KO onto the Ting Mu?
It is a risk you can take. We can see that going into that game too. Maybe we could see leads change up. Like you've seen the Iron Thorns lead, and maybe David's gonna think, okay, I now know what Iron Thorns does, and so Oliver can read into that and be like, now that I've switched things up, I can play it in the game. You have Chen Pao Dragapult in the lead. We know after seeing Justin Tang winning the regionals with that combo, just how powerful it can be. It's like with Dragonite, but Dragapult has that benefit and it can't be faked up because it's typing and it has a really good ability in clear body. We'll see if that is what is coming through in this next game quickly. So players seem to have locked in their moves now.
Ooh, Screen Tail looks like from Oliver's side, and that's gonna be that's a disruptive Screen Tail set, so it doesn't have any sort of attack. So I wonder if David will play around that. But some players, sometimes they just choose to target the partner slot and leave the supporting Pokemon behind. But Screen Tail is really bulky, and Encore Disable can be quite threatening. And with a Scary Face, just lowering the opponent's attack, we're gonna see a Snow lead immediately, a Bomber Snow and Iron Bundle versus the Screen Tail and Iron Thorns.
It's quite a good lead from both players. Like I say, from just looking at it, David might have a bit of advantage because
You can go for a water type attack into the Iron Thorns. That'll probably knock it out without having a mouse ult next to it. If not, you can go for double Blizzard, and that's probably still going to chunk it quite a lot with the damage overload your Pokemon can put out. And then from there, it's just rinse and repeat that damage. Even if you see a Terastallization, that is a grass type Terastallization in front of two really powerful ice types with the most powerful ice type attack in the game. So Oliver really having to think, which Pokemon am I going to be wanting to knock out? If you knock out the bundle, a Bomber Snow, it's Life Orb, that's the damage dealer of this team. You put a lot of damage out. If you go for your Bomber Snow, then Iron Bundle can start throwing its Aurora Veils up, which benefits everyone on the team. And even though it's Iron Thorns, I know have been built to be very offensive. That's not going to break through things. We see it protect, which just means you can stay safe if we scout out, if we scout Terastallization or whatever it goes for. So Aurora Veil does come out, probably goes inside, getting a bit bulkier for the rest of the turns.
Yeah, the Iron Bundle having the focus. Ooh, we see a Disable coming out from. Oh, it's such a scary face. So that's gonna lower the Iron Bundle's speed by dropping it by quite a lot. I think it's -2 drop. So the Iron Bundle is going to be very slow now. But I always wonder, because he had the booster energy, I think he might still outspeed the Iron Thorns.
It might just
I think it'll start with the Iron Thorns. We do have Screen Tail, which is also very fast, so it's going to be a bit of a tip for tap for the speed players there. Yes, Iron Bundle is the fastest thing in the game by far, if it's max speed and has that boost, but Screen Tail also has the booster energy, and I do believe it's got that speed boost to make itself even more prominent in the controlling field. So if it is now faster, it can now get something like a Disable off or an Encore, whatever. We do see the retreat though, so Bundle maybe knowing what's going to come for it, as we see King Gambit coming on in, which we know it doesn't like taking that low kick, and if we just see Oliver toy with that idea, so maybe if that was the slot I went into, that can be very beneficial, because catching that switch in just means from that get-go, you're putting your Pokemon down, and you're just kind of putting one of those Pokemon that is one of the key items in knocking out the starter team is completely gone. Encore, of course, will fail though, because it is going into Pokemon switched in.
Great switch out from David, but Rock Blast coming straight up into this Bomber Snow. It's thanks to the defense boost from the Snow and also the Aurora Veil. It looks like this Bomber Snow is going to be able to tank that Rock Blast quite well and fire back with a super. I don't know actually what the Bomber Snow has gone for, but he could have gone for a Blizzard and it isn't. Oh, wow. Oh no! And the freeze! That's so unfortunate.
The freeze, super unfortunate. That live was an amazing way of staying around the field, but freeze is just something that comes and bites you back when you least expect it, and especially in a situation like this where we could have seen a low kick into the Gambit, got rid of it. We could have seen any move go into that Bomb Zone and just absolutely remove it. Iron Force now have to rely on getting fallen out. I can't remember the chance of being fallen out. We see Drain come through, goes to protect though. So, trying to get a bit of health back, so maybe just thinking, okay, that thing's frozen, we can leave it. It's that situation you had earlier on, you thinking about where you could ignore the supportive Pokemon and make it the sole survivor so it can't do anything. But now you can even ignore that Iron Thorns. It's going to stay frozen for as many turns as it can be. And now Screamtail is having to carry the weight, forcing a switch up possibly just to try and make it so you can do damage in the later turns. If not, you let the Iron Thorns faint, you say goodbye, and you bring in an even stronger Pokemon in the back just to try and get the damage down again and again.
Oh yeah, I wonder if this Iron Thorns is going to be able to thaw it out, but Encore coming out from this Kingambit, so just trying to lock it into doing an Iron Heads. Iron Thorns is unable to thaw out this turn, so it's going to be very vulnerable to another attack. Giga Drain coming out onto the Screamtail, just helping the Abomasnow get some health back, and if not the freeze, I think the Abomasnow might have been KO'd by another Rock Blast, but of course, Kingambit then now got blocked into Iron Head. It's not going to care too much, the Iron Thorns was so heavily chipped anyways, and it is going to faint. So now this Kingambit could possibly get locked into a disable from the Screamtail if it doesn't switch out.
Yeah, it could get locked into that locked with a disable, and it's now that case of if it switches out, then you're going to be you've got something like that bundle coming in, and we have that rinse and repeat where you can just scary face it and call it a day. But if you stay in, you're getting locked in. You're not being able to move. Of course, we can't. Oliver could maybe try and be very, very predictive and try and go that scary face, trying to call that switch. But if you get that prediction wrong, that's Kingambit getting that boost from the scary face with Defiant. But it is going to be locked out of one of its most preventive moves into both of these Pokemon, which is really, really good because it's going to be going. Actually, no, sorry, I have terrible disable, so it's going to be locked into that Iron Head, which is good into both these Pokemon, forcing the switch out though, bundle coming in. So again, showing that even without damage, Oliver's Screamtail can do enough damage, like in long run, through locking out attacks or disable will fail, Sacred Sword going through, finish off the Abomasnow, and now we just see that same play again where it's something does damage, something gets encored or disabled or locked or scary faced. So many different combinations can come out from this next turn as the snow also stops and cannot be reset.
And the Aurora Bell also wears off, which is going to be really, really helpful for Oliver because now he'll be doing a normal damage with his Pokemon attacks. And also, worth noting, because the Iron Bundle actually switched out, its booster energy got lost. So now that it's switched back in, Screamtail has been on the field this entire time. So because I believe, I didn't quite catch it at the beginning, but I believe that is a speed boosting Screamtail. So it will be faster than the Iron Bundle now and can help out its teammates a lot better.
Yeah, you have to a lot better. Like Scary Face is going to make that bundle slower, which it is pretty fast, but Chien-Pao should outspeed it after that drop. And then Ting-Lu can be very, very susceptible to that lock, because it's got so many moves it wants to go for, and once you block it into that is going to be really, really annoying, because Ting-Lu would love to go for a Rock Slide to get some damage down both Pokemon, would love to go for a Throat Chop to leave that Track Pot in the back, but then if you're not doing anything, both these Pokemon can capitalize and just start throwing as much damage down as possible. See Hydro Pump coming through, it does go into Protect. So luckily calling what Pokemon is the issue here, and luckily going into Protect, you never know if it missed. And a Sacred Sword coming up through does get the knockout with that lack of snow. And then Ting-Lu, we'll have to see what it goes for. Probably that Rock Slide to cover everything on the field.
Yes, the Chien-Pao losing some HP. Really cool Life Orb Chien-Pao coming out here, but Rock Slide is not going to connect into the Screamtail because it protected. And let's see if it manages. I didn't give a voice. So maybe Oliver getting a little bit of some revenge hacks from that freeze onto his Iron Thorns early on. Kingambit coming out now. I don't believe David's gone for a Terror option, so either the Ting-Lu or the Kingambit could go for it. And from what it looks like, because the Ting-Lu is a weakness policy set, it might be more inclined to just stay in and try to see if he can take that Ice Spinner and hit back with a +2 Rock Slide. And the Kingambit, it's so heavily threatened by that Sacred Sword, it might be thinking about going for a Terror Flying, but of course that leaves it vulnerable to getting hit from super effective Ice Spinner damage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you Terror, you take super effective. You don't Terror, you take super effective. But then it does come down to Oliver calling that prediction. If Oliver goes too heavy prediction, it doesn't happen. That is just an Ice Spinner going into it and not doing too much. But then if he doesn't call it and he tries to play it safe, then it's going to be a bad news bear situation there, because you've not done as much chip. We do see a Traxodation coming through, and it is that Kingambit, and I do believe we saw a hint of that Ice Spinner going into it. And if Dino has called this,
That's going to be a very, very good situation because I believe that the disable was going into Tinglu to stop it from rock sliding anymore as it is encore though. So a bit shaky because you're taking a super regular damage, but you still have the chance to miss.
Yes, so now the ice spinner is going to come out. Is that into the King Gabba? Very good goal. Oh, it's Hazel with what looks like 1 HP. So the life orb just was not enough to help Chien-Pao get the KO, and the Iron Head now coming out onto that Scream Tail easily enough to knock it out. But the Chien-Pao did manage to survive this turn, and of course Tinglu is now locked into Rock Slide, so it cannot protect. And Dragon Ball coming in quite free to just go for Dragon Darts onto onto either Pokemon. Or actually Dragon Darts it selects it for you, essentially the way that the move mechanics work.
Yeah, Dragon Darts can just clean up here because it's going to hit both these Pokemon. Even if you protect, it's going to smart target and go into the Pokemon that doesn't protect. An Ice Spinner is going to clean up either of these Pokemon, so you can just click anything. Sucker Punch coming out though does get a knockout onto the Dragon Ball, which is going to be very, very annoying because now it comes down to relying on those Rock Slide misses again. Ice Spinner is likely going to clean up this King Gambit. Nothing stops that from happening. And now it lies in the hands of this Encore locking.
Can this Tinglu hit the Rock Slide is the question that we all want to know. And we do see, okay, some HP loss, so Tinglu going for Rock Slide. It's connecting, and that's easily going to be enough for the Chien-Pao to be knocked out.
That is enough to go that knock out the Chien-Pao. And of course, you know, Tinglu showing that even if you're using those shaky moves, you can come through. And it's really a change up because it just put that sheer pressure down. Normally, you're scared you're not going to knock a Tinglu out and it's just going to sit there for ages. But this time around, you're scared of hitting into it because with all the moves that it options for, it might live because it could be super bulky and then it'll just dish out +2 attack in return.
Yeah, there was not much the Chien-Pao could. He had Sacred Sword, Ice Spinner, and was a Taunt. So regardless of what it did, it had. If you wanted to hit Tinglu, you would have hit it for super effective damage. And that King Gambit, surviving on that tiny sliver of health, just showing that King Gambit is a really bulky Pokemon. I believe when I was checking up its stats earlier, it's I think it got Cresselia levels of defenses, but of course its typing is not quite as good as Cresselia. But taking, even though Oliver made that really good call, go for the Ice Spinner, it just was not enough with the Life Orb even to get the knockout.
It wasn't enough in that King Gambit. Maybe it's had that situation before where it's gone for the Terra Flying and had to stop itself from being knocked down. So maybe an intricate amount of calculations that, or maybe Oliver, because his Life Orb has put a little less attack into Chien-Pao to be like Rock Slide. But maybe we can find out these things in an interview. We're going to cut to a quick break and grab the winner of that round, David, to see his thoughts on the game and see any thoughts going forward for the rest of the round. welcome back everybody. We are joined by David, the winner of that last round. And how do you feel about a win of such an eventful level, I must add?
Yeah, it was good. It was a good game, good fun, intense the whole way through. Can't really remember what happened, but yeah, good.
Yeah, that sort of thing happened. So, how did you feel for it? Like, was there like any certain moments where you felt like I'm sure I had this, or were there any certain moments you're like, I'm gonna have to that transformation into the Blizzard? Was that like a prediction, or that just you thought I'm gonna click the button and hope I get damaged?
It was a prediction because I earth powered the turn before, and obviously it would have taken so much damage, so I thought he would have seen the play coming, hence the change to the Blizzard. But I think probably the defining moment was the King Gambit surviving on 2 HP. So I don't necessarily know if it would have changed the outcome too much, but that was kind of the point we go, because the Dragon Ball just goes down to the Sucker Punch. So
That was a defining moment there when you lived on a 2 HP. Yeah, we were shocked in this room here. We're like, oh, is that a focus dash? Is that a fake focus dash? Is that 1, 2, 3 HP? Everything was going for our heads. And you got like a Sucker Punch as well, just showing how powerful King Gambit is. And unfortunately, how frail Dragon Ball is and why it's not used very often. But of course, seeing that sort of calculation, is there anything going forward? Any matchups you want to face, and like matchups you don't want to face going in with the team you have?
I guess probably Mousehole Annihilate is probably the most challenging one. It's kind of the only one which you kind of have to think the whole way through. There's not like a more definitive counter per se. But we'll see what happens. See what happens going forward. And go from there.
Of course, we're having a little segment this weekend where we're calling it like pick one, pass it on, or maybe a much more creative name later. But we're doing where we have the player before you picks a Pokemon to pass on and see if you'll build a team of it. So luckily you got quite a good one. You got Murkrow for your one. So is there any Pokemon you want to pass on to the next interviewee to maybe say, what they want to build, if you can be a really good Pokemon, or if you want to maybe cheat them a little bit, maybe a really bad Pokemon, or something you think is bad at least.
I'd have to do a Bombus though. It's probably one of my favourite ones so far to play with this weekend. So yeah, definitely Bombus now.
Luckily, I haven't shouted the next person too much, but thank you for coming along to this interview. I wish you good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Yes,
hopefully we have you for the top cut screen.
We'll see. Perfect.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 3 of the Orpington PC Weekender. We have got, a slightly more laid-back match, I'd say, for this one. No funky Pokemon. I guess there's the Sizzle, which is kind of out of the box, but other than that, everything is pretty much your standard stuff. We've got a Fluttermane and Great Tusk on there again. Murkrow is doubled up on both teams, so yeah, that's something we haven't seen quite yet. And then Dragonite is slightly different to what we saw last round. It's an Assault Vest set with Inner Focus. It's a bit more of a, instead of going for that slap down damage sort of set, it's kind of just throw damage down, get done what I can get done. And then Golden Go and Mousehold round up the team. Mousehold, of course, has the Baby Delight and Super Fang, which is something that we saw very, very early on in the older formats. But it's starting to creep back again because you can start pressuring these teams like very focus dashes, just spam damage. And that's something really nice to see, especially in a very, very high defensive meta.
Yeah, so Daniel with a little bit more of a standard team, whereas his opponent, Hen Yuan, he's also got more of a standard team, but there is that Sizzle, as you called out earlier, and this Sizzle is not a choice band or assault vest set, which is the more commonly run Sizzle, but this one carries Citrus Berry, and it's got Quick Guard and Fate and Bullet Punch and Pounce, so a really interesting set, and clearly it's working for Hen Yuan because right now he's at 3-0, so on 2-0, sorry. But so yeah, I really want to see what that Sizzle can, because I think the Sizzle has an okay matchup against Daniel, so really hoping to see it come out.
Yeah, it has a really good matchup. It's got, you hit the Fluttermane quite well with Bullet Punch. It's not Focus Dasher. It might do a big chunk. It can take a couple hits from that Great Tusk given its bug typing. And then the rest of it can kind of just sit around and do things. It can break, well, I'd say break the multi-scale on Dragonite because it doesn't have multi-scale. And then Golden Go's the only real thing that doesn't take much damage from it, given it's a Steel type. So that could be something to cause a little problem with it, but a rest on a team like the opposing Great Tusk and the Fluttermane can put pressure on that so much that the Sizzle can start coming through. And with that Quick Guard as well, any opposing things like the Extreme Speed aren't really doing as much, so we'll see if they do come into action in this next game. Going through as they are just in that team preview. So, just getting a preview on your end of the items there. This is, kind of bread and butter set to most things, but the Sizzle could really be that pivotal piece in this matchup just because of the unorthodox nature of it.
Yeah, and also Daniel doesn't carry anything that can hit that Sizzle for super effective damage with. There's no fire type moves on that Sizzle. Of course, Sizzle without an assault vest also doesn't have the best special defense. So it will be taking quite strong neutral damage from things like a Shadow Ball from a Fluttermane if the Fluttermane chooses to stay. Because I think this Fluttermane is going to be a Terra Fairy. So regardless of what it chooses to do, and it can't actually protect. So if it stays in the field against the Sizzle and the Sizzle goes for a Bullet Punch, it is going to take a lot of damage from that.
It's going to take a lot of damage, especially because it's such a fragile Pokemon, and often people give lots of credit to Fluttermane. It is so strong, and most times it's just a glass cannon. It'll throw damage out and not really get bothered with what's coming the other way from it. But just the fact that it's something like Sizzle with the
Sizzle!
Punch, and there it is straight away. No Fluttermane for it to put a bit of pressure onto, but already can throw that immediate pressure down because Murkrow can foul play it, but is that foul play going to be enough? And as we said about having the bug typing, those fire type moves and ground type moves, aren't we doing as much through that steel typing that you would want to see in a normal steel type Pokemon?
The Iron Bundle does have the booster energy on Hen Yuan's side, but normally, while it can outspeed a Great Tusk, this Great Tusk is carrying a Choice Scarf, so with the Tailwind boost, this Great Tusk will be the fastest thing on the field, and I think we saw a glimpse of what Daniel clicked on his Murkrow, or at least is hovering over it, thinking about going for that Tailwind, because then the Great Tusk is quite free to maybe... There's not... I think if Great Tusk goes for, say, a close combat onto the Iron Bottle, it can possibly knock it out, but is that something that he chooses to lock into so early, turn 1 of game 1?
Yeah, if he locks into it, then he's getting... Well, I guess with Headlock Rush as well, any move here, you're dropping your stats, and you're going to be scared of this sort of thing. You do see a Transferization, which could be beneficial going forward. I do remember the fire type Terra... No, it is actually the bundle going for that Transferization, going to Ghost type, which... It could be to take that fire type move from something like the Tusk, then you open yourself to a foul play. It's not known to be a physical attacker, but that still could be a little bit of edge enough to break through something like maybe a roll that you're calculating. There's a Terrestrialization to the fire type, which is a bit shaky. Yes, you're already weak to something like the Hydro Pump, but you do lose the weakness to the ice type attacks, and you do lose that pressure that's instantly coming from the steel type moves of the Sizzle. As Tailwind comes out, making sure it's faster than a bundle. see what comes to that. It's just Earthquake just being like, Murkrow isn't going to take damage in this. I'll do damage as and where I can. Does about
Hydro Puppy's going to connect, and that is not it. The Great Tusk is not going to be able to survive that without any. There's no Assault Vest or Sunny Day, and you know, Great Tusk just really frail on the special side, so it dealt a little bit of chip damage. But now that was it Daniel, he's lost his Terror option so quickly just on turn 1, trying to possibly survive an Ice type attack. But of course, then his opponent predicted that and just went for a Hydro Pump, which is has a shaky accuracy, but of course, whether the Great Tusk is a ground type or fire type, it will be taking super effective damage from the Hydro Pump.
Because they took damage, and really Daniel had had that situation where it's like, no matter what move he goes for, Hydro Pump is the best one. If there's a Trustization from open team sheet, we see it's Terra Fire, so you go for Hydro Pump, that's super effective. No Trustization, Hydro Pump is still super effective. The only drawback is the accuracy, but given that you probably know you take hits from both of these Pokemon, it's quite safe to go for, and you can just rinse and repeat that until you're in the state where something is knocked out or something is put so low that it has to switch out and can't do as much damage. And that Terra Ghost coming free, that wasn't the best call, calling out a fighting type move, but maybe you saw Daniel being like, you know what, I'm going to go for an Earthquake, I don't hit my Micro, I hit both of you guys, any slashes, anything, it could be there, it's gone, and then just makes room for something that's Golden Go, and then just do spread damage and get more and more across, especially if that Sizzle, who doesn't really have, the typing that's good for that Golden Go. Bullet Punch fails to knock out the Murkrow. Naked Rain coming through. We're going to see how much it does to the Sizzle, obviously. And if it's enough to maybe put a bit of pressure on it, you could see a switch. If it does nothing.
It's a bit of a chip damage. So both of Hernyo's Pokemon are quite a nice position. Sizzle's Citrus Berry actually coming in quite nicely, just restoring it back to what looks like exactly the same amount of HP as the previous two, but the Foul Play does so much to that Sizzle. Just, Murkrow proving that it may be more of a supportive Pokemon, but Foul Play can be a really, really good move on a support Pokemon like Murkrow, because you don't need to invest anything into your attack. You can just rely on your opponent's investment and deal that much damage. But, Golden Go is still, it's at now -1, so can see that Murkrow hovering over the haze, just trying to reset it. And, Iron Bundle and Sizzle both can't really do that much to Golden Go, so Golden Go is quite free to maybe just go for another Make a Rain or a Nasty Plot.
Yeah, you can go for any moves. The Nasty Plot will get its special attack back, it will give it the room to just sit there, of course, because it's not taking much damage time, so that could be the best option. Make a Rain is just going to make you weaker and weaker and weaker each turn. You do see a switch out though, so something that was putting a lot of pressure on, like Bundle, even if it's not super effective, has a special attack stat to pressure Pokemon like Golden Go. You see Haze though, so not even bothering to care about, oh, there's a drop, and if you get a Nasty Plot off, you're going to be an even higher special attack stat. Murkrow finally goes down, Sizzle doing its job and getting its Bullet Punches off. It comes down to what we see here from Daniel, because it's something that Shadow Ball going into what is now the Murkrow stuff. We do 2 dogs.
That does heaps,
through something that was normally
into
the dark type as well.
I thought that was a critical hit, but no, it's just Golden Go is really, really strong. And I think actually Daniel might be quite glad that the Murkrow got knocked out, because it really, even though it could Foul Play, it's still quite slow, so it wasn't at such low HP, it wasn't really going to be able to get many attacks off, and it's already done its job in setting up the Tailwind. I think Sun is not something that Sunny Day was not something he was wanting to set up, and now this Dragonite's coming in, and the Extreme Speed has faster priority than Murkrow, so he can easily deny the Murkrow from setting up a Tailwind at all this turn.
Completely deny it, and I didn't see it's not an Eevee like Murkrow. Hongye's gone for that Focus Sash variant, just trying to maybe cover something like a strong Extreme Speed, allowing it to go for Prankton later, but Extreme Speed is going to bring it down to its knees, and then Bullet Punch going through the Dragonite, it does a lot of damage for that large scale, and then this should just clean up here, the Golden Go, getting a knockout, so I didn't think that we've seen get knockout out. I thought, it would have been something like that Dragonite getting a swift knockout at the end, but Golden Go clearing through, Tailwind has ended, but that is also going towards the tail end of the battle as well, where Hongye has some of those Pokemon, but it's a weakened bundle coming in, and both these Pokemon can easily throw a bit of damage down. You see as well the Great Tusk coming in though, which can be a bit annoying because you can still Rock Slide through the Dragonite, and you can still flinch the Golden Go those Rock Slides, and even though it's not super effective, can still be very annoying with how much damage the bundle can go through.
Daniel's down to his last 2 Pokemon now, and the Golden Goat did go for a Make It Rain that previous turn, so it is at -1. So its damage output is going to be quite reduced, and this Great Tusk is a Choice Scarf variant from Henway's side. And the Iron Bundle, I think, because it's switched out and switched back in, it has lost its booster energy, so it will be going after its teammate, the Great Tusk. So it'll be interesting to see what the Great Tusk locks itself into. Obviously, it's probably not going to want to lock into Earthquake because of the Dragonite over there, but Dragonite just trying to get an extreme speed off. Great Headlong Rush, easily enough to knock out that Golden Goat, but really interesting that the Great Tusk is now unable to hit that Dragonite, but maybe the Iron Bundle is going to be able to pick up the knockout.
Iron Bundle should be on knockout here. It's 4 times effective, no multi-scale in play whatsoever, and it's just, the age-old mystery of if you're Dragon type plus something that's weak to Ice type, something's there for a damage, then we get Guard Chomps in that situation, Salamander and Dragonite, no whatsoever. And we see Hungway, even though the Sizzle, which we really want to see win, was knocked out quite soon, still had those power Pokemon in the back and played it really, really well of just pivoting things in and out of the moves and predicting that Shadow Ball was really, really good because it meant Murkrow went down, but Murkrow didn't really have a role in that matchup, and Iron Bundle would come in safely and just start throwing down these ice type attacks into Dragonite and controlling the field, allowing for anything to come from that Great Tusk to knock out either of the Pokemon sat in front of it.
Yes, even though that Sizzle didn't pick up any knockouts in that game, it was quite critical in the fact that it was able to... Oh, actually, no, I think he knocked out the Murkrow. It was quite critical in being able to chip away at the opponent's Pokemon. And also, we saw that turn 1, even though there was a Choice Scarf Great Tusk from Daniel's side, he went for the Earthquake and dealt less than 50% damage to both of his opponent's Pokemon. So even though, Choice Scarf Great Tusk is quite scary, it wasn't able to actually deal enough, and then of course it then got KO'd by a Hydro Pump in return. And that Sizzle's Citrus Berry actually came in quite useful because we saw it get knocked down into the red. Oh, I think it was orange actually, but came all the way back up, so it ended the turn at the same amount of health that it entered into.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of Citrus Berry. Like, especially on Pokemon you don't expect it to be on, it can knock it down super low and then come back on. And Sizzle isn't the bulkiest, but isn't like the most fragile. So it's in that weird range where Citrus Berry can really save it going into the future turns because you can have your HP back, you can keep those bullet punches, and as long as you're bullet punching, you're going to be guaranteed to go first. And then that's just damage that's worrying your opponents because things like Flutter Mane are like taking that, and if Flutter Mane can't knock it out, that 2-hit KO becomes a 3-hit KO for the Citrus Berry, or a 1-hit KO becomes 2 KO, and so on and so forth. So if you can't prevent that, then bullet punch is going to come and take things away. And while Sizzle is living on the field, that is just more perseverance for something with 4 HP coming in the back, and then shut down what did take out the Sizzle, which is what we saw in that game there, where Sizzle was protecting that Great Tusk in the back, and then allowed it to come in quite healthy and just get clean knockouts on that Goldengo, and then put pressure on that Dragonite just by having that sheer damage. I think that going into this next game, because Daniel has a lot to carry up for trying to be Reader on the field. It's not a completely null and void game. Obviously, they showed they had the tools to beat the Sword team, but Pungier still had those things to kind of put the river down, as we do see the age-old Tailwind or Sunny Day plus Great Tusk lead coming out in front of Goldengo plus Maushold. So supportive there, but will it be enough to take out both these behemoths?
A complete switch up from both players. So maybe Henway's... The Sizzle was quite useful in that last matchup, but maybe Henway deciding this time, actually, maybe I'm going to adapt to what my opponent's going to bring in, and I'm going to bring out the Great Tusk. And, you can see the Great Tusk is in a really good position here because the Maushold cannot go for it can go for a Follow Me, but it's not going to do anything if the Great Tusk goes for the Earthquake. And we can see why Great Tusk plus a fast Tailwind user is such a powerful combination because it allows you to get that Tailwind up and then just immediately start Earthquaking. Goldengo is quite threatened by the Great Tusk, but it does have the option to go for a Terra Water. But, is that something it plays onto? And of course, this Goldengo is going to go for a Protect to keep itself safe, while the Maushold goes for maybe an attack if it gets taunted.
Yeah, it got taunted by the Murkrow, but that's inevitable. Babylized can't come out. Normally because Babylized would be priority, but because of the speed of Prankster given to that move, it allows it to go first, and to stop that from happening, there's Earthquake coming through, and it's the same tactic we saw in earlier rounds as well, where it's like, if I can Earthquake next to a Murkrow, I'm gonna do it. And there wasn't enough to knock out a Maushold from how bulky it is, but still, it puts that pressure down. Goldengo can't be saved by a Follow Me now,
and we know that the choice scarf is going to be faster regardless, and Tailwind can maybe just benefit that a little bit further if we really see the need for it. But if anything, that pressure is immediately put down, and Golden Go is either forced to switch or forced to transfer. So it wants to have water typing, just maybe take that hit a bit better, and then throw damage down, but then does become weak to that fight. Those fight time attacks, should there be a switch to reset Choice Scarf.
Daniel has seen that the Great Tusk has locked itself into the Earthquake, so he could possibly switch out. And I think we saw earlier a little glimpse of the Murkrow coming in, yes, just to keep itself safe from any earthquakes. And, Daniel wanting to preserve that friend guard and make sure that there's the option to reduce the damage of his partner Pokemon later on in the game. And Golden Go, of course, is going to go for a Terra Water, just trying to dodge any super effective ground type moves coming out in his way.
Yeah, dodging all the spirit moves and just also having that complete immunity through the Murkrow, it's going to change up things a bit because now you don't get that single target king, and it hits things like what acrobatics around the Murkrow. Often you see Brave Bird on focus slash sets, but acrobatics maybe just you proc it, and there is that attachment being procced, and Golden Go just showing how powerful it is breaking through these Pokemon. Of course, not the bulkiest, so not too big of a feat, but still something is being thrown down. The leftover is going to bring it back a little bit. But that Earthquake is probably going to take the game there and make sure Golden Go is gone, and then bring something back in nice and healthy, but you have to slot your transfers as in Pokemon in 2 turns.
Neither of the Murkrows have set up Tailwind, and it looks like this turn they might both be trying to set up a Tailwind just to make sure that neither side has the complete speed advantage. Of course, the Great Tusk is Choice Scarf, and I think it's naturally just faster than the Golden Go anyway, so once the Tailwind is set up, it's still going to be outspeeding, and it is going to be, looks like from that range, it will be knocking out the Golden Go. And now Daniel's only got a mouse on in the back, which can only deal damage through Super Fang. And I think I missed what else he had in the hiding in the back. Was it a Great Tusk? I think.
Might have been the Tusk. I didn't quite catch it as well, but hopefully for Daniel's sake, it's something to create from all his Pokemon, because we see a switch to the Chi-Yu coming in, which it isn't going to benefit the Murkrow. Obviously, Murkrow doesn't have any special attacks in his arsenal, but it is still going to put a lot of pressure down should a Tailwind come out, and that is an amazing display of resetting the Choice Scarf to benefit what is on the field, as and when you are. There's the Foul Play going through, which you're going to go into that Murkrow. Murkrow is gone, but it's the same as last game where it did its job before it dropped. And with that Tailwind up, any opposing Tailwinds are going to be mitigated because of the Choice Scarf. And if anything, these Pokemon could naturally be faster. Chi-Yu is going to be quite fast as a Pokemon. Start throwing damage down. Yes, it's water type and takes corrective damage from those dark type moves, but Dark Pulse is going to be doing have a flint charge to do a lot. With Bundle coming in, that's going to be a nice fast Pokemon with Spark Drive boost. Then can start going for Freeze Drive, which would normally be non-super effective on the Golden Go, but now pressure it and make sure that could be having forced a Flutter Mane to see in the back, or just go for it into the Murkrow. And Murkrow, even though it's done its job here, it's a bigger role being one of those bulkier EV-like sort of sets, kind of go back and forth and set up Tailwind as and when you need it.
That Iron Bottle was a really good switch in, because now that the Golden Go was forced to go for a Terra Water just to try and dodge that super effective ground type move from the Great Tusk, the Iron Bottle is quite free to come in, just start going for the Freeze Drives, because nothing on Daniel's team seems to be able to take that very well. Of course, Tailwind has not been set up on Daniel's side, so he could go for a Tailwind maybe this turn, and then that way, by staggering the Tailwinds, he does get that one fight. When his opponent's Tailwind runs out, he will get one turn where he has the speed advantage. So now that the Tailwind's been equalized, Freeze Drive is going to come out and is easily enough to knock out that Golden Go, leaving the Murkrow alone to face whatever the Chi-Yu is going to try and throw at it.
Yeah, Chi-Yu most likely gets knocked out on the Murkrow. Like, if it's an overheat, it gets a Heat Wave, it could miss, but it does actually miss the knockout. Also, Heat Wave and worse there. It's going to be slowing a little time, but it's that case again of Murkrow being such a supportive Pokemon. All it can really do is go for a Foul Play, and both these Pokemon, they can easily take a Foul Play. It could be a Focus Sash, a hand could be broken. I do believe it is Life Orb on the Chi-Yu. So Chi-Yu, nothing's really lost here from allowing the Murkrow to live. You can maybe bring it back, back and forth to get Tailwind up later. Haze maybe if you need it, maybe stats up to do occur. But honestly, either way, it can be sacked. It can be moved in the back and brought back later. Maybe to break the stash, something like a tiny sliver of a chip needed that Foul Play damage.
It looks like Flutter Mane is probably going to be the main damage dealer for Daniel. going into the rest of this game, because there's a heavily chipped Murkrow and a Mousehold that really his only damage output is going to be Super Fang. So of course Flutter Mane is, I think that's a choice, no, it's a choice spec set, so it is going to have to lock into one move, but you know, with Dazzling Gleam, Icy Wind coming out, actually going to drop the Murkrow's speed and pick up the KO, and Flutter Mane is now going to be a -1 stage, so it looks like the Chi-Yu is going to outspeed that Flutter Mane. Heat Wave is going to connect and is enough to knock it out, so Life Orb Chi-Yu putting in a lot of work there, and Henway just taking quite a commanding game in both sets. Just actually, sorry, there was a Mousehold left. My mistake. I forgot there was one more Pokemon left. But you know, the Mousehold's only attack is Super Fang, so it is going to be taking several turns, and looks like Daniel recognizes that and is going to forfeit.
Yeah, Daniel was taking the forfeit. Henway just showing that presence straight away. Was on the back of one in game one, and then was put in a situation after that where just where I had a sheer presence of Murkrow plus Great Tusk. We saw it, many times in this tournament over the past 2 days, where just lead a stronger Earth ground type Pokemon with Earthquake next to a flying type Pokemon, and it's just an age-old remedy having BTC, whereas you just click the Earthquake and hope if something gets knocked out, it gets knocked out. If not, it's too fragile and can't do its turn. Similar to the Disquake strategy, but I'm hoping we start streaming at some point, but we're yet to see that. But anyway, Pugway just really put that pressure down, even for its Castration, showing how strong the Pokemon can be, throwing damage down, and it's forcing that late game situation where, because Murkrow is sitting around so long, it could just set up its tailwinds, it could throw down damage. Acrobatics was a really weird thing. I haven't seen on many, but I guess with Focus Sash it does kind of work.
Yeah, it works because you're not taking the recoil from Brave Bird, and of course, it's so, because Murkrow itself is just so frail, it's really easy to actually proc that Focus Sash, and then you'll be doing double damage with Acrobatics. And Murkrow, it's actually got higher attack than Talonflame. So you're actually you can be doing more damage, and I'm sure that's something that was a sorry, it was Fluttermane was Daniel's side, so I was looking at the wrong team sheets over there. So no, this Murkrow, sorry, I was talking about Talonflame. I got distracted and I thought about Talonflame. So it is going to be Henway with the Focus Sash Acrobatics Murkrow, and I'm sure that's something that we'll be looking forward to hear from the winner of that last round himself. So we're going to cut to a very short break while we grab the winner, and then we'll be back with an interview with the winner. Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome back to the Orpington PC. We are here with Hunyuan, the winner of our last round, round 3. And so, you had a really cool team with Citrus Berry Sizzle. Can you tell us a little bit more about for your team building?
Oh yeah, at the start of regular C, I was trying to build a towing team, but then I realized that once the towing team loses its speed control because we don't have so much bulk, we need a strong Pokemon with a priority move to sweep things out. And also the quick guard on Caesar is also very strong because it gives me a better matchup against Chien-Pao and Dragonite, so I ended up bringing it. And actually, I only switched to Citrus Berry last night.
Oh,
Before,
okay.
yeah, before it was my clear element, but then I realized that there's not so much Gyarados and Airplane around, so I just changed to Citrus Berry, and it did help a lot in this
Yeah,
particular
like
game.
we saw in that
Yeah.
last match that
Yeah.
getting the health back. So, did you play yesterday with a similar team?
Oh yeah, yesterday I played a similar team but with clear element.
Oh, okay. So that was the only change you made between.
Oh yeah, because I didn't do very well yesterday, so I just made some adjustments.
Okay, well, I can see those adjustments really coming in clutch. So, you've now got your Worlds invite, right? Are you planning on going to Worlds or any other events?
Oh yes, so I'm going to Torino next month, and then yeah, of course I'll go to Worlds. So I haven't made my travel plans yet, but I'll just go to Rhodes and then tour around Japan for like 2 weeks.
Oh, that'll be very exciting. Good luck there. So we've been playing a little bit of a game on stream where the winner of the previous round gives us a Pokemon that we then try and build a team around. So the winner of our last round, was it David? Yes, he gave us a Abomasnow. So can you build a team around a Abomasnow in Regulation C?
Can I just give one Pokemon or just the entire team?
Oh, you can just list an entire, like, if there's an Abomasnow on the team, what 5 Pokemon would you put around it?
Oh yeah, I think one advantage of Bulbasaur is it's not set of snow, so maybe you need a fast special attacker with Blizzard, maybe Iron Bundle. And once you get Iron Bundle, you can like pair it with some other like special attackers like Chi or Imploring. And also like my team, a snow team is going to be weak against Chien-Pao and Tinglu a lot. So maybe like Cider is also a good option against both of these matchups.
Cool, that's a really fun team. And now, so for the next next stream, can you give us a Pokemon for the next player to build a team around?
Yeah,
You can be as wild as you want. You can give them a Spewpa and just make their job very difficult.
yeah, I'll say Slowking.
Okay, that's a good Pokemon. Yeah. Thank you for the suggestion and thanks for joining us on stream. So we are going to go into a lunch break. So we'll be back we'll show you the time when we'll be back. And thanks for tuning in and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Orpington Sunday PC. We are just back from our lunch break, and we're getting our players set up in the other room. We're joined once again by our little Squawka-belly friend. What's it? That's your name, isn't it? And yeah, so we've got a fun matchup this next one. We've got two of our 2-1 players, with our previous Rio players have all been on stream so far. And there's some Pokemon on here that are quite good Pokemon. So we've got another Screamtail coming our way. And we've also got our first mouse save, I think, of the weekend.
Yeah, actually, both players have Annihilate, although Kylan is the one with the beat-up mouse save strategy. And we are seeing our first Arcanine on stream today, which, you know, I was expecting to see Arcanine a little bit earlier, and I think it's actually the first Intimidate so far. It's quite interesting. I think yesterday when I was playing, I didn't see that many Intimidates running around, and today, just on stream, I haven't seen that many Intimidates running around, so...
Yeah, Intimidate's kind of dropped off. Like, we put on like Annihilate, Gigant, and like things like Shenpao. Like, Intimidate is either you go for it and there's a drawback because you're activating Fire, or if you go for it, the amount of drops that are going on the field at that time, it doesn't really matter because the attack's still going to go through regardless of damage. Of course, saying that, Annihilate has got better in Household, so even if it hits Intimidate and it's saved on those other, I guess, yeah, focus, I believe, and the one that stops sleep.
Oh, your Vital Spirit.
Yeah. And yeah, so even if you drop its attack, it's still got mouse save to mouse hold throw to boost it up and up and up. Luckily though, this player, you know, has got the Defiant and another one of those Pokemon have Intimidate, but of course John not bringing that. John's bringing I guess a somewhat standard team, a Chi-Yu Fluttermane coming again and again. I'm Underwood rules, so I experience that Chi-Yu, and then Screamtail is a bit more, I guess, a bit of a 50-50 type. It's slightly supportive, slightly, you know, offensive. That Dazzling Gleam has got the highest attacking stat. Dazzling Gleam can break Sash with speed boost, I guess, or it can just start where it can maybe get a bit of damage down. Maybe proc something like a Roselli very early on, should it happen, so Fluttermane doesn't face that raft when it comes to it. Then the rest of the team is kind of supporting cast and Moongus, something that I don't believe we've seen a Moongus yet on stream today, and then
Yeah, we haven't seen any Among Us on stream today, and it's really interesting that both players have the Annihilate. Of course, John's Annihilate is not partnered with the Mousehold, so it can't really get an immediate burst damage from like Rage Fist, but it can just sit on the field. It's got Bulk Up, so similar sets, but this one is a Citrus Berry set, so favouring you know, the immediate kind of health recovery rather than the leftovers. That's a little bit more standard when paired up with a Mousehold because, you know, there's a Friend Guard and Mousehold can just help the Annihilate take hits a lot better.
yeah, you do have a lot there, and the bulk up there as well is going to give it even more longevity alongside that. So it's going to be something that's going to be very hard to break through. You know, you have got the Fluttermane with super effective Ghost attack, which unfortunately is one of Annihilate's biggest weaknesses because if you don't Draftalize, then you're not going to hit through well. But with Bundle there as well, that instant pressure down, because Bundle then uses super effective Hydro Pump, which then could maybe knock out Annihilate. Some Annihilate might be built to take the hits because it's not initially a super effective attack, but if you're forced in that position where you have to become super effective just to get hit from a Fluttermane, then John can capitalize that, maybe just by leading those two Pokemon. You have to pick your poison. Do you drop to the Iron Bundle, or do you drop to the Fluttermane?
We've seen a lot of Iron Bundles on stream today. In fact, I think it's one of those Pokemon that, well, it dropped off at the start of Regulation C, but it's actually starting to really pick up again as players realize, you know what, the Freeze Dry and Hydro Pump coverage is really, really useful. And because of Among Us being so predominant in this format and a lot of players opting to run something like a Terra Grass to try and get around all the Rage Powders and all the spores, Iron Bundle's got a really good place in being able to freeze dry the Pokemon, and you know, Hydro Pump just hits for so much damage.
It does hit when it does hit.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, you know, you always got to cross your fingers. You got to think, do I get a high roll? Do I even hit? And then hopefully these players have had that luck right there. They are both 2-1, so they've had 1 or 2 games where their luck didn't come through, especially on John's behalf with having those inaccurate moves. A very inaccurate Iron Bundle actually with having the Icy Wind too. Yeah, that's no one's move, but it has a very, very good effect to it. But it can miss. So, you know, if you miss it, that could be a bit of a kick in the heels. Especially if that Annihilate switches in, because not only would it get the boost from its Defiant, but it also gets the boost to its Beat Up. Not Beat Up, sorry, Rage Fist. I mean, if you haven't got a Beat Up to Mousehold, Mousehold can safely follow me and then allow it to throw its damage down. Of course, the bundle on this side as well can help with that. It can Icy Wind the opposing sides, make sure that bundle is attacking after the Annihilate. Annihilate can threaten both sides of the bundle. If it goes Terrors, it's got Rage Fist.
And if it doesn't tear it, it's got that Drain Punch to keep itself nice and healthy, going throughout the entire battle, or even from these super strong attackers.
I find Annihilate to be one of the best Pokemon, a new Pokemon that's being introduced. It hasn't been used as extensively in a lot of the larger tournaments, but for unprepared players, it can be really, really scary to face up against because Annihilate itself naturally has a really good attack and defenses paired up with such a good signature ability in Rage Fist like that. The Rage Fist doesn't reset when you switch out, and it's quite scary. And I think the players are getting ready to start their battle, so we are going to start very shortly. So they're now in team selection, and we're seeing that nice Mousehold and Annihilate being led.
Yeah, I said Annihilate being too, but I just noticed, just briefly on Team Sheet and see on screen, the charcoal on Arcanine. I've seen Choice Band, I've seen Assault Vest if it's more an offensive presence, but charcoal, maybe there's been some cases where Keelan, haven't never announced, maybe they've seen some damage and like, I want to do more damage but not lose the HP with Life Orb or lock myself into the Choice Band, and charcoal was that really nice item you got column in the middle there, so that maybe we could see that kind of action today. It's not it's the Amoonguss, and Amoonguss might be just bulky enough to take the average Arcanine hit. Whereas Iron Bundle, where it has more typing but it's part ice typing, that might help out in that matchup, even though it's got such a high defense stat. So hopefully we see that become in action. Hopefully it's not too big of a drawback, because of course if you then use your berry, then what damage are you going to heal back, which is something Arcanine loves to do ever since we saw it back in like 2017 when it started using the berries a lot more often.
Yes, we saw, I think Kylan did not pick his Amoonguss in that last game, so if the Arcanine does choose to go for things like Flare Blitz, it's not going to be able to get any sort of health back. But we're going to go straight into game 1 of round 4, and John is going to send in the Annihilate and Screamtail versus the Mouse-Ape lead that we've all been talking about and been really excited about.
Yeah, so it's basically a mirror image. You got two Annihilates and two cute little rodent-like Pokemon staring each other down. Of course, normally you see the combo we've got on our point of view, which is the Mouse-Hold Annihilate. We can see the Follow Me, the Beat Ups, anything come from that. Screamtail, it can't really side proc itself, but you can maybe on-core lock the Mouse-Hold into Beat Up, so you're constantly chipping away at your own Annihilate. It's not a lot of HP, but it's still an inconvenience because you're forced to either switch or just hit or hit something with a weak move, and that can be a bit of a drawback going into those later turns because you want to have both Mouse-Ape and Annihilate on the field because that's the combo, that's the damage. And then we see Encore coming out, but it's just a bit too fast to hide your heals and Beat Up coming through and it started Zoe.
So it looks like John was maybe predicting some sort of follow me there, but Kylan just going straight away for the beat up, trying to set up his Annihilate, because of course there's nothing stopping the Annihilate from actually getting set up this turn. And so Rage Fist is going to come out and he's a one-hit KO on a bulky Screamtail. So Screamtail getting knocked out without really accomplishing anything in this turn.
Yeah, not really getting much done, and the bulk up the other side of the boosting presence has coming out from John's side, but it just proves how quickly, just like the snap of a finger, if you haven't got an answer for Mouse-Hold Annihilate, it is going to be able to run through a team. The opposing Annihilate can start to build itself up with those bulk ups, it can start to put a pressure on its own offense, but it's not that immediate presence it's got from the oh so old Beat Up plus Rage Fist combo. Will it be all end all? We don't know. Amoonguss can maybe put it to sleep. Amoonguss might be EV trained to take a couple of hits here and there, especially from the boost, and then allowing the Annihilate to go through after getting another bulk up from the Rage Powder, or just go for its own Rage Fist and hope that the +1 is good enough to get through. But then again, Follow Me just come out, and that's just a golden wasted Rage Fist.
Yes, that Mouse-Hold is carrying safety goggles, so it can just easily go for a Follow Me and redirect any spores from the Amoonguss. Now, we also saw in that last turn that I think Kylan's Annihilate went before John's Annihilate, so I don't know if that's a speed tie or Kylan's one is just naturally faster, but that could also be quite scary for John as well, because now if you're facing a Rage Fist boosted Annihilate, and if you're slower, that's not going to be something you want. And we're going to get a Terror come out straight away. Terror goes to Mouse-Ape.
Terror goes to Mouse-Ape. It's one of those cases that I was saying earlier about the Iron Bundle, where if you keep your Fast Blast, if you Fast Blast, you become weak to the Ghost of attacks. But if you don't Fast Blast, you become weak to those Fighting Type attacks. So you've got to hope that you redirect by a Fighting Type attack to make sure that it's really well. But we see another Transportation, which will of course be the opposing Annihilate, go to that Fire type, so that now itself is going to take the hits from Annihilate a little bit better. We have seen the purpose of the boost, the beat up and the Rage Fist. I mean, it's going to do lots of damage. Follow Me coming out, trying to just call what's in there. You can't explore it, like you said, with the Rage, with the safety goggles, and if there's Rage Powder, something's been ignored. Bulk Up does go through them, but both Annihilate, so they're both getting stronger and stronger. But you know that John's Annihilate is a little bit more bulkier because it had more time to go for Bulk Up, but it does also have that deficit of when it's getting its Bulk Ups, it hasn't got the Rage Fist boost initially, but given it's going to get so bulky, it'll likely build that up over time and put it in some position where it can be the one sweeping, like we saw on that turn 1 with Kylan's side.
Yeah, that Screamtail just stood no chance against the Rage Fist that I think got boosted up to base 250 base power. And the Annihilate in that, the Amoongus in that last turn, that the Spore got redirected back into that Mouse Hole. So now that the Mouse Hole is a Terror Ghost and the Terror Ghost of course got baited out, John's Annihilate can go for a Rage Fist onto the Mouse Hole. And at +2, I think even if the Rage Fist isn't boosted, it will be doing quite a big chunk. But of course, the Annihilate from John's end has to survive the hit from Kylan's Annihilate burst.
Yeah, Kylan's Annihilate being the stronger one is going to be able to put down the pressure. It's lost the weaknesses, but it's also lost its immunity to the fighting attack. So if he wants to, he can just smack down something like a Drain Punch, and that'll both do a lot of damage, especially these bulk ups, as well as get the HP back. See how much of the bulk up into the Rage Fist does, and it does get a knockout. So that deficit we spoke about, where you go for Trasvasation, you now become weak to the one thing you were immune to, and especially in the face of such a behemoth of a Pokemon Annihilate is, you're gonna pay the cost. And now we see Kylan in a position where they have the Arcanine in the back, but they can't really switch that Arcanine in, because you're just gonna further boost John's Annihilate. But at the same time, you can go for that Charcoal boost of Flare Blitz into the Amoongus, and it can't Terastallize now, so it's not safe from that Flare Blitz, but it can quite happily just sit there, Rage Powder away any damage. There's the Arcanine coming in, so maybe Kylan feeling the pressure coming out from anything that can be thrown for Annihilate, his attack will go down, but unfortunately, that'll also proc an attack boost. And now we're seeing a situation where Kylan is now on the back foot, just because of the sheer presence of how offensively boosted the Annihilate is on the opposing side.
I wonder if Kylan sending in the Arcanine indicates that the Arcanine might be faster than the Annihilate, so it can get the Flare Blitz onto the Amoongus and knock it out before his own Annihilate, which I think both these Annihilates are now at +2 because they've both gone for a bulk up, so it should be quite evenly matched. But of course, Kylan's Annihilate is a Ghost type and it cannot Terror anymore, so it will be taking super effective hits from any Rage Fist. Of course, John's Annihilate has not been hit at all, so its Rage Fist is still going to be at base 50 power, and against the +2 Annihilate from Kylan's end, it might not be able to actually pick up the KO.
Might not pick up the KO, but it will be riding on the effects of the boost, and see if the Charcoal is enough. It does get the clean knockout. You might see the odd one get the save, and the Rocky Helmet does come through. Even if it was a Life Orb there, that would have come back to bite it. And it does clear the field for something that was a bit of a nuisance, because with the safety goggles gone, there was no way to stop that redirection. And then Rage Fist comes on through, and it does the knockout even through all those boosts that Annihilate power.
Wow.
So again, it's just like, both Annihilates in a position where, due to their partner Pokemon on the field, they felt safe going for the bulk ups, and it paid off, because even though I believe John's Annihilate was at +2 or +3, and Kylan's only at a +1, the beat up plus the ability to keep going with the bulk ups later on, then it was even stronger. Now Fluttermane, albeit it can go for something to go into snipe and knock it out most likely, Arcanine is still fairly healthy, and we saw how much Flare Blitz did to Amoongus, and Fluttermane, how fragile it is, doesn't really mind that it's not going to be super effective, and it should grab a knockout, if anything.
Yeah, and we also saw a glimpse of what Kylan has in the back, which was a Tyranitar, and Fluttermane really struggles against that. So, quite the battle of the two Annihilates, but Kylan's Annihilate just being faster and having the Mouse Hole boost on Rage Fist just made it made it the much stronger Annihilate. And I think even though John's Annihilate ended up getting to +2 from 2 bulk ups and got the Intimidate boost from Define, it couldn't get an attack off and just got knocked out immediately. I actually wasn't expecting it to get knocked out. I thought with the Terra Fire it would maybe survive on a bit of a sliver, but it was not the case.
It was not the case, and it just got completely wiped out, like just showing the sheer presence of why Annihilate is so good. You don't see it very often because it's so easy to predict that you can break through it, but when it starts to get its wheels and cogs turning, it does become a team that you can't really beat. And the fact that the Annihilate stayed on there every single turn of that game and got pretty much the most crucial knockout of that match shows how powerful it is once left alone. And yes, you had this case where the Malsard went for the Terra Ghost and then Follow Me was knocked out quite soon, it's still that pressure that was exerted from that turn 1 with the change. As we are going to see in game 2 though, if that change could maybe straight away with that same combo, we're going to see if they're going to change it up a little tiny bit and both players are going to be throwing something a spanner in the works. Of course, kind of we know if it isn't broken, don't fix it, go for that same lead. But John, maybe it was a little bit broken and can maybe change the lead a little bit and can maybe put a bit more pressure down that forces that Annihilate to not want to do what it normally does, maybe get an upper hand in this game too.
Yeah, we can see John actually taking quite a bit of time to think about what to do because that mouse ape lead was just so scary, and he needs to find a way to stop that beat up. The moment he got boosted, he just didn't have a way to stop it. Yeah, but we are the both players now have made their selections, so we're going to jump very shortly to game 2, and we get to see what sort of adjustments John has made for this game.
Yeah, that has been a very good adjustment. Like, the rhyme and remedy was there from that first turn. It was get my Annihilate as strong as possible, as bulky as possible before the opposing Annihilate did it. Arcanine helped a bit in that, but maybe Kylan's now going to realise that, okay, I don't bring Arcanine, but he does bring Arcanine now opening straight into the Annihilate here.
A bit of a switch up here, so no more screen time. Maybe John realising the screen time didn't really accomplish much, but now this Annihilate is really scary. You put at +1, and the Flutter Mane also can't really do too much to the Among Us or the Arcanine, but maybe John was just trying to prep for that Mouse Ape lead and being really careful, not getting swept immediately this time around. So the Among Us here quite free to just start going for the spores because there's no substitute on Flutter Mane, and the Annihilate is of course not a Vital Spirit one, so something could get put to sleep this turn.
Yeah, something could be put to sleep, and that'd be a very good thing. We can't see the side Will-O-Wisp that we've seen many times before. Stop Flutter Mane from being put to sleep. Screamtail does come in this place, so it's a Fairy Paradox for another Fairy Paradox. You have slightly different roles, but just by being here, it puts that pressure down. If you Encore Disable Lock and Among Us, which is going to be slower than you, it's forced to switch. If not, actually no, because I believe you actually have to attack once the turn comes through. Out comes the Flebit, so it's about 50% that are normally very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, that is a charcoal. We've seen essentially what a charcoal boosted Fleblitz can do to a Screamtail. So that was 2k, and Screamtail doesn't really carry any forms of recovery, or this one at least does not. So it can protect, so it could go for that, or it could just maybe trying to switch in there. I think for looking at the team sheets here, there could possibly be a Chi-Yu hiding in the back that might be able to take hits better. But of course, the Screamtail now can be very disruptive with the Encores and Disables. But a turn, we're going to get a Terror immediately from, I believe that is the Annihilate. So maybe trying to dodge a Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, Annihilate just trying to dodge the Will-O-Wisp. It's a beneficial factor. If not, it's still taking less than that flare, but it needs more and more turns where it can get its boost. Rage Powder coming out, keeping the Arcanine safe, but if it is that aforementioned Disable Encore Lock, there's the Disable, so you can't now use that Rage Powder, and now it's in that case of because it's slower, Encore can come out quite easily. The Will-O-Wisp goes through, it doesn't affect the Annihilate, it is balanced, so an amazing call out by John, and Bulk Up coming through, and it's going to be that rinse and repeat cycle we had before, where you can stagger your Bulk Ups to a point where you can do them repetitively, or do Bulk Up Attack, Bulk Up Attack, Bulk Up Attack, and that allows you to put enough presence on the field whilst also making it feel bulky that you don't really mind what's in front of you as long as it isn't doing too much damage to you, and even if it doesn't knock you out, that's another Rage Face boost that you can just keep repeating, and then you start going for Drain Punches should you not see something that resists that attack.
So this Among Us is also now disabled from going for the Rage Powder again. But of course, if it stays in, John could go for an Encore and try and Encore into it. But of course, Among Us is going to go for Protect. So we'll see what this... yes, the Encore coming out actually from the Arcanine. So actually completely neutralizing the Arcanine, because now it's forced to go for Will-O-Wisp onto the Screamtail, which is really not going to care about getting burned because it has no physical attacks anyway.
Yeah, getting burned is the same inconvenience we saw a couple of games ago where it was, yes, you'll burn, but, there's no drop to your attack, you don't really mind your attack, and all it is you're losing a little bit of health. Screamtail, though, has pretty much done its job. It can now disable the Arcanine and start that lock. It can Encore the Among Us and start that lock. I have to see what it opts to go for, or it could just start flat out disabling the Among Us and forcing it into a position where, all of its moves that it's pressured into are what it clicks for. Of course, Arcanine, it can't switch out, because once it switches in again, that's another boost to the Annihilate.
Yeah.
And so it has to stay in, it has to get knocked out.
and has to be forced into situation, and we could see that struggle we spoke about really what's the first couple of games. As the Annihilate comes in, because Amoonguss a little bit shaky in front of us on the field.
Yeah, Kylan probably not wanting to get on-court and being forced to struggle or something else. But of course, the Arcanine being staying in means that it is going to be you going for a Will-O-Wisp, which isn't going to do anything. And this Annihilate is now at +3, I believe. So it's really, really scary. And it had a head start because, of course, Kylan's Annihilate just switched in. And of course, Kylan has played around the Annihilate as best as he could by not hitting it. So, you know, not trying to proc its Rage Fist. But now this Annihilate at actually, it's at +4 because of the Intimidate. So even though if its Rage Fist has base 50 power, it's going to be hitting really, really hard.
It is going to be hitting really, really hard, and what's on the field, like, Amoonguss, if it can start Rage Powdering, it can take a Drain Punch quite nicely, but I think if you're facing down another Annihilate, you want to remove the field. We've seen how powerful this Annihilate can be, and we know that's going to be a threat going down the line. It gets its own bulk up going, but compared to what the opposing Annihilate's got, it's not really doing all too much to save it. Here it comes though, see if it gets, it does just miss knock out onto the yellow, but it's now in a position where, you know, it comes down to the speed tide, and yes, you can Rage Powder it away, but then that's just another case of where Screamtail can disable on-call lock you into that Rage Powder, and then you can't really do anything, so, and you can't switch into that Arcanine quite safely, because you're going to give it another boost to Annihilate, and I can't quite remember what else in the back, but, you know, something's not going to want to switch in on such a boost to Annihilate at this point in the game. So John has really created that lock that we've seen a lot of players trying to attempt with their Screamtail today, which is force your opponent in a position where they don't want to switch, or they full on just can't switch. Rage Powder coming out though, really starting that lock. Encore there, it's a risk you have to take. You take away the lock onto your Annihilate, but also give it a bit of room to wiggle. Bulk up coming through, it's going to be a bit scary if you now get another Encore lock, or you could disable the Amoonguss. You know, Amoonguss could keep Rage Powdering, and Rage Fist might just clean up though with all these boosts.
Yeah, well, that Rage Fist is not quite enough to, but deals good chip damage because the Amoonguss is now locked into going for the Rage Powder, but that means that the Screamtail is quite free to just go for a disable next turn. But of course, that does mean that the Amoonguss can stay on the field for one more turn, because we saw in that last turn that the Annihilate from Johnston was unable to deal more than 50% damage. So now that I think Kylan's Annihilate has a +2 from the Rage Fist, so they are kind of starting to equalize a bit, but it's really interesting board positioning as well, because the Screamtail is just, you know, John giving us a masterclass on how to do board positioning really well, but Annihilate once again forced into that Rage Powder. We're going to see that disable, so next turn if that Amoonguss chooses to stay in, it's going to be struggling.
Yeah, it's going to be struggling, and now we're in a case where if it does struggle after switching out, then you're leaving a lot of room for the Annihilate to maneuver. Bulk up for bulk up, both players now know the same as game 1, where it's a race to the top. Who can get to that? Pretty much it's +6/+6 that they're both aiming for. Because if you're not attacking the Annihilate, you're not boosting Rage Fist. But at the same time, if you're not attacking it, you're allowing it to get that bulk up, you're allowing it to get higher and further. And currently, I still believe John is winning on the bulk up war, and that Rage Fist is still super effective because Trust Relation has been activated, and it could be a risky play activating the Trust Relation this late into the HP stages of the Annihilate, but we do see a possible switch into Arcanine, so very, very risky.
I think with that switching, because we've definitely seen 3 bulk ups from John. I don't know if you saw a 4th one, but now this Annihilate has had 2 Intimidate procs, so it's at least at it's either at +5 or +6, so this Annihilate, even though Kylan has not actually attacked the Annihilate at all this game, when it's at +5 or +6, it's going to be doing so much damage, and this Screamtail just being really, really disruptive, preventing the Amoonguss from being able to actually go for any repeating spores, and that Rage Fist is easily enough to knock out the Arcanine that was in the orange. So now it's a matter of, you know, I think actually Kylan switched in this Arcanine to try and get a free switch into the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it's one of those risky switches where a lot of players, maybe they have a game plan in the back of their head, they're like, yes, I give you the boost, but I also get a free switch into Ivy's Pokemon quite comfortably. Iron Bundle will really enjoy seeing the fire typing, and maybe outspeed Screamtail, you're going to help if these Pokemon are invested, but Amoonguss is a Pokemon of choice, and John has the upper hand again because Kylan knows that that lock is coming, but Kylan's forced to stop that lock by getting a Amoonguss lock. So with Arcanine out of the picture, you can somewhat more comfortably switch between Amoonguss and Iron Bundle to get that, but once one of those goes down, that lock is completed. Iron Bundle even though it's quite bulky, physically isn't going to enjoy those things. If there's that classic Rage Powder Encore going into it, and I think Connagh probably knows what's coming next, and might be forced to switch. Probably going to be a Drain Punch event though. Cleans up the Pokemon normally 4 times resistant to the typing, but it's not going to be enough to keep it nice and safe
Yeah.
from that Rage Fist.
Yeah, that Annihilate from Kylan's end was at +3, so even though Screamtail is really, really bulky, it's not going to be wanting to take that hit. And now the Rage Fist, a base 50 power coming up into Amoonguss is not enough to knock it out. So this Amoonguss has another turn. It's locked into Rage Powder, so of course John does not have to worry about a Spore, but I think at this stage it's just a matter of whose Annihilate can KO the other, because I think they're now equal in terms of how many bulk ups they receive, but John's Annihilate has had 2 Intimidate boosts.
Yeah, Joe's Annihilate has had those boosts from Defiant and Intimidate respectively, but you know, that is still something that is putting pressure down. Bulk up and keep coming out, and that's what I was saying earlier about how if you're using bulk up, you're not targeting the opposing Annihilate. It does feel so nice, it does feel so enticing to want to attack it to make sure it's gone. But because it's so bulky now, it's at that point where it's going to take 5, 6, maybe even 7 hits to get it down to floor. We do see +3, +3,
Oh,
and also
+5.
+5, +3. So the defense boosts are there, but I think +3 is like that nice little sweet spot for an ally because it's already quite naturally bulky. So getting it to a point where it's bulky enough to hit nice hits, and it's just going to keep stacking and stacking, stacking to get to that base 250 power on the Rage Fist. We do see a Terastization coming on through, and that is the Fire type coming out on this Annihilate. So they're both shining, they're both sparkling, and they're both ready to throw down their rage on each other.
I wonder if this Amoonguss can survive any sort of Shadow Balls, but the Floodmate is going to protect, so Amoonguss is going to be able to redirect one attack from the John's Annihilate. And I think we saw previously, just because we were able to see the play screens, Rage Fist going to the Floodmate. So a really good protect from John over there, just making sure that the Floodmate's safe. And now Rage Fist is going to come out, is going to knock out that Amoonguss. So no more pesky redirections from Kylan, and it's going to be Kylan's Iron Bundle and Annihilate versus this Annihilate and Floodmate.
Yeah, it's going to be... I guess it's another one of those like really shady cases. Iron Bundle most likely outspeed both these Pokemon. There's not really many universes in which it doesn't. So it now comes down to, do you hit your Hydro Punch? Because Annihilate, it has been boosting all of its physical defense. That special defense is untouched. It can be made bulky enough to maybe it's hit with that fire typing with all these different possibilities that can come down. You know, kind of might be risking it all on a crit Hydro Pump to guarantee the deal is sealed. But at the same time, that's still Fluttermane is going to be dealt with. And Fluttermane, if it's faster than the Annihilate, it could maybe get a nice bit of damage down and cause a knockout. It's not super effective anymore, but could still put a lot of pressure on. And you also have that scary case of both of the moves that you have can drop its stats. Since it's not super effective anymore, there's a high likelihood that's going to happen before being hit. Double Protect though, so both Pokemon wanting to keep themselves safe, just reading the room, see what moves that both people feel is safest. Hydro Pump goes into Protect, and either Shadow Ball or Moonblast can go Protect, or just go knock out Bundle, and it is the Bundle who's targeted. And if this goes down, this is going to be a very, very bad situation.
I think it's a sashed bundle, so it will be able to live this turn. But of course, now the question is, can this Iron Bundle knock out the opposing Annihilate with the Hydro Pump? Can it even land? Of course, because the Bulk Ups don't help the Annihilate against the any special attacks. So it's just a question of, you know, can the Hydro Pump land, or is John going to go for a double protect?
John could go for a double protect, which would guarantee that something like that wipes out the bundle and then push the station. Like, yes, you've given another Rage Fist boost, yeah, like, but you're faster and bulkier with both with you know, one or the other Pokemon respectively, and that's just going to put you in a state where you can quite easily clean up and go to a game free. Of course, we can't rule anything out for Kylan yet. We can't put too many eggs into one basket situation, because Hydro Pump can still hit if there's no double protect, and then we could still see low rolls. Hydro Pump, unfortunately,
It misses! No! Oh, that is... Yeah. So Kylan's Annihilate is going to be able to get one attack off, but I think because it can only hit one Pokemon at a time, it might be having some trouble just being able to deal with both of these Pokemon. So Rage Fit is going to come out, is not enough to knock out this Annihilate. It's going to proc the Citrus Berry. So now this Fluttermate and the Annihilate is going to be able to hit it back. Of course, the Kylan's Annihilate. Oh, I forgot, of course. John's Annihilate still has one more turn. At +5, the Rage Fist is easily going to be enough to knock out that Kylan's Annihilate.
Yeah, Kyle's life is going down. John, in a bit of a war of attrition really, because they had that Volcast, took it to the end there and got a bit of revenge that first game. So I think it was Kylan in game 1 just dominated with the Annihilate from that get-go. But it was kind of like a reverse bit of revenge, because it was to the end Annihilate started dominating, and forcing a situation where Arcanine has to come in means that Annihilate was in a situation that's like, okay, I can lock your Arcanine out so you have to bring Amoonguss in, I can lock your Amoonguss in so you have to bring Arcanine in. It's just back and forth there as well, so not even have to fit the bulk up on sometimes, just go for that damage. So maybe game 3, Kylan will switch it up and just ignore the Arcanine completely. Like, I'm not going to bring it, it caused me too many inconveniences, have something else thrown your way. Bundle can maybe come a bit earlier, start putting a bit of pressure on, make the Annihilate think, okay, I can't go for that fire type frustration too soon, because the high jump pump is just seconds away.
Yeah, I think Kylan went for a bit of an adjustment into that game too, maybe predicting that his opponent would be trying to bring something against the Mouse Ape lead, because the Mouse Ape was such an oppressive lead in that game 1. So I think maybe Kylan tried to adjust and didn't adjust quite as well, and John making a better adjustment and realizing that actually it was the Annihilate that caused me so much trouble. So I'm going to bring my own Annihilate. I'm going to just start going for the bulk ups, and that way, even if you bring your Annihilate in later on, I had the head start. So you're going to have to you'll be forced to either go for a bulk up or go for the attack, and that way it makes sure that my Annihilate basically gets the bulk ups faster. And of course, it didn't help that Kylan kept switching in his Arcanine. I'm sure he was trying to maybe get the Arcanine to be knocked out, and of course the Amoonguss was also very annoying from John's end, so that might be a reason why I kept bringing the Arcanine.
So we'll see if that Arcanine does come in this game 3, which our players are ready for, and if Annihilate we're doing its normal dominance going into the next few.
So we're going to see straight away, of course, the mouse. It looks like the mouse hold is going to be the adjustment from Kylan into that game 3. Maybe just trying to think, hey, you know what? I won game 1 with the mouse hold Annihilate lead, and it was a very difficult lead for my opponent to deal with. So this is exactly what I'm going to bring into game 3. So here we are, game 3 of our round 4. Yes, round 4. And we're going to go see a Fluttermane and Annihilate versus the Annihilate and Mousehold.
Yeah, so it's a very similar to what was going on in that game too, where John maybe adapted for this Mousehold Annihilate lead. Because now you've got to think that the Annihilate is forced into strategization, so you can just go, because Dazzling Gleam is inevitable. Fluttermane can maybe go for a risky Shadow Ball to try and pull against the Follow Me, and if that happens, it should be faster than the Mousehold and the Annihilate, and get maybe a nice knockout going towards the end. Transformation is coming up quite quickly on this in this game, straight on the turn 1, as it is an Annihilate going with that Terror. I do believe that is
I think that's Kylan's.
That might be Kylan.
From the looks of it. Yeah, and I think we saw in game 1 actually the Annihilate when they were both equal at I think +2. It did get knocked out in one hit from a boosted Rage Fist Annihilate from Kylan's end. So maybe we did catch a glimpse of the mouse hold going for the beat up into the Annihilate, and I think that might be a strategy that Kylan's just trying to get. And Moonblast coming in, not going to do anything, doesn't get the special defense attack, or it does not. So Life Orb, doing a bit of chip, but now Kylan's Annihilate is really free to just go for a Rage Fist.
Kind of like free that I really Pokemon. Fluttermane definitely won't be taking it. It's great. And Annihilate, maybe focusing down like Annihilate is the problem here. Does go in, it does not take it one bit. And Kylan's showing that turn 1, he recognizes the patterns from game 1, game 2, and there's no attrition this game. It is flat out, get this thing off the board, I want it gone. And now Fluttermane can't really do much to you because Moonblast is resisted, and Shadow Ball, you have that sheer threat of if you accidentally drop the stats, that's another booster on top. Scream Tower coming on through, so 2 of the Paradox Pals coming onto the field, all they have the good unison together, all they just drop to the threat of something that hits both of them super effectively.
Yeah, the Scream Tail coming in might be able to stop the Mousehold from going for a Follow Me in the following turn by going for the Disable, but the Mousehold is really free to just go for a Follow Me this turn, and there's really not much. The Fluttermane cannot knock it out in one hit because the Moonblast will not be enough, and the Shadow Ball, of course, doesn't do anything to a normal the mouse hold. And this Annihilate and Terra Fire just, dealing so much damage. John lost his Terra option just that in that turn 1 without being able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, getting nothing from it, maybe thinking it was going to be that same wall restriction, whereas bulk up to stop you from being targeted and just allowing Annihilate to slowly be dropped and decayed while on the field. So you see, I believe the Shadow Ball was the option as it did go into the mouse hold. Annihilate just goes through, gets another knockout. I think that's really the story now. That's really the rhyme and remedy. Everything about this match is just going to be follow me, plus going for something like a Rage Fist. If you see something that resists a Rage Fist, you can probably Drain Punch it, and it's just going to drop. We could see a bulk up to really continue that pattern. In comes that bundle, so we now have a reverse of game 2, where now Kylan has to be scared of a Hydro Pump. But with the follow me there, that fear doesn't have to happen, and none of these Pokemon will like taking a Rage Fist. I mean, if Kylan gets that pattern right of follow me Rage Fist, or follow me Drain Punch, or follow me into whatever, it'll just be game from there. Even a switch out could cover everything, because maybe we are going to see the Annihilate EV to take that Hydro Pump.
Yeah, I think the mouse hold got disabled by the follow me in the previous turn. So this Annihilate, if it does not protect, is going to be forced to risk, bank on the Hydro Pump missing. And Iron Bundle being really, really especially, offensive, is going to, if it can connect with the Hydro Pump, is going to be able to knock it out. And of course, Annihilate recognizing that, just going for Protect to keep itself safe. So now Kylan's Annihilate, Iron Bundle is going to be able to switch in, can go for the Icy Wind in the following turns to try and lower the attack. But Moonblast coming straight out knocks down the Iron Bundle to his Focus Sash.
Yeah, going to the Focus Sash so early on the switch in means that it's in a bit of a weird situation. If it wins the speed tie, it could go through. If it doesn't, then yeah, it's going to be stuck. It's just one of those things that happens in these sorts of game states. And again, John is forcing the game where even without going for those like on-call disable locks, he's forcing switch in for switch out because of the case of yes, if you Icy Wind, you could miss Icy Wind, you could go slower, you have a plethora of things happen in that one turn. That leaves Annihilate open to be hit. But if you swap, that is then Bundle doing nothing and coming back later in the game with no HP. The Pokemon that comes in is taking all that damage, which, if I were in this situation, I'd allow for the case of just letting the Pokemon with 1 HP drop. It's done its job, it's done its duty. If it can get a drop, if it can get an Icy Wind drop, that's very, very good for both these Pokemon. If that was invested to get the speed out creep on it. If not, don't really waste it. As you see it now, like switching out though, that hasn't had any bulk up boost, it doesn't really mind because it's already got its beat up boost for its Rage Fist.
Yeah, Rage Fist is a really interesting mechanic in that it doesn't reset on the switch out, but the critical hit coming in knocks out the mouse hold immediately. So now there's no more follow me options, but Icy Wind does come out. So now that the Iron Bundle is going to be at -1 stage of speed, it's going to be quite helpful, but I'm not sure if that Iron Bundle, of course, is really, really fast naturally, so I'm not sure if I think the Annihilate should outspeed this Iron Bundle after the Icy Wind is dropped, but we'll have to see how the trainers train their Pokemon. But of course, now Kylan's down to his last 2 Pokemon, as I think John's also down to his last 2 Pokemon as well, so no more switching options left.
No more switching options left, and the Arcanine come quite safely because it's not going to be going into something like that Annihilate. Unfortunately, it's going into 2 special attackers, one of which is super effective against it. Some Arcanine might take the odd hit from a Hydro Pump, or you just pray your opponent misses, but in most cases we could just see a double up, because Annihilate's in a situation now where, yes, it's super bulky, but if you ignore it, it's not going to do anything. It won't get any boost to if it was hit, and it's in a position where if we know the speed, the speed is,
Yeah, the Iron Bundle going for a Protect, just trying to scout out any moves from the opponent. And it actually protects all around, so it looks like this Fluttermane is going to be the only Pokemon trying to attack this turn. Of course, with every Pokemon protecting, it's going to fail. And now next turn, Kylan's quite free to just go for a Rage Fist onto the Iron Bundle. I think the Iron Bundle should get outspeed by the Annihilate, just judging by the way that Kylan went for the double Protect to maybe scout out a potential Protect.
Scouting out Protect or just trying to work out something going on, work out the speed tiers. Arcanine might outspeed, I believe the speed is quite close to these 2 Pokemon. Protect coming out though from the flutter main should put it in a safe situation, should attack her into there. Its 3 speed doesn't do much to the
Oh, the hydro pump connector is it is enough. Oh, with another critical hit. I don't think that critical hit actually matters, but landing that hydro pump was quite critical. So the Iron Bundle was faster than the Annihilate, and of course, actually, yeah, with its base speed being so high, Annihilate is only slightly faster than a Great Tusk. So looks like. Yeah, this game, of course, Iron does have to try and land another Hydro Pump because Arcanine is not going to be knocked out by any ice type moves, and I think it can survive any go. And actually, no, Flutter Mane is at -1 speed, so this is a speedy Arcanine, I believe. So it might actually outspeed the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, I think the Flamenco protect and it could be a good situation, especially with that charcoal intact.
It
Landed
does outspeed.
outspeed, gets the knockout, but now we have a situation of can Flemish get knocked out on Bundle? Bundle has a really nice physical defense stat, but is it anything to this Arcanine? We could maybe reveal this is just like a 252 Arcanine to get sheer damage, sheer speed down, but at the same time, will it be enough to outspeed the Bundle? It is enough.
Oh,
and
it
it'll come
is.
down to
Does
the roll.
it?
Yes,
Does! So even though the Annihilate was not able to survive from that Iron Bundle, the Arcanine just coming in through at the end, picking up 2 key knockouts, just proving that this is probably a really fast Annihilate, and Kylan's probably that way so that after the -1 speed drop from the Icy Wind, the Arcanine can come in and get all those key knockouts. And I think we're just showing that game showcased how strong actually Charcoal Arcanine is. Charcoal is not really an item that Arcanine I've ever seen it carry, but you know, in that game, I think without the Charcoal, I don't think the Iron Bundle would have been knocked out.
I don't think it would be knocked out, and I think it did help a lot. As we were saying at the very start of that battle, that it's one of those items where you have so many other options to boost it, like Choice Band, Life Orb, I guess Muscle Band to an extent, but yeah, Charcoal is like that sweet spot in the middle where you get the 1.2 times boost, but you don't risk taking any damage back to yourself. So I've been attacked by a bird.
Squawkabilly used a U-turn. His final gambit.
But it's one of those things where the item is so unorthodox that you don't mind what's going into you as long as you're getting damage down. Now I think because this bird's being a bit raunchy, I'm gonna cut to a bit of a break just so I can sort it out, and then we'll be back with a player interview as soon as possible. welcome back everybody, and what a great round we just came back from. Of course, you had an amazing, okay, not an amazing run of like all those crits towards the end, but an amazing display of how unorthodox items can come through and be the key to victory in tournaments like this.
That's true. They were, took a while to decide them. I was quite iffy with the booster energy bundle, but I was like, focus Ash allows me to survive some hits and just take a KO or do the speed coverage as well. So it's...
And Charcoal on Arcanine as well, that's something that me and Zoe were sat here and we're like, you often see like a berry or an assault vest or a choice band, but what came across Charcoal? Was it the damage you're getting, or is it just getting like rifle, or
it's it's enough to one hit KO a Mungus like very consistently, and then the damage on Screamtail was just an added bonus really. I was just mostly just getting rid of the Munguses because I don't like the Rage Powder, it's not fun to deal with.
I think this is the very best Pokemon. Of course, use yourself, so I guess you gotta take some and leave the others. But of course, hopefully you don't face too many Mungus in the future rounds, because maybe you can catch a couple off guard with those calcs, or you could just dodge them completely. And but talk about dodging Pokemon, is there any Pokemon else you want to dodge, or is it just that Mungus itself?
It's mostly Sun teams I've been having trouble with. I'm going to adjust slightly to them, because every time I've brought T-Tar, he's either just sort of sitting there, or I'm never picking him, so he's possibly changed to like a counter. Mostly Great Tusk Sun with like Murkrows and Talonflames. They're the main culprits, just for Tailwind, Sunny Day. Then they come in with like a Specs Butter main, and it's just all over.
There are a couple of those floating about today. I think there were some yesterday, so maybe plays by today. So hopefully you don't face them, hopefully maybe you can get the upper hand there. Of course, we'll say as well, like one thing that you did look to be a bit shaky on, which you were forced into, was how you kept being forced into the Arcanine coming in against Annihilates. Is that something that happens often, or is it just kind of like a risk it all and then
it was just a risk it all, because I wasn't worried. I had Bundle in the back at the time, so I was like, if I can Hydro Pump and not miss, I'll be sorted.
Yeah, I think you missed one Hydro Pump unfortunately, and then they got all those crits. So maybe your next opponent's going to get hammered with all the hits and crits. But talking about your next opponent, next people, we're playing a bit of a game on stream today where we're doing like a pick one, pass it on with each Pokemon the player can pick. And I do believe I tried my. Sorry, what's that? Slowking, sorry, yes, so my director just helped me there. The last person picked Slowking for you to have is your pick one, pass it on. It's any Pokemon you pass to the next person who gets interviewed. It can be anything from anywhere, good Pokemon, bad Pokemon, big, small, left, right, anything you want. Then we'll see what they say about it.
Gastrodon.
Gastrodon, okay, that's another strong Pokemon we've had today. Yesterday we had stuff like Vivian and like really stupid things. We're getting a few good ones today. But good luck in your next one of your rounds, and we'll see how your next player reacts to you picking Gastrodon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the final Swiss rounds of the Orpington Sunday PC. We've got two very good trainers, Jack White versus Max Waterman, and running both balanced. Bit of a throwback to the EUIC finals.
Yeah, a bit of a throwback, and yeah, it's a little bit different because we have Iron Hands on Jack's team in place of what normally is that Dragon type Pokemon, and I believe it's just the bread and butter Baxcalibur version coming out from Max. So Max going the version that we saw do very, very well at EYC, and Jack kind of throwing a bit of spanner in the works, maybe thinking, okay, Iron Hands has some good matchups, of course it's really good into Baxcalibur, because if it goes to the Transportation, you can hit it with Wild Charge, if it doesn't, you can start close combating it. That's very, very good, but also has the ability to go for Fake Out, which a lot of players seem to think this team lacks. Is yes, it's balanced, and yes, it has all these strong Pokemon, but sometimes having a very nice pivot or a very nice Fake Out can be that extra little step going further above and beyond for the team.
My eyes are actually really drawn to that Iron Hand set over here. Its Terra type is flying, and it's carrying a Terra Blast. I have never ever seen a Terra Blast Terra Flying Iron Hands before. It's normally a Terra Fire with the safety goggles, or the Assault Vest with the Terra Grass. So, really interesting set, and I wonder if this adjustment is something that's going to come in quite useful for Jack going into this game, because of course Max is carrying a little bit more of a standard team, and I think our players are going into get into the match very, very shortly.
Very, very quickly. I must say that Jack easily wins with all of these nickname teams. Of course, we have seen Heliel, the Flutter main, has been represented in the venue today and yesterday with a really, really good drawing. Trying to work out who did that. Some our own little Banksy has come around. But yeah, the Iron Hands has got a bit of a subtle change. Normally you see Volt Switch in that last slot with the Assault Vest and let it switch in and out to completely reset something like a Fake Out if it goes for it, or just keep it nice and safe going back and forth with a Moongus, especially on this team. I thought you'd see Volt Switch to go back and forth from a Moongus, get to generate back, but just going as a pretty much all-out offensive Iron Hands. So similarly filling that role of Baxcalibur would have filled, which is just another offensive Pokemon. And Iron Hands is nothing to scoff at, nothing to roll an eye at. It is really, really powerful. With Assault Vest, it doesn't need much bulk investment either, and you can probably go max attack and max defense and do loads and loads of damage off the get-go.
Yeah, we saw in EU Malmo how critical Iron Hands was inside, but here we are, the game one of our final Swiss rounds, a Palafin and Mungus versus the Iron Hands and Team Moose. So, that Palafin coming in from Max, maybe he's wanting to realize that he wants some immediate or some really strong damage later on and possibly looking to switch it out this turn or maybe next turn with a Protect this turn.
Yeah, looking to switch it up, get Protect, get the switch. Palafin has so many different tools. We did see in the matchup between Paul Chewer and Nagati in the EOIC that leading Palafin isn't the end of the world because the Terra Water plus Wave Crash normally does enough to get a nice knockout. If it doesn't get a knockout, it puts Pokemon in a situation where it's taken too much damage to really consider continue going forward, or it is forced to switch out and come later in. We do see that switch though, so Max going for the bread and butter. I'll get rid of my Palafin, bring it back, and have it in a nice situation. Arcanine coming in, and there's dropping into down both of these Pokemon, and straight away revealing why this team's so powerful. Every Pokemon has a reason to switch in, and demonstrating there quite quickly where that reason is. As we see, Iron Hands does switch out, go into the own Arcanine, so Intimidate Chop going on the Arcanine, going to annoy a little bit. Amoonguss, not going to care too much. We'll see what Amoonguss goes for from here.
Yeah, Stomping Tantrum coming out from the Tinglu into the Amoonguss does a nice sizable chunk of damage, but Spore of course coming in and a really good switch in from Jack, just reading that maybe there's going to be a Spore coming into that Arcanine slot. Switching in, now this Arcanine has not been intimidated, so it can pick up the knockout onto this Amoonguss if it chooses to. Of course, Amoonguss can go for a Terra or a Protect, or just switch out to try and offset any of the damage that's being done to it by Regenerator.
Regenerator can really help out there, especially when this is a choice band Tinglu. Arcanine helped a little bit by dropping some stats, but given the damage it did a good solid chunk, I'd say just about the 20-30% mark. It's still putting a lot of pressure down, and if you Crystallize, you can't be perked, and it is a fire Terra type, so that means that no further damage drops can put down, you're forced to pivot on the Arcanine and get those drops. Your team doesn't hate doing that, but still is a bit of an inconvenience, especially when you're in such a good position here.
Amoonguss switching out though, bring it in Palafin, and Palafin is going to be scary for both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, hero form Palafin switching in. Now it's able to hit both the Arcanine and the Tinglu for super effective damage. It is hero form. It is so strong. And even though Iron Hands has a nice matchup against it, it's not going to be. Oh, it's going to be taking a Wave Crash first. So the Flare Blitz does not get a burn onto this Palafin. And, the double up from the Tinglu as well. So a nice call from Jack just going into the Palafin. But Palafin also just really bulky, was able to take that with a little bit less than half its health.
Yeah, it takes it quite well. It's revealing how strong that Intimidate was in that turn 1. And of course, a lot of players do go for a lot more of a bulkier Palafin these days because you've got such high attack stat that you don't need to have too much investment in attack. And your speed stat it's pretty middling. It's like base 100, so you're faster than a lot of things, but slower than some things. So a lot of players find that midpoint where it's like, okay, I outspeed what I need to outspeed, put the rest in the bulk. And just revealing why that is so important in matchups like this, because you took those hits so well. Fire to attack, you're going to take them quite nicely anyway, but it's still nice and they're going to take them super duper. CashelToCoast comes on in, and as much as it doesn't like taking those fire to attacks, it has got its ability to proc afterwards if there was the option to go for that. If else, it's switching a really good situation. We see the Terror coming out, maybe taking those water attacks a little bit better from the Palafin, but it does go for Protect, just keep yourself nice and safe with what could come further forward.
Yes, this Arcanine going for Terror Water, just making sure that it's not going to be taking super effective damage. Willow is going into the Palafin, so, Palafin protecting itself, and the Excalibur, of course, managed to get it into a... It's going to take a little bit of a chip damage from that Stomping Tantrum, but at this stage, this Team Blue is... being choice banded, it cannot protect or switch up its moves, but it's doing just quite a good, nice work, just chipping away at the opponent. Of course, there is the Amoonguss in the back for Max, so with the amount of damage that Jax is dealing out, the Amoonguss can at some point just switch in and just go for a Pollen Pop and heal up its teammates.
Yeah, you can go for the Pollen Puff and keep things nice and healthy, as well as itself with that Regenerator. There isn't any sort of manual switch. You have to force yourself to be like, okay, I'm switching the Moongus anti-Moongus. You do see a switch up there coming from Jack from that topic. Seeing what comes in here is the Flutter Mane coming on through, so it is going to be seen if it can be heard out on the field. And it's not putting a lot of immediate pressure out. I do believe the Transpiration still sticks around. Flare Blitz going into the Palafin though doesn't get too far, but it could get a burn. Doesn't get the burn. A Wave Crash coming out. Goes to Flutter Mane. Flutter Mane isn't going to enjoy that one bit, but at least that took it, and not that Tinglu, who is choice banned, can maybe start putting pressure on. Especially now this Arcanine isn't with the Earthquake, so it could maybe live a little bit. As for Crash, does a little bit of a clean up towards the end, but doesn't get all it wants to.
Yeah, this Palafin is now heavily chipped, so I think does Jack's Arcanine carry extreme speed? It does, so it will be able to get an extreme speed off before the Palafin can go for any Aqua Jets, or Jet Punches, sorry. And of course, the Palafin can possibly protect this turn, trying to switch in the Amoonguss and then go for a Pollen Puff, but the fact that the extreme speed's priority is faster than Jet Punch means that the Palafin isn't going to be having a very good time on the field right now. And of course, with the Iron Hands as well on the field, just being able to go for a Fake Out if it chooses to, both the Excalibur and the Palafin can go for a Protect, I believe. So, it's easy. Max could easily just go for double Protect, but of course, the Palafin is going to switch out, just not wanting to take any extreme speeds. And Arcanine coming in, dropping the attack of both the physical attackers on Jack's side.
Yeah, Jack not liking this as much as we saw when he brought his Arcanine in. Both Pokemon being physical are going to be at a deficit. Flare Blitz comes on through, goes into what is now the Arcanine, and does a minimal bit of damage. And that's really good there from Max, because Max is put in a position now where yes, you're getting the drops down, but you're also forcing that little bit more chip damage on the Arcanine, which can come in handy later on, now that it's terrestrialized. And given there's a attack drop on one of the most prominent attackers on Jack's side, which is that Iron Hand, it might be forced to switch out again, which is just a gateway opening for Max just to maybe double into that slot, or to be a bit more coercing and be like, okay, I'll get damage down as and where I can. And then, even if it is that Tinglu switching in, both these Pokemon can throw a lot of damage down Tinglu, maybe go for a burn, because you can't prevent the burn in the situation you're in, because Terrestrialization has already been used.
Yeah, Max has all 4 of his Pokemon left, whereas Jack has is now down to 3 because he lost his Fluttermane upon the switch in. But Arcanine just switching out, maybe just trying to reset that Intimidate because it's either I think he took another Intimidate earlier, or maybe it was just that -1. But Team Blue coming in, it's going to be a really good Pokemon into both the Arcanine and the Baxcalibur. We're going to see a Terra coming straight out, possibly from the Baxcalibur. Yes, it is, and that's going to be a Terra Poison, so going to be able to take a lot of super effective fighting types very well. But I wonder if Jack went for any electric types, just trying to guess or trying to predict that Terra, and Glade Rush just not doing that much damage.
Layla's doing not much damage, and Will-O-Wisp doing nothing whatsoever. Close combat comes on through, isn't going to reach that Terrestrial, but still does a nice chunk of damage. The Terrestrial probably that helped it survive, and also put the Iron Hands in a situation where it's got its attack drop, its defense drop, sorry. But now we can see Arcanine coming back in, which I think Jack might be opting to try and do. But then that's a case of you've got that in. What are you going to do to teach your Pokemon? You can't burn a Excalibur, you can't really rush up the Arcanine, and you just forced it into that pivot back and forth. Of course, Ting-Lu though can go for a risky little Earthquake to maybe try and clean up completely. It is Choice Band, so it might break through everything. Yeah, she might accidentally knock out your Arcanine, but I think in that situation, Arcanine would have done its job and just allow the Iron Hands in the back to come in and just, take a couple names, try and show you don't mess with these hands because they're the ones that are going to be coming at you. It might be a bit close going to that later game, but I think both players are quite neck and neck as we see the switch out happening on Jack's side.
Yeah, this Baxcalibur is holding a clear amulet, so there is absolutely no way for Jack to actually reduce the damage output of this Baxcalibur. And yeah, we can see that animation coming off. So Arcanine being put at -1, but it might be just going for a Will-O-Wisp to try and neutralize the damage. And the Ting-Lu is going to take quite a big hit from both the Arcanine and Baxcalibur. The double up just is enough to knock it out. And of course, with the open team sheets, Max recognized that the Ting-Lu was unable to protect, so it was quite easy to just double up into it and get that knockout.
Yeah, go over that double up and just clean up the field completely. No matter what combination moves you went in with that was probably going to be a knockout, if not closer, putting the team in a position where it was doing nothing much for that game. It does open up the ability to go for a fake out on Jack's side. But if then that's the case of you're faking something out and it's not really doing the most damage. Protect comes through though, so Max probably reading into that thinking Jack has to go for a fake out into something, and go for that switch. You can just fake out the Palafin slot. Arcanine comes straight back in. If you fake out what's now protected, you've now wasted your fake out. Flare Blitz does go on through, goes into the Palafin, and that's good news for Jack getting a knockout, but bad news as well because Arcanine just comes back in. And we see even more attack drops, and Pokemon aren't the highest amount of HP, but are both typings or maybe have a certain amount of investment that they're probably going to take a few more hits and put a lot of pressure down just by being a bulky Pokemon.
Jack's Pokemon, of course, Jack being down to his last 2 Pokemon also means that he's unable to switch out and reset any of the Intimidate attack drops. So Max can, with some careful positioning, switch around, get the Among Us in maybe, and get some health back for his Pokemon because there is a very bulky full health Iron Hands on the field, and Iron Hands is a Pokemon that it's very difficult to knock out in one hit. Of course, I think Max might be trying to go for some Will-O-Wisps to try and neutralize and lower the damage output of that Iron Hands, but it did miss in that previous turn, so we'll see if it is able to land Will-O-Wisp in this turn.
If you get that Will-O-Wisp down, it pretty much seals the deal with damage going down. Glade Rush at about 50%. Will-O-Wisp does miss on the protect, sorry. So reading into that Arcanine being a water type now, it's like, you know what, I can start getting some damage down to you. Wild Charge does get the knockout onto the Baxcalibur. Sorry, it's because I always get Terra types confused with the Terra slides. It's like, hang on, that's what type it normally is. But it gets knocked out on the Baxcalibur, but then it's in a situation where Mugus can come back in and can start putting things to sleep. It can start just going for bottom pass. It's not the strongest move, but it is a move nonetheless. Arcanine can maybe Flare Blitz it. It can't Terrestrialize anymore, but then what do you do from there? If something's asleep or something doesn't get knocked out, Mungus could just start redirecting, sleeping everything, qualifying everything. It's a funny little mushroom. Flare Blitz going out into Arcanine, doing very minimal damage, to see what retaliation is from Max's side, if any.
And Will-O-Wisp is going to come out but misses once again. This Arcanine is not having a good time being able to go for any Will-O-Wisp, but close combat does a lot to this Arcanine, even though this Iron Hands is at -1. But with the Among Us on the field, Eye, it's able to go for a Pollen Puff, but it does put the Iron Hands to sleep this turn. And my guess is that it's probably going to, or Max is trying to position in a way that the Arcanine can get Pollen Puff the next turn, because we just saw that at -1, Jack's Arcanine was really not doing any damage to Max's Arcanine, and I don't think at -1 the Among Us is going to be knocked out by any Flare Blitzers.
Yeah, Moongus will probably take a few more Flare Blitzers than normally would from the case if it wasn't dropped. And of course, we can maybe rely on the Turn and Wake Up to have that double up be just enough to edge it over. But being a Grass and Poison type, Poison really deals with that fighting type coming from the Iron Hands, and Grass deals really well with the Electric type. It does 50% from a Flare Blitz, so edging it towards a bit of a scary zone. The Deciduous Berry just will activate. Moongus will be around a little bit longer and could quite easily spore into the Arcanine, get that thing asleep as well. And then it's going to be a bit of a roulette of which one of Jack's Pokemon wakes up. Is it the one you want to wake up? But actually, as the Pollen Puff goes in, 10% of 10 HP, taking advantage of Terastallization, makes it now weak, well, not weak, but weaker to those bug type attacks.
Yes, that extreme speed is going to come out. I wonder, I don't know if that'll pick up the knockout. It might come pretty close, but of course, if this Iron Hands stays asleep this turn, I think there's a very good chance that the Among Us on Max's side is going to be able to get a Pollen Puff off onto its partner Arcanine and bring it back to maybe the orange turn. Extreme Speed comes out and is not enough to knock it out. Arcanine is able to survive it quite a bit, so now Jack's Arcanine is going to get knocked out by the Extreme Speed, and we are left to see whether or not this Iron Hands can wake up immediately this turn.
If it wakes up, it's a little bit better scenario. Rage Fighter comes in through, makes that scenario a little less better for Jack, but it can still be a funny one if it wakes up. But the sleep does determine to stay around, and now to see what comes up from here, because Arcanine can just start going for any move. Like Flare Blitz can probably do a big chunk of damage, and then Pollen Puff go into either of these targets to make sure that everything's healthy. Extreme Speed comes out though, doing a nice chunk, and Rage Powder, so really just trying to control the field rather than trying to stay nice and healthy. Let's see if the wake up does happen, see what it goes for, see if Jack's going for Terra Blast comes through, actually will go around those attack drops with special attack, but we all know that it's not going to be a special attacker here on the Iron Hands, and it does seem the forfeit is coming out in game 1, goes to Max, and but because the balanced teams could just be a repeat quite quickly and use the tools he has in his arsenal to change things up and take that game 2.
Yeah, I think with any adjustments for game 2, for instance, that Iron Hands carrying Terra Blast, it is the Terra Flying. So had Jack saved the Terra Water option from this Arcanine and went for maybe a late game Terra Flying onto this Arcanine, onto his Iron Hands, it might have been a bit of a different game, because even though the Arcanine went for the Terra Water, we saw later on that the Palafin never actually attempted to hit it, and also by being a water type, it was actually susceptible to getting burned. Of course, Max missed all of his Will-O-Wisps onto that Arcanine, so it didn't really end up mattering. So, I wonder if that's a kind of adjustment that Jack will do going into game 2, just maybe trying to save that Terra option for the late game where there's an Among Us and he really needs to hit it for super effective damage.
Yeah, he could do that, or he could just have that bluff very, very early on, just get rid of the Among Us and stop him from doing anything. We'll see if that is the case with going into this game 2. We are flying quite quickly. Iron Hands should be doing if it goes for Terastallization. If not, we'll see what Jack wants to do as we do come in. Of course, Singapore, I think, wins the game of the trainer icon.
He does indeed.
Jack has the bread and butter one.
The butter Azumarill is so called. Palafin and Among Us coming in, so not Palafin and Arcanine on Jack's side. So Palafin coming in once more, but this time Jack has switched it up with his own Palafin and an Iron Hands.
Yeah, so Palafin coming in on Jack's side is going to be a bit of a detriment just because of what has happened with the Intimidate. So it is forced to go for a pretty quick switch out, and then bring Palafin in later. That's not the end of the world of Palafin though, because most players in this matchup will maybe lead Palafin. Have the similar case of what we saw with Paul Dua versus Nagati again, where it's just go for damage, something will get knocked out. We do see that Translation coming out very, very early from the Iron Hand, which could be a bit of a change. Although it did actually come out again. Let's switch.
I saw him hover over. I'm not too sure whether or not he went for, but of course this Among Us is going to come in, so there is a Terra. Did he predict that Among Us switch in and go for the Terra Blast, Terra Flying into this Iron Hands? I am so curious.
It is going to be be a very curious interaction. Of course, there was the attack drop from the Arcanine.
Yes.
This is still going to be big damage if it goes up. If it does go through. Wave Crash, though, going for that double up. So really reading the books, maybe thinking, if Paul can do this, I can do it too. And Cha-Cha-Cha there, an amazing song from Eurovision. Will-O-Wisp coming out, goes into the Iron Hand. So Arcanine must have got some glasses between these two games. Now hitting all his moves, but we'll see how much it does because it could gauge for Jack what he goes for in the rest of his turn.
Yes, this Terra Blast is going to come out. He's going to hit the Amoonguss. So very good call, just predicting the Amoonguss switch. And unfortunately, because of that Intimidate drop, Palafin being in its 0 form, and also the Iron Hands at -1, also being burnt, the Amoonguss was able to survive a really strong Terra Blast with in the green. Didn't even proc its Citrus Berry. And I think this turn, Jack is looking at switching out his Palafin because the Palafin at -1 really cannot do anything to this Amoonguss. And it's not carrying a safety goggle, so it'll just easily get redirected. And Palafin is going to want to switch out anyway to get that hero form back later on.
He's moving to that hero form back later on. Jack is going for a lot of options to try and figure out what to do. It does switch out, so it is going to be coming back later on, and it's losing the attack drop as well. With Arcanine in a situation where it's now on the field, and the switch game is kind of manipulated. Arcanine does swap out though, so he's going to come back later to drop this Iron Hands even further. With Palafin coming in from Max in its hero form, it's donned his little rubber gloves and is ready to hit the action on the switch out as well of the Iron Hands. So everything is having a bit of a switch around. You see the Fluttermane coming back on in. That can put a lot of pressure down on both of these Pokemon. There's another switch as well. It's a rolling door of Pokemon, and then we see Excalibur coming in, who isn't gonna like seeing this Fluttermane, but can just trust guys away that weakness. But players who play Palance will often know that is the case, and we couldn't just see a double up into the Amoonguss to try and get rid of that, if anything.
Wow, I think we've just seen with that double switch from both players. All players have revealed all 4 of their Pokemon to each other, and this Excalibur is probably not going to enjoy facing down a Fluttermane, but of course it is the Terra Poison type, so it can go for that option if it chooses to. Neither player has gone for the Terra option, so both of them just trying to preserve it in the end. Of course, the Palafin is now really, really strong, being able to hit that Fluttermane for really big damage. Of course, with an Amoonguss on the field, being able to go for the Rage Powder, it might be able to redirect it, but Amoonguss is going to switch out one more time, and Palafin coming in again. So many switches coming out from both these turns from players just trying to reposition into a better board state.
Getting that board state is hard to match up. The Palance mirror is always who can play Palance best, and Palance's best asset is it can switch into anything. Both players really trying to get this edge on. The Transformation does come on through, so it's going to take its hits a little bit better. But we could remember seeing Jack switch things up and go for a Shadow Ball, but his move bust coming out still does a solid chunk. And you see what comes from that. Wave Crash is going to come on through. Probably going to get a knockout on the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane has done a decent job. It's got some damage down, and it's put it back to a situation where Palafin can maybe hit into it quite hard now because it's lost its resistance to the water type moves. And we see the Ice type attack does nothing from that Ice Crash. So I really Pokemon coming in. Yes, the Iron Hands is burned, but it hasn't got the Intimidate drop that it had earlier in the match, and it can also go for a Fake Out just to make sure something isn't moving for that one turn. If else, it's got super effective damage into that Palafin, who, even if it could Terra, normally goes for that Terra Water anyway.
Yeah, I take back what I said earlier when I said both the trainers have gone for the Terra. Actually, we saw the turn 1 Terra flying from this Iron Hands, and now I wonder if the Arcanine is going to switch in from Max because he's staring down at 2 physical attackers, and Excalibur is going to be taking neutral damage from that Palafin, and I'm not sure if it'll be able to survive a Wave Crash. Of course, we do see now a switch out possibly into this. Oh, it's actually an Amoonguss, so trying to keep its teammates healthy, but wonder if a Fake Out is going to come out from this Iron Hands.
See if Iron Hand doesn't the Fake Out, it hits into attack, Pokemon has to switch. Wave Crash comes on out, goes into Amoonguss, does a nice chunk of damage, putting it closer and closer to Citrus Berry. You see Wild Charge come out as well, so there's a double up to come as maybe possible. That will likely proc that berry if it has proc. And it hasn't been proc this game, that was going to freeze the game 1. And then now Amoonguss is a lot healthier, can start going from maybe a Pollen Path into the Excalibur, or can just start putting things to sleep. It's going to do very little damage to the there's now Assault Vest Terra flying Iron Hands, but it can still put the pressure on that Spore, and it can still put the pressure on
onto the Paladin, but just getting that thing to sleep and stopping it from doing any damage to either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, this Excalibur, of course, is now able to actually hit the Iron Hands for super effective damage with this Ice type moves, whereas the Iron Hands can't actually hit the Excalibur for with any super effective fighting type moves. So it's looking quite. Max at the moment, I think, probably has a slightly better position. Of course, Wave Crash is going to come out and it's enough to knock out this Excalibur. So just making sure that the Iron Hands, even though it's burned, it's going to be able to survive this turn and not take any super effective Ice type moves. And now we're going to see what this Iron Hands went for, which is a Terra Blast, and I don't think that is going to be enough to knock out these Among Us.
It might be not enough, but it does put it below 50%. Spore comes out and goes into the Paladin, which isn't the end of the world for Jack, because Jack has just, shown to Max, I have my Terra Blast ready to go into, and even with the burn, I'm still doing a decent chunk. It might live on a sliver, it might just get it. We'll have to see what goes through. I do believe Arcanine still is in the back though, so it is going to be able to come in, it can get that drop on the attack. And Paladin being asleep maybe wants to switch out in a situation, because if it's going to stack up attack drops while sleeping, it's not going to be very happy. There is that Arcanine, and now it can threaten Will-O-Wisp onto this now asleep Paladin. Paladin can maybe hope for a high roll or some sort of wake up and go for the Jet Punch. So many different things can happen, and it'll just come down to what Jack feels the best option was. Haze works in many matchups. Other than your Dondozo matchup, and can maybe heal away any of those stat drops. That just relies on you waking up. The Amoonguss does switch out, and it's replaced in by the Paladin, with this Paladin is awake and healthy in comparison to its contender.
Yeah, so Paladin from Jack's side taking its mandatory first turn of sleep there, whereas it's going to get hit by a Flare Blitz. It's probably going to survive this turn on 22 HP, so, it is going to get knocked out the next turn, and Wild Charge coming out from this Iron really, that does a nice bit of chunk, but of course, it's at -1 and it is burn, and this Arcanine being able to land that burn earlier, just heavily neutralizing this Iron Hands, which is normally really, really heavily offensive. And now that this Paladin on Jack's side can actually wake up this turn, so there is a chance that it might be able to wake up and say, go for a haze to try and reset, but I think we caught a glimpse of what Jack was trying to do by sending in the Amoonguss and maybe just trying to make sure that his team is able to recover health through Pollen Puffs.
Yeah, trying to heal through Pollen Puff and just make sure that he's staying nice and healthy. And also getting that loop of the regenerator is always very good, especially when both Pokemon within this loop are super bulky themselves. Protect coming out though from the Paladin on that wake up, meaning it'll have another turn just to sit quite comfortably. It does open you up to maybe a Will-O-Wisp later, because now Jack has to think, do I go for a Pollen Puff to make myself healthy for risk of Will-O-Wisp, or go for a Rage Powder to keep the Will-O-Wisp away, but also put myself in a position where I'm not as healthy. With Extreme Speed and Jet Punch both being options though, it is just going to be a bit of a bad sight, and all Max has to do is call which Pokemon is going to be targeted by which. Most likely it'll be the Jet Punch of the Paladin, and Extreme Speed the Amoonguss get the most damage as possible, if not just Flare Blitzing the Amoonguss, if they do choose to do so. So it'll come down to where those moves go. We do see a switch out coming through though, so just keeping things safe, and with the burn Iron Hands going back in, we'll see what damage it does receive from these following turns. The 3P does come out and does a nice little chip damage for the Paladin to follow up with.
Ooh, substitute coming in from the Paladin, just trying to dodge any spores coming in. Of course, Jack with his burnt Iron Hands and an Amoonguss doesn't have as much damage output compared to Max, which has a relatively more healthy Paladin, which is now sitting really nicely behind a sub. So we did see previously that the Iron Hands can deal quite a bit of damage to both the Amoonguss, and without the substitute, I think the Iron Hands would have probably knocked it out. But of course, now that this Paladin is sitting behind a substitute, Jack, if he doubles into that Paladin to try and knock it out, he's going to risk maybe the Paladin going for a Protect.
Yeah, you could risk Paladin going for Protect, which it'll be a shitty situation, because you have to break for a substitute to get this game to continue. Jet Punch comes up through and does a nice chunk to the Iron Hands, and it's putting the pressure on more and more. Flare Blitz comes out, goes into the Amoonguss, who does not take it one bit, and then now forces the situation on the field where Iron Hands is sat in front of two super powerful Pokemon. It can Wild Charge to break that substitute. Will that substitute breaking be enough to bring it itself to follow a playback? Arcanine can start looping, it can start just going for any damage it may want to, just to make sure that this thing is minimalized to the complete T. If not, it's a situation where because it's burn, you can just start throwing damage down at it. We do see that there's a Paladin coming in,
can maybe jet punch Arcanine to try and put a bit of pressure down it, but Extreme Speed and jet punch both exist from Max side of the field and put that further pressure on and pretty much forces the protect from this turn one. Let's see if Max reads into this or if Jack is going to be advantageous and gets crucial knockouts late in the game.
Yes, so the Palafin protecting, just trying to save itself from any extreme speed. Of course, because it's at now 22 HP, if it tries to go for any wave crashes, it will knock itself out from the recall. The Iron Hands is going to go down from Max's Palafin, so now it's a heavily damaged Palafin against Max's team. And I believe he also still has the Among Us in the back, so it's looking like a very steep uphill battle for Jack here, because this Palafin is looks like it's going to be in range of that extreme speed, as you called out earlier.
Yeah, it's regular speed with regular jet punch, and Max reads that as every page in the book and gets a clean and swift knockout, giving Jack a situation where he's gone down and Max is winning it, obviously. So Max is pretty much guaranteed, if not very close to top cut. Jack, maybe we'll have to try and clasp at the very bottom at the top of that 8th place position, but we wish both luck to both players, but it was a very good game. It was very back and forth. That's what we love to see from teams like Palance, where it's like, it has every tool in the box pretty much to, throw something at your opponent, whether that be just switching or attacking or, burning, taunting. Everything is on those teams, and that's, I personally like those sort of teams because it's not just a one-trick pony. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah, the team style of these balanced teams is that you don't go for the big knockouts, you don't try to set up, it's just good positioning, being able to survive hits, and being able to slowly chip away your opponents and slowly deplete their resources until it eventually comes to a point where your opponents run out of Pokemon, they can't really switch around as much anymore, and the damage is just mitigated. But I'm sure we're going to want to hear from the winner of that last round, Max himself, so we're going to cut to a short break while we get the winner ready, and we'll be back. Hello, Pokemon trainers. We are here with Max Waterman, the winner of the final round of Swiss, so guaranteeing himself a spot in the top 8. Max Waterman. So, Max, that was a really cool balanced team. Like, we just saw a masterclass on positioning and getting your Pokemon in the right places. And just wanted to ask a little bit about your team, and you've got a substitute Palafin.
Yeah, it's mostly a standard team, but I was running substitute Palafin because I felt like sub would be useful for like Among Us and stuff, and I figured I could put Clear Smog on the Among Us. I saw Gatti using it, so I figured that would be a good strategy.
Yeah,
It worked out well there.
we saw it was a really good call when you subbed in front of the Among Us, so you couldn't actually go for a spawn juice. And just wanted to ask a little, you were playing yesterday as well, right? Was it the same? Did you have the same team running back to back?
I just changed Tinglu to the Terra Water, but other than that, it's the same teams yesterday.
Cool. Well, kind of when you were in team preview, obviously the two teams, like Jack had a fairly similar team because it was also a Palafin, Among Us, kind of Arcanine balance style. Well, did you have like a bit of a flowchart going into those kinds of teams?
Yeah, it's usually like just bring those four against them, but his team was a bit different to mine. He brought like different Pokemon, so I was able to like pivot around a bit more because he had Assault Vest and he had choice users, the choice band Tinglu, so I was able to like protect around and switch around, whereas he couldn't as easily, so that helped a bit in the matchup.
Yeah, you played around that Ting Lu quite well in game one. I thought just doubling into it, knowing that you couldn't protect it. So, of course, this being PC, are you coming to any further, like say, Turin next week, or NAIC or Worlds?
No, I'm not playing in those, but I'm going to like Worlds just casually.
All right, yeah, that'll be fun. Just going as like a holiday kind of trip and spectating, or just.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. That's really nice. And just wanted, so we've been playing a little bit of a game on stream where the winner of the previous round will give us a Pokemon, and then we try to build a team around it. So the winner of our last round gave us Gastrodon, and we could ask you to build a team around. Well, the questions for pink or blue Gastrodon. Only one correct answer. Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Okay. So, yes, continue on for the interruption.
Not really thought about Gastro much, but I guess just like the standard like Arcanine, like main Iron Hands, those kind of things, like kind of bulky, balance kind of thing, and maybe you could use like Grimmsnarl as well.
Yeah.
Those would be a good 5 Pokemon. Yeah. I don't know what you'd use like as 6.
Maybe Among Us.
Maybe like Among Us, yeah.
It's
like
a balanced team, yeah.
grass.
I think Gastrodon will work really, really well on a balanced team. So now that we've built this team, we're going to ask you to throw that to the next round winner and give them a Pokemon that they can build around. You can use a not very good Pokemon, like, you can use a Spewpa if you want to make it very challenging. You can
use an interesting one.
Wochen.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fun one. That's a lot of people's favorite Pokemon, or favorite treasure or ruin. But no, it's a bit hard to use because it takes a bit of setup. But thanks very much for your really interesting ideas, and thanks for giving us the Wochen idea, because I'm sure we'll see our next time we're going to try and build a team around that. So we're going to cut into a short break while we sort out the pairings for the top 8, and I'm sure we will all see Max very shortly soon. So see you, everyone.
See you.
welcome back everybody to the Orpington Sunday PC stream. We are here with our first top 4 match, which is against Taran Birdie, last night's champion, against Daniel, who we had on stream earlier, and had the fairly normalish Goldengo Great Tussle team. And Taran, I believe, is bringing the same team as yesterday, just playing it safe and wanting to get a double victory with the same 6 Pokemon and showing how dominant they are.
Both these players are really, really experienced at BGC, and I think at this stage they're probably both just playing for the experience, and Taran probably trying to get that double win, with a very nice bragging rights to say that you've won the double PC, and 60 CP for a weekend, that's pretty good for considering that PCs don't normally tend to offer that much CP, but if you can get a double win, then 60 CP, almost, I think that's the equivalent of a top 64 at a regional.
I think it's quite close. I lose track of all the points that you can get, but it also means he's hit his best finish limit with both firsts, which is really, really good because you guarantee you get both those sets of points rather than the weird calculations that everyone does and show you. I don't get it, but our players hopefully do, and hopefully Taran could take it to the full extent and get 60 points. Push him further into that day 2 race as well, just getting a bit more of a cushion. Try and get to day 2, and hopefully he can just play that cushion into the next game we have coming up, because I do believe the players are ready to go through.
Yeah, I think the players are doing their team preview selection now. So we've got Taran on the left and Daniel on the right, the left, and then Taran on the right. So I think looking at both these teams, they do have that Murkrow element, which brings a bit of a hyper offense, but both teams have some very bulky Pokemon, like the Mouse Hold with the Friend Guard being able to just protect its teammates from or reduce the damage of its teammates, and Murkrow being a bit of a recurring Pokemon, but this weekend just coming a lot of players just running it, and Tailwind and Sunny Day just proving to be really useful.
Really very useful, and we've seen it across all 8 divisions of all different styles as well. I do see that both players have that Sunny Day variant, so it's like if someone's setting up a Sunny Day and someone's going to be putting a lot of damage down. Who does it, depends, but it's that same situation we had with that seniors match you shooting at the very start, which is if one person sets up the Sunny Day, you're activating a large portion of the game plan for the other player, so you just give them a front foot. So even though you're not putting damage down, you're not not putting damage down, not doing nothing, it's still a case of the opponent has that mind game of, if you set up Sunny Day, I have Chi-Yu to go for that Storm Fighter attack, I have Fluttermake at the boost, I have Great Tusk at the boost. The other Pokemon don't really mind it, but are still going to be sat there quite helping dandy. We'll see what Pokemon are brought for that option, see if our players go strict that Sun mode on that turn 1, or we're going to play it safe as we do come in to this first game of the top 4.
So here we are, game 1 of top 4, Taran Birdie versus Daniel Bisley, and Taran is going to lead with the Murkrow Great Tusk versus the Murkrow and Fluttermane. So tailwind options coming out from both sides, and also Sunny Day as well. I think Taran's Great Tusk is going to be the choice Scarf variant, so if both Murkrows decide to tailwind at the same time, that Great Tusk is still going to outspeed the Fluttermane. Now, I don't think, unless it goes for a headlong rush, I don't believe it is going to be able to knock out that Fluttermane in one hit, but is it going to go for a Rock Slide and just go for the flinches?
If it goes for Rock Slide flinches, it hits directly onto Murkrow, and it also, the flinch is always nice to have, but it's also that mind game of, will each player pull off the tailwind? Because if one player goes tailwind and one doesn't, then it's just it feels like you can put the pressure on. Like Taran can maybe want to go for the Sunny Day, thinking I'm choice Scarf, I shall speed normally. Murkrow though does go for tailwind on Daniel's side of the field, making sure it is as fast as possible right into it, and then Taran retaliates with his own tailwind, which means that this Great Tusk is guaranteed to go as fast as possible. It goes to that headlong rush.
Is that it? Oh. One hit knockout onto that Fluttermane, so knocked out without being able to do anything. And of course, this Fluttermane is the choice Specs variant, so it was unable to protect. And there is, of course, Daniel could have switched into a Dragonite if he had it in the back, but as we see now from the team on the screen, there is no Dragonite, so Daniel is going to be taking neutral or super effective damage from that Great Tusk, which is locked into Headlong Rush. Of course, the Murkrow isn't going to care too much, but Murkrow doesn't have the best offensive presence on the field.
Murkrow doesn't have an offensive presence. It has got Foul Play, which, for both these Murkrows, as it is a complete mirror match right now on the field, can hit into either Great Tusk, can go for something like a Foul Play and do as much damage as possible. It's got a decent physical defense, but especially for Taran's one, which has taken that hit already to put itself on the negative defense, is going to take a little bit more from the foul play, and Daniel could probably execute on that and could probably say, okay, I'll get a bit of chip damage down, put a bit of pressure on you, can easily double up. They're both choice scouts, so we could see speed time after speed time after speed time, but whoever goes first could be in their decision. But we do see Taran does have the switch out, just covering, maybe go with one switch moves. If Gyarados comes in, we'll get an attack drop, and it means that any ground type moves will definitely not be hitting anything on this field, essentially forcing a rock slide if that was a move of choice, as it is coming out.
You've called it out exactly. And that rock slide does a lot to Gyarados with a critical hit. So Gyarados not really having a good time and flinching the Murkrow. So Taran just unable to get a single attack off this turn. Gyarados is going to feint to a double up from the foul play and that critical hit rock slide. So Gyarados switched in. It did manage to get that Great Tusk down to -1 attack. Of course, it did manage to get fainted for all of his troubles, but you know, now that the Flutter Mane has come in, it is quite it's seen that the Great Tusk is locked into the rock slide. It will be taking a bit less damage, and if it doesn't get flinched, it should be able to get an attack off.
If it doesn't get flinched, it should be able to find to go forward, but you know, young players have to try not put too many eggs in that one basket of going for flinch. Of course, Great Tusk, you know, being faster Flutter Mane, you can just, you know, probably put damage down. You can sneeze at most Flutter Manes and they'll go down. If not, you can go for that double up with the foul play as well. You can switch. You can do a plethora of things. You can risk it and go for Sunny Day and hope that the Sunny Day boost to the photosynthesis is enough for the rock slide to get a knockout, and also get a flinch on the Flutter Mane, or even get a knockout of Flutter Mane. But that is also the risky run of boosting your opponent's Flutter Mane, which we do say is a switch out, is a play, as Golden Go comes in, who might enjoy, or who definitely enjoy a Fairy Tail attack, but definitely won't enjoy any Shadow Balls. That thing comes through,
Ooh.
gets the Murkrow, and then leaves the Golden Go on nice chunk of HP. And I do believe Taran is choice locked as well, so you know, you can't go for the Shadow Ball. This also swap as Brave Bird comes out to go for a more offensive Murkrow than what we've seen earlier today. And just a little bit more chip damage, putting your Golden Go a little bit lower. The leftovers will come back, make it a bit more comfortable, especially the Pokemon in front of it. And Great Tusk can come back in and probably just go for another Rock Slide or even a Headlong Rush to try and get the ball rolling again.
Yes, this Golden Go, of course, is not a Terra Flying type, so it cannot dodge any Earthquakes if the Great Tusk goes for it, which means that Daniel obviously was not going to want to lock into that Earthquake. So the options that Daniel has left now, because now that he's down to his last two Pokemon, whatever move he chooses to lock into for his Great Tusk, that's the move that he has to use for the remainder of this game. And it looks like he's going to lock into Rock Slide, which is going to be the safest play for him, because there's always that chance to flinch. Of course, Taran still has the Murkrow left, so if the Murkrow is still able to survive once Tailwind runs out, it can now go for another Tailwind and just ensure that his side is going to be the faster Pokemon moving on.
Yeah, you can show that little speed, and with Murkrow being gone on Daniel's side, that is not an option whatsoever. We see a Terastallization coming out, which is coming from Daniel, which is most likely going into the Great Tusk. Make sure it can take some hits a bit more. Fire typing means that Fairy type moves will be doing less damage, and we're going to go already being in a nice type for those Fairy type attacks. Isn't really going to be overly bothered. Rock Slide comes on now. Let's see if it does not get knocked out on Murkrow, but then in a really good position. The Shadow Ball comes on out. Would have been really nice to see that double with the make it range. Just will not want to drop any stat. Get that Flutter Mane gone, and gone is what has been done. As Murkrow sits there, does get Brave Bird off, but you know, it's not really going to do too much because that fighting type has been lost on the Great Tusk.
Yeah, Great Tusk also has fantastic physical defense, and Murkrow is actually going to knock itself out from that recoil of the Brave Bird. So Taran also down to his last two Pokemon, and I think Tailwind is either going to run out this turn, or yes, it does run out this turn, of course. That didn't really matter because both players had the Tailwind up, but now we get to see which Great Tusk is the faster one, or whether or not it was a speed type. So Taran's actually, he's actually down to his last Pokemon. So Taran's Great Tusk is actually quite free to just go for the Earthquake because there's no more teammates to worry about. And of course, the Golden Go is, for actually both Great Tusk and Golden Go are going to be hit super effectively. So if there's no flinch coming off onto the Great Tusk on Taran's side, then I think Taran might be able to clinch out this game.
Taran could maybe finish the game out with a damage roll with can pressure. With Earthquake can do a lot. It does come down to speed ties, and mostly on these teams, since it's just that, you know, good old hyper offense, get Sun activated and do damage sort of style of team, it is normally just 2-5-2, 2-5-2 across the board. And we see a Terastallization coming out there, which could be the Terrafire in return. So both these both of these great tusks, Terra Steel actually, but both great tusks now at the pressure of they're now even weaker to the opposing great tusk attack. And although you can see him from Goldengo, Rockside comes through,
Does
but
a
it's
flinch.
easy to rely on the
Oh.
flinch. There's that hit rush though, doesn't quite grab it, and Taran can take the field from here. The drops are going to be a bit annoying, and we haven't seen the speed did go in favour of Daniel, but
Yeah.
you never call it this end, like this close to the end.
Yeah, at this stage, I think Daniel is going to require a lot of rock slide flinches and connects to be able to get it in. So there's one rock slide coming off. Does a flinch? It does not. So Taran is going to take this game 1 onto the Great Tusk. The Headlong Rush is going to easily be enough to knock out that Terror Fire Great Tusk on Daniel's side. So it was a few points during that game where he could have swung either way, but I think Taran preserving that Great Tusk. Making sure that once the Great Tusk had its terror baited out, it was able to take those super effective headlong rushes, and really well played from both players, and I'm really excited to see what happens in game 2.
Yeah, so that was in game 2, of course. That late game where it was a case of, we had to see Daniel relying on the flinches, but at the same time, the more he flinched, the less stat drops were coming off of Taran's one, which meant that it was going to be doing a static level of damage, barring a crit or any other high roll or whatever could have happened in that situation. So it was either hope that it's like the minuscule chance of getting flinch after flinch after flinch, or just have a nice pattern of flinch survive, but you're not really going to do that with how strong a Great Tusk is, and just putting that pressure on immediately, maybe just thinking, okay, Rockside was my safest play going for the rest of the game, and then Taran preserving the Great Tusk, meaning that it was going to take those hits regardless. I do believe the fighting type, a lot of the ground type also resists rock quite well, so it would have taken that very, very well, and it was just a position where no matter what happened, maybe just a bit of a trastization just for the glitz and glamour, but took it even further, just guaranteeing damage was thrown out, and that hit on the rush at the end.
Yes, I think Taran might have gone for the Terror Steel in case he got flinched, and if the Golden Go then went for the Mecha Rain, he could have at least resisted a bit of it. But I mean, I think in that game, of course, we did see Taran get flinched, I think twice or 3 times. So he did get a little bit unlucky, but with proper positioning and just really good, slow, controlled gameplay, he was able to take that game back. Because I think there were at several points where he had the Great Tusk out, and I thought, that was Great Tusk against Great Tusk and Golden Go. I thought that it might be looking a little bit dangerous, because had the Great Tusk managed to flinch with the rock side, the Golden Go followed up with a Shadow Ball, I think that Great Tusk from Taran's side would have been heavily damaged, and then if there was a follow-up connect from a rock side and a flinch, that would have been game over for Taran.
Would have been game over, but he didn't read into that perfectly going into those later bits. But let's see how he adapts in his next game, because he knows that he was in a bad situation. He knows that he was in a situation where he was forced into that late bit, and our players are ready for that game. So let's just jump over and see they're quite swift reaction already through team preview. That's a good mentality for these sorts of games. So often, if you put your team preview in quick enough, you can trick your opponent into thinking you've gone with the same 6 or the same 4, and if else, you can just bring the same 4 but have that mind game there. And you just see a change up, at least for both players. You see Fluttermane and Murkrow in front of Mousehold and Dragonite, because Dragonite in a place where normally would annihilate one of these styles of teams, but hopefully, as strong as it is, it provides a similar role, especially with things like Follow Me and Lead Allies to help support it even further.
Yeah, Daniel has a complete lead change up here with the Mousehold and Dragonite. Dragonite with the multi-skill and also protected by the Friend Guard. It's going to be really, really bulky and very difficult to knock out. And this Dragonite, I believe, is a Terra Flying set. So if it chooses to go for the Terra Flying, that Fluttermane is not going to be able to hit it for super effective damage at all. And of course, the Terra Blast Terra Flying, we've seen it many, many times in a lot of past streams where it just picks up a lot of KOs. And Fluttermane isn't really a Pokemon that's known for its good physical defense. So here we are, a Terra coming out from that Dragonite into the Terra Flying, indicating that it is going to go for an attack this turn.
Going for an attack this turn, most likely that Terra Laughing is going to have Restoration so early. You do have that ability to take the hits a little bit better from Fluttermane because of your weakness. But he actually isn't in a focus one, so there's going to be nothing to say with that. As a Sunny Day does come out, Fluttermane is fast enough that it does not really care what speed these Pokemon have. Tailwind isn't required. That special attack boost with the choice specs with pretty much every combo you can have. That is going to be an amazing bit of damage. Mousehold just lives. His Terra Blast comes on out. these Fluttermanes are sometimes bulkier, so it might take the hit, if anything, but it does just take
It
a
does
clean
not.
sweep. So Tara probably is one of those less bulky ones, but even catching me off guard in this situation.
Yeah, that Dragonite actually, I just saw it's holding an assault vest. It's not a multi-skill. I thought it was, so correction there. It's in a focus, but with the assault vest, it essentially functions like a multi-skill for all for all special moves. So, and with the assault vest, it means that it's able to actually tank special hits a lot better, just as long as it's holding that item. So, Dragonite in that Terra Flying just took it really, really well. And that Mousesaur, of course, did get quite damaged from that Dazzling Gleam, so it might just get knocked out from any attack. But actually, Dragonite just showing with it in a focus, it's not going to be affected by the Intimidate from a Gyarados.
It's not going to be intimidated by the Gyarados. We've seen how much it did in that turn 1. Fluttermane is quite fragile, but it's still an offensive presence. This is what is very good about Dragonite. You can just make it either super bulky or super strong. Either way, it's not going to be taking that Intimidate drop and can really put that pressure down. With Baby Doll Eyes as well, you can start reducing that Murkrow defensive presence. Yes, it's only a Brave Bird from a Murkrow, but it still is something to put a bit of pressure down. Gyarados, often is a support Gyarados on his team. It's got Helping Hand, Dawn, it's got Terra Blast, so it's like a 50-50, so a bit of a couple drops can really help there. If Terra Blast, Terra Flying itself, we do get Thrust Foundation. So it's going to be like the good old days when we had the Z move with Bounce in 2017, but adding some blues to its head and just not having to waste its entire gimmick and can go straight away. But also protect, so keep itself safe for see what this Dragonite goes for.
Yeah, Terra's Gyarados is a life orb set, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage. And that Terra Blast, Terra Flying coming out, moving before the Dragonite is not enough to pick up that knockout. And it is going to take some recoil damage from the life orb, but Brave Bird just doubling up into the Dragonite, knocking it out with a critical hit. Probably did not matter, but now this Dragonite has gone down. And after knocking out the Fluttermane, Terra is now the one left standing with a Terra Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, Terra has a Terra still going, and it's a very good territory to be in because you're relying on the sun very heavily. Going for those waterfalls means you're going to be reducing your own damage. You can flinch a couple times, but that's not going to be much, in comparison to damage you're putting out. Yeah, that could be beneficial, and just like this, which is very, very fragile, but just smacking out damage after damage after damage is very, very useful. See Fluttermane coming in, who's going to take advantage of that sun set up by Taran, and could maybe rely on some Baby Doll Eyes for support, Follow Me for support, to just get the damage rolling, whilst also taking a few hits itself. What it normally doesn't do, given how fragile it is.
It's also worth noting that Baby Doll Eyes has the priority, so it will be going before the Gyarados and the Murkrow. And also, because Mousehold is not a prankster Pokemon, the Baby Doll Eyes will actually be able to affect Murkrow, which is a part Dark type. And the Mousehold, because it went for the Protect the last turn, it's very unlikely to go for another Protect this turn. And we saw how much damage that Gyarados did to the Dragonite. So I don't think the Fluttermane will be able to survive a hit from the Gyarados if that Terra Blast comes into the Fluttermane.
You'll see the Follow Me coming on out there, just making sure that the Fluttermane is double, triple, everything safe. Tailwind comes out, they're just guaranteed on the opposing side you're going to be even safer than being faster, which means that Gyarados will be going before the Fluttermane. It's probably going to get a knockout onto the Mousehold. It didn't have much left to deliver, so it has done its job. We have to see what sort of damage comes out. I do believe the Dazzling Gleam was pressed, so it's going to be split across both Pokemon, but it is sun boosted and one of them is super effective. The Murkrow might be going down, the Gyarados just hanging on, and with that Tailwind could be just enough to put pressure onto Fluttermane and get a few crucial knockouts.
Yes, but now that the Tailwind has been set up on Taran's side, his Great Tusk is going to be outspeeding everything on Daniel's side, and Daniel has no more speed control options left. So this Great Tusk is going to be forced to take something like a Terra Blast or an Earthquake from the Taran's Great Tusk. And Taran's Great Tusk, because it's next to a Terra Flying Dragonite, it's actually really free to just keep clicking that for the remainder of the battle. And with the sun setup, it's going to be dealing quite a bit of damage. So Daniel down to his last two Pokemon, whereas I think Taran still has one more Pokemon left. But Headlong Rush coming out, knocking out the Fluttermane, as we saw in the previous game. Just Fluttermane being so frail on the defensive side, not going to be able to take that. And Gyarados, of course, also outspeeding and probably going for that Terra Blast as well.
Yeah, Taran playing it very, very safely. The Earthquake had that risk of, because it's spread damage, not knocking out both the Pokemon, allowing that Dazzling Gleam. The critical hit most likely didn't matter, because of how strong this Pokemon is and how fragile Great Tusk can be. But Taran perfectly executing that going towards the end game. And showing, sometimes you can have that greedy play of going for the other, like, oh, this is not powerful, but playing it safe, getting rid of the Pokemon that could likely knock out in return, and then just removing the other Pokemon afterwards, knowing both Pokemon had the way to do it, and then just, getting his second finals of this weekend.
Yeah, so both because Daniel's Pokemon, the Fluttermane and the Great Tusk were both choice locked, they were unable to protect, so they couldn't actually try and stall out the Tailwind, which Taron really wisely set up. I think turn to I think Taron actually timed a lot of his setup moves from that Murkrow really, really well. He went for the Sunny Day first, and then the Tailwind, which has less turns, and then the Sunny Day. And we saw at first when the Murkrow went for it, there wasn't much Pokemon on the field at the time that could benefit from that Sunny Day, but later on, once the Murkrow got knocked down, we saw that Great Tusk in the back just coming in, taking advantage of that really, really strong sun-boosted photosynthesis, although I think even without the sun, the Fluttermane probably would have been knocked out by that Headlong Rush.
We're not by that Headlong Rush completely, and we'll have to see what Taron's thoughts are on that, because we're going to go for a quick break and possibly could get a glance at what our bracket could look like and who Taron could be facing. We have got both games going on screen, but we can see what sort of things our viewers and players can expect coming up quite soon. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to our finalists for the second time this weekend, Tara and Murdy. How are you feeling after pretty much a mirror match to get into the finals?
I thought his team was really cool, actually. I like the look of it a lot. I'm probably going to try it out myself with, the kind of sun spam and then a real, balance breaker in Marisol Golding. It is tricky, but I know what I'm supposed to be leading and stuff. I know the tricks of the matchup. Game 2, I actually felt like I was in a bad spot, but 1-10 went right for me, and suddenly the game was over.
Yeah, no, that is the style of teams that you play. It's just you have that position, especially in that game 1, where it's like if you put the damage down enough, you can then preserve something to then just throw damage down the game. Like you did with a Great Tusk, both games actually. And then, something that could over your opponents in the next round. So is there anything in the next round you're looking to face, or have you scouted your opponents? Or...
I have no idea what... Oh, well, actually, Max is in the top 4. I played him 3 times this weekend already. Won all of them, so it's going alright against him, but soon enough he'll learn. Hopefully not after the full set. Don't know what the other top 4's using. But honestly, I don't mind. The team feels like it can beat anything, and it's been going alright this weekend so far. So.
you feel like you can beat anything, but do you think you could beat, the challenge of having going like the picking and passing Pokemon? Of course, you picked Vivian last time, so anything you want to pass on to, well, it could even be yourself again. So any Pokemon you think would be like a fun Pokemon to give a shout out to whilst we're here?
Oh, you put me on the spot here. Bronzong. I like Bronzong a lot.
Bronzong's good. We did see that at the start this morning in the seniors.
Really?
Bronzong breed.
Strange. Very strange. But yeah, I love Bronzong. I think it's really cool. Yeah. So yeah. Pass it on to myself.
Yeah, hopefully onto yourself. Yeah.
That'd be nice.
You're gonna read your words now. You watch.
Yeah, we'll see.
But we'll see everyone in the next few rounds as we let Taran hopefully get another win. If not, just have a bit of a chill before finals and then see if we know what comes up next.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Welcome back to the stream. We are here at the Orpington PC. This is the second top 4 match. So the winner of this round will be the one who advances to the finals and faces Tara and Birdie.
Yeah, we'll see who gets that. We've got two players to vote. We have Max, who do have on the stream, and Ben, who we did nearly have on the stream earlier. But Ben, would be a brand new team for us to see on stream. So, of course, Max is bringing that balance, is bringing a team that's been well versed across many players, many tournaments, every age division pretty much. And he's just showing that why you can, if you pilot it so well, why it's so good. And then Ben, I believe, has slightly of a different team, very similar to what we had in previous rounds, which is that sort of.
Oh, the players actually have gone into the game actually, so we're gonna just cut immediately this game. So we've got a Chiyu and Bloodmane lead versus the Palafin and Ting Lu.
Yeah, so we got Ting Lu, of course, weakening the effects of the Fluttermane, and Palafin puts a lot of pressure down on that turn 1. Chiyu also doesn't like taking damage from it, so if we see that combination that we've seen many times before, where you just wave crash into something and hope it gets knocked down, then that can put Max in a very big advantage in this matchup. Of course, in the same turn, if we see that not go too well, we can see the combination of the special defense drop from Beat the Ruin alongside how powerful Bloodmane can be, that even with Ting Lu dropping some stats as well, it is going to do a lot of damage in retaliation.
It's really interesting having both the Chiyu and the Ting Lu on the field because their abilities sort of cancel each other out. Chiyu with the Beads of Ruin lowering the special attack, and then lowering the special defense, and then Ting Lu lowering the special attack. But Arcanine just coming in, wanting to switch in and just to help take any any really strong fairy hits from that Fluttermane, but of course not really the Intimidate not really mattering on either the Chiyu or the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane is going to go for that turn 1 Terra Fairy, so indicating it's just going to start going for really powerful fairy type attacks straight up.
Yeah, it's going to go straight off that damage and is going to threaten loads of the pressure. I was speaking to some of the other players earlier where it's just like, even with the Assault Vest, if you go for Terastallization with Fluttermane, you're breaking through things like Ting Lu. It does go for its own Terastallization, just maybe fearing that damage. The Water type also will take those Fire type attacks a little bit better from a Chiyu, but Dark Pulse comes out, doesn't do too much, but has got that flinch chance, enough chip damage for Fluttermane to be a little bit more comfortable. Puts it down below 50% and gets a special tackle. Not that it matters too much. This Heavy Slam comes on through and gets the Retaliation KO because of how heavy this Pokemon is. Arcanine sitting there quite comfy as it switches in, not taking any damage whatsoever.
Yes, as you called out earlier, the Ting Lu still took a lot of damage. That was an Assault Vest, and I think actually had the Ting Lu not gone for that Terra Water, it would have been knocked out because you can see that this Ting Lu is actually really heavily chipped from the combined Dark Pulse and Moonblast. But of course, now that this Ting Lu is a Terra Water type, it is going to be taking super effective damage from that Iron Bundle on Ben's side. And I'm just going to quickly check. Yes, it's a Booster Energy. Yeah, Freeze Dry. So this Ting Lu is going to be quite heavily threatened, and it can't protect because of the Assault Vest.
Can't protect because of the Assault Vest, and it's just like you said, where even with Terastallized, it's still weak to this bundle, as well as this Arcanine. So we can maybe see some like Dark Pulse into the Ting Lu, make it flinch or put it under a bit of pressure, and then it's just freedom for whatever target this bundle wants. It could go for the Arcanine and put a little pressure on it, maybe get a knockout, or go to the Ting Lu and just guarantee a knockout and pressure damage. There is that freeze dry, so it's probably it just misses the knockout. The Dark Pulse coming through because Arcanine puts it with low health and flinches as well. But we do see Ting Lu has freedom to do whatever it wants in that turn. Goes in at the Focus Sash. It's just the Chiyu just lives.
Yeah, that Ting Lu's ability and the Assault Vest just coming in really clutch there, surviving on 13 HP. Now this Arcanine does carry the extreme speed, so it can easily pick off that Chiyu. Of course, Chiyu can just protect to get around it and then try and knock out the Arcanine with the Iron Bundle. Of course, the Iron Bundle, if it does choose to try and Hydro Pump that Arcanine, is going to have to hope that it is able to hit it. But of course, Chiyu just swapping out immediately from Ben, just maybe not wanting to play those mind games and letting the King Gambit come in instead.
Yeah, King Gambit takes that quite comfortably, and the Arcanine will not take as much comfort from his Hydro Pump going down pretty much as soon as it came in, leaving Ting Lu very barrel inside the field. Go for a Heavy Slam, into the Iron Bundle. Does a nice chunk of damage given the typing and the defense stat, but also with that Arcanine gone, you can't really threaten any Intimidate in the back. You can't have that extreme speed from that Chi comes back in. Palafin does have Jet Punch. To sort that out, another benefit is you're not at risk of accidentally activating Defiant on the King Gambit.
Yes, so now we can see Max just hovering over which Pokemon to bring in. The Palafin, of course, being the water type, is going to be taking a lot of damage from the Freeze Dry on that Iron Bundle. And the Team Lu is also just very, very heavily damaged. And it's so slow that the King Gambit should normally outspeed this Team Lu unless this Team Lu has had some training in its speed. So, Team Lu at this stage with no priority moves is going to get picked off really, really easily. But Palafin coming back in, it is hero form. Can it clutch out the win for Max?
Yeah, Palafin is terrible, but very, very strong. It could maybe put pressure down on this bundle. Jet Punch will be very powerful. It can't really pressure the King Gambit. Wave Crash will still do a lot, most likely, given how strong this Pokemon is. Ting Lu can maybe have that pressure exerted even further by just going for a move into that slot. Doesn't get knocked out or doesn't get damaged, but I think Ting Lu's time in this match is coming close to an end. Max is hovering over some very intriguing moves to try and maybe have a bit of control of the field. If that Ting Lu goes down, then Iron Bundle has a lot more free reign going into the Palafin with that freeze dry because it's super effective. And then we could see a Dark Gem attack coming from the King Gambit to put pressure down. But Protect is the option just to kind of meander around it, see what is going through. A Sucker Punch will likely clean up the Ting Lu for Ben.
Yeah, Max so just going for the Protect maybe to scout out what his opponent is going to do, and also probably recognizing that Ting Lu is going to get picked off. So at this stage, maybe just wanting to get that free switch into his very, very healthy full HP Fluttermane that's hiding out in the back. Of course, Fluttermane is going to be able to knock out this Iron Bundle, but it is going to have to take an attack first from the Iron Bundle, and of course the King Gambit with the access to Sucker Punch is going to be able to hit the Fluttermane for neutral damage if the Fluttermane tries to go for an attack this turn.
Yeah, it can put pressure down on that Fluttermane, and being super effective into it means it's going to be doing a lot of damage. Because does it have Icy Wind on that side?
It does.
It does have Icy
Yes.
Wind. It does have, so Icy Wind can put that pressure down as well, meaning the King Gambit, if it's got any speed investment, can put that pressure on even further. Should it actually hit? Because not a lot of players outside earlier said that they got really annoyed when their Icy Winds kept hitting, especially in crucial moments like this one. Of course, the special defense on Roky's Pokemon is not terrible, but nothing compared to what Fluttermane has. Freeze Strike goes out onto Palafin.
Is it a freeze? No.
No freeze. And Dazzling Gleam comes out, gets a knockout onto the bundle. King Gambit sits high and dry, and likely has any move to go for. Wave Crash coming out, so not as dry now, but could still be quite high. It does get knocked out though, and a great turnaround of events from Max, allowing Fluttermane to sit a bit more comfortably in front of what was a very threatening Steel type.
Yeah, so now both players are down to their final two Pokemon. Of course, Max's Palafin is really, really damaged, so if he chooses to keep going for any more Wave Crashes, it will be fainting to the recall. Ben's Chi-Yu is also just... Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot that Ben already lost a Pokemon earlier, so it looks like Max will be taking this game because the Chi-Yu just does not have any priority, so I should be paying a little bit more attention to these games. I forgot that one of the knocked out really early on.
We were stuck in excitement of the gameplay, especially with that turnaround we saw quite late on, where it looked very much like the combination of Bundle King Gambit was just going to completely destroy what was facing against it, but then Palafin living quite comfortably with the bulk it has, and then Dazzling Gleam getting knocked out on the bundle. He does a bit more safety, a Wave Crash getting a clutch KO on a King Gambit, showing that King Gambit might be a bit more of a one that's inclined to special defense and physical defense, as well as having attack. Of course, we'll go into the next game to see what players have done to change things up here at Team Group. Of course, it is the Palafin, Amoonguss, Arcanine, Fluttermane, Baxcalibur, and Ting Lu for Max alongside that bundle. Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, King Gambit, Talonflame, and the ever so common today, Great Tusk.
Yeah, it looks like Max with his more balanced team and Ben running a bit more of a hyper offense team. That last game, he just ran out of a bit of steam. You know, he lost that Fluttermane really early on to the heavy slam from that Ting Lu. You know, Ting Lu going for that Terra Water to survive that attack. And had it not gone for the Terra Water, I think he would have probably been knocked out by the combination of... Well, actually, Dark Pulse would have been neutral, so I don't know. But, you know, that losing Fluttermane turn 1 was quite critical in reducing Ben's options, so Max was able to then smartly pivot around that. And the Palafin was, I think, it did, like, Ben did not go for the sucker punch in that final turn. So had he gone for that, it might have been a bit of a different game, I think.
It would have been a different game completely, and it would have changed the path of the players going forward. Though Max has a comfortable game plan, has locked in a lot quicker than Ben has. Ben, of course, not too far behind, so maybe also quite comfortable with what they can go with. We'll have to see what they lead with, if it's going to be the same, if it's going to be a switch up. Max might, try and force a situation where they can finally pull off that Terra Water Palafin play we've been begging to see for all stream. But if not, he can play it as safe as he wants. It's his game to win. He wants to push for that final spot tomorrow today against Arrow. So we do see the King Gambit and Bundle coming out quite early in the matchup against Palafin plus Ting Lu. Palafin with no intimidates or anything thrown down on it is quite comfortable from the get-go.
Yeah, the Palafin leads just from the Max, probably Max wanting to switch it out quite early on just to get it back into his hero form. But Iron Bundle is able to deal super effective damage to both of these Pokemon. Both the Palafin and Ting Lu in their regular forms will get hit super effective by the by the Freeze Dry. And even if either of them goes for that Terra Water, it's still going to be hit by the Freeze Dry. And in that last game, we saw that Iron Bundle was able to take out Ting Lu, even with the Assault Vest when he was hovering around 30% health. Of course, it did take about 45%-ish from that Heavy Sun, and yes, indeed, we do see Max going and contemplating maybe a Heavy Sun or two. And there is a funny button at the end, but doesn't look like Max is going to click it.
There is a very funny fish button, which I know you're not very fond of after experience
No.
today. But it could be clicked. Maybe Max is saving it for that, one and done last minute press. We're like, I've guaranteed my slot in the final, so let's go for a Fisher. But of course, they can't put all their eggs into one basket this soon to match up. You see a Mugus coming to that switch in and something drasticizing, and that is the King Gambit changing type. So maybe just trying to catch a ground type move coming from the Ting Lu and throwing things off guard as there is the presence will be gone completely. Freeze Dry coming out. Going on to Ting Lu, not doing as much as difficult with the lack of a Chiyu. Iron Head coming through a nice chunk during our power program.
Oh, another flinch! There's a lot of flinching going on, so we don't know what the Ting Lu was going for. But Among Us now switching in did manage to get in and is going to be able to Pollen Puff if it chooses to go for that. Of course, it will be taking super effective damage from the Iron Bundle, and also this King Gambit has Terra Blast, so if the Among Us chooses to stay in, it might get knocked out from a combined attack. Of course, the Among Us does carry a Citrus Berry, I believe, so if the Iron Bundle does slightly more than 50%, I think the Among Us will be able to survive the turn. And of course, it is able to just start sporing, because I don't think that Ben has anything for any switches, like no safety goggles on his team that can take a spore from the Among Us.
Yeah, Mugus put a lot of pressure down, and Ben analyzes that correctly, going for that Freeze Dry into Mugus, as well as what is likely just Terra Blast going to that slot, just getting rid of it, and hopefully on that first time out there, and it is gone. No sleep on crit as well. We don't know if that crit mattered, given how powerful the Gambit can be. With Mugus gone from the field, there is that presence of, there's no presence of sleep, there's that no presence of redirection. Ruination goes into the King Gambit, putting it to 50% HP, and now we're in a position where Max can bring in Palafin and is super duper strong into both of these Pokemon. Arcanine probably going to stay in the back until that King Gambit is dealt with, but Ben can maybe try and read the room and think, okay, why Palafin's coming in, it is of course going to get its 0 to hero boost, but is Arcanine in the back, and can I preserve for that Arcanine to come in to start going for sucker punches to throw down massive damage alongside an Intimidate boost?
Yes, this Iron Bundle also on Ben's side is just looking really, really nice against both the Ting Lu and the Palafin. And of course, we saw that Arcanine hiding in the back. So Iron Bundle right now is just able to hit every single Pokemon on Max's side with super effective damage. Now, Max has not gone for a Terra yet, and we do see that I think he's hovering over that Terra Water, maybe Jet Punch onto that King Gambit to try and stop any sucker punches coming through. But of course, the Palafin we saw from game 1 took about 70 to 80% damage from that Iron Bundle. And Iron Bundle with its great physical defense is not going to really mind taking any Jet Punches from it. So Sucker Punch coming out does a good amount of damage, and Hydro Pump also is going to connect with the Ting Lu, and is not enough to knock it out.
Not enough to knock it out without the help of everyone's favorite little fish in the GU, the Wave Crash, showing which water type Pokemon is the strongest in the scenario. getting a knockout, which we knew it took around 50% earlier, and making sure that Arcanine can come in safely later and no priority. Peachy comes through and gets the knockout.
No!
And Max takes the
No!
bundle, and Max has changed a terrible situation into an amazing one
Oh,
for
what-
both parties here.
What a turnaround! In that, I was just talking about the Iron Bundle just being so strong against Max's team, of course, with that knockout from that fissure. Now it's just the Talonflame, and I believe that looks like a Fluttermane. Yes, that is a Fluttermane left. So yeah, the game is still not over, but of course Ben took a huge drawback just from his Iron Bundle in such a great position, and that is now unable, or has been knocked out.
Yeah, been knocked out in a high risk, high reward play from Max. If that hit, it's a knockout, it's gone. Something that is threatening both people on the field is just removed from play. If it doesn't hit, then you're in that awkward situation where you have possibly two of the most powerful Pokemon in the game sat in front of you. But of course, Palafin still has its terrestrialization and could maybe sneak a knockout onto the Fluttermane with a Terra Water Jet Punch and possibly even the Talonflame. Because Talonflame's Gale ability can get the Tailwind up if it really requires it. But I think both these Pokemon are fast enough to really continue playing as they are. We do see Arcanine coming in, making sure that if there's a Will-O-Wisp going in that slot, it's not really doing too much, but Team Blue has enough already. Getting into a neck down on Talonflame could be beneficial because it could go for a Brave Bird or something of the sort to try and get damage down, which is good mitigation. Also, extreme speed can help break that Gale Wings. Brave Bird comes through, so a great switch in there, just making sure that Brave Bird didn't do any damage, but still be priority if the damage has been taken before its next attack. Shadow Ball does a big chunk to the Arcanine, but keeps it around a little longer.
Yes, good call out on that Arcanine switching in and being able to extreme speed the Talonflame means that once its Gale Wings ability gets broken, the Talonflame is guaranteed to get that Jet Punch up before the Talonflame can go for the Brave Bird, because right now the Talonflame is going to be, I think, the fastest Pokemon on the field. I don't actually know if it's faster than Fluttermane, but it's going to be faster than Palafin for sure. It will be able to get a Brave Bird off. So once the extreme speed comes in, the Talonflame is unable to protect. So it's there's quite a free Jet Punch just going straight into it, and I think Ben has used up his Terra option, so there's actually, wait, is that Max or Ben? Oh, that is Max. Oh yes, that's right. I need to keep better track of this. But so now that Ben cannot Terra, it's going to be, it looks like the Talonflame is going to be knocked out this turn, but then there's the Fluttermane, and it's a question of can this Fluttermane knock out the remainder of Max's team?
It has the opportunity to. Dazzling Gleam or any other threat move will not knock out the Arcanine unless it is super powerful, but the Jet Punch just goes into the Fluttermane.
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, so good call out. So the Fluttermane maybe not built to be that bulky, because I think there are Fluttermane spreads that can be built to withstand a Terra Water Jet Punch from Palafin. But Palafin just proving that even though it's not used as commonly in this format, it's still a really, really strong Pokemon. And now that the Talonflame has had its Gale Wings broken, the Palafin is really, really free to just go for a Jet Punch onto it and take the win for Max.
Max has got a quite clean KO to push for in this bit. Ben just realising the situation and going for that forfeit. Max will be joining Taran in the final second PC. And what an amazing way, having a Fissure pretty much seal the deal for you is always a very, very comforting thought. And maybe we can see the Fissure, sealing the deal going to finals. Or maybe Max won't get as greedy and just play it safe and play every out possible. Just be like, okay, wait until the last minute to click Fissure if I need to use it.
Yeah, I think in that position, had he not managed to connect that Fissure, he still had a Pokemon in the back and there were still ways around it, but Fissure, of course, just made it so much easier for him to take the win, because Iron Bundle was a huge thorn on Max's side, just having super effective Freeze Dries onto both the Palafin and the Tinglu, and also super effective Hydro Pump onto the Arcanine, and with it suddenly knocked out by the Fissure in one turn, Ben no longer had access to that Pokemon, and he was forced to rely on the rest of his Pokemon to try and take the knockouts. And of course, Palafin just deals so much damage to Talonflame and Fluttermane, both Pokemon which aren't that well known for their physical defenses. So we are going to go and look at the brackets of the winners and their journeys, of the winner of the last round and their journeys, and our top the players for our finals. And Oh, okay. So sorry. So there's not a break. Yeah, so we'll just get the graphics up very shortly for the brackets, and I think so. Max's journey has been from the top. I think hello, Pokemon trainers. We are here with Max Waterman, our other finalist for the Orpington Sunday PC. So, Max, what an exciting game that was. In game two, you took game one quite commandingly, and then in game two, you landed that fissure. What were your thoughts when you clicked that button, and what were your plans if it hadn't hit?
Well, the way it was working is he flinched me turn one and I didn't get any damage off, so I was playing like the game and figured, well, if I don't hit this Fisher, I probably just lose or I need to dodge like Hydro Pump to get lucky somehow because the Iron Band was too threatening. So I managed to hit the Fisher and then Talonflame back, so I managed to deal with that thankfully and Jet Punch to get the Flood Main, so managed to just take the game off him.
That was a really such a hype moment when that hit, and of course you then targeted the Flutter Mane instead of the Talonflame when you went for that Jet Punch. So did you know that it was going to pick up the knockout into the Flutter Mane when your Palafin went for that Terra Water Jet Punch?
But it had to be like really defensively bulky, so I figured it should be fun.
Right, cool. Then, of course, now that you're in the finals of this PC and your next opponent is going to be Tara and Birdie, how are your thoughts kind of going into that match? Like, are you prepped for this?
Well, we played in like maximum amount of times, 3 times already, so in both tournaments, so and I lost him 3 times, so unless I can like take a game off him and then come up with a game plan, it's gonna be quite a tricky matchup, but hopefully I can do something.
All right, yeah. Well, so it'll be a best of 12 for, oh no, best of 9 is it? Because this is the fourth time you faced you. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to make some adjustments. But just watching you play, you played really, really well in that last game. Just positioning around. So we are going to get our players set up for our finals. So let's all wish Max luck, and I'm sure it's going to be a really, really thrilling finals. So stay tuned, and we'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to the finals match of the Orpington Sunday PC stream. We have got two amazing UK players here. We have Tara and Birdie with that Hyper Offense Sun Spam team, next to Max Waterman with the bulky, balanced Palafin team. So two different ends of the BGC spectrum. You have your super strong hyper offense, throw damage down and hope, and then your bulkier teams let things go as they do, rotate the Pokemon around. Of course, there's been players that come on a very, very long journey. They've been on stream each a couple times, and they've all shown why they deserve to be there. Max having is it a skill? Is it a luck hitting Fisher? We don't know. And then
Good players don't miss.
yeah, they don't miss their Fisher's good players though. And then Taran, of course, just using brute force to get all the way through this tournament, displaying how strong the team and how strong a player they are, even with their mods invite. Coming in for a bit of fun and still get into the finals.
Yeah, getting some practice. I did have the opportunity to speak to both players before this match, so they have played each other 3 times this weekend. Now, I believe Taran, from what he's told me previously, he's using the exact same team today and yesterday, whereas Max has made some slight changes between the items on his Pokemon, so essentially it's the same team. Now, in all the past 3 rounds, Taran was able to come out on top, so that is, and I think at this stage now, both players are really familiar with each other's teams, so both players will know which Pokemon is going to be going faster, how much damage they do. So it's a question of, is Max going to be able to adjust to that kind of, to what he's learned from all the previous games?
Yeah, and hopefully they've learned a lot from each other. Because Taran bringing the same 6, to a complete T, is more than likely going to be able to, be read a bit more. Like Max will know, okay, this is what he did last time. Taran, though, is working off of slightly new information. Items can be different, so you have to read, okay, I knocked you out, or I didn't get knocked out from this item. Will I now knock out or not get knocked out, and every calculation possible from a new item? And that'll be something that's going to be pressuring him throughout the game. Taran said to me, he likes teams where he can just press buttons, no thoughts, head empty.
Don't we all?
Don't we all like that? Yeah. He did the same. He's done the same in a lot of formats. He had his team back in 2022. Where he had like the Kyogre, Whimsicott, Water Spout, Tailwind, Helping Hand sort of stuff, and that was an amazingly strong team. This team just parallels that. He's gone from sun to rain. Maybe at the next PC we see how he's going to have hail, or snow or sand. Why do I have to change the name of it? It's too confusing.
I would like to see some sand come on, but I think sand has been quite an interesting weather. It's one of those, you don't quite build around it. It's more you put the Tyranitar on your team at the last minute just to patch up some holes, whereas teams like Sun and especially Hail, you actually really need to build around those teams. So we've got manual Sun in this game, so that's going to be something that's really interesting. I think there could be an argument made that Mercury wants to set up the Sunny Day just to lower the damage of that Powerful, which only has water type moves.
Yeah, Palafin has some of those water types, and that's one of the weaknesses of Palafin. Let's see if Palafin does come, and if it does get weakened by the sun, as the first game is about to come in. Players are raring to go. Of course, Max on our preview with the Palafin balance team alongside Amoonguss, Arcanine, Fluttermane, Batman, Tinglu, and Taran coming on your screen again with the Chiyu, Fluttermane, Sunspower with Mercury setting up the sun alongside the supporting cast of the Gyarados and the Amoonguss.
Looks like Taran has already locked in his Pokemon, so Taran probably feeling quite confident in exactly which 4 Pokemon he's going to pick. Of course, these players have faced each other 3 times. This is now the 4th time they've faced each other, so Taran knows what his game plan is going to be. Whereas Max, because he was not able to take a game of Taran in those, he might have taken 1 or 2 games, but he lost to Taran in all 3 rounds. He is going to have to think a little bit harder about what sort of game plan he is going to use going into this game. And here we are, the finals of our Orpington Sunday PC. We're going to see the lead very, very shortly now.
It's very shortly, and hopefully both players have fought this through and through. Again, Max winning a little bit on the team, on the preview game with the picture, but let's see if they can bring the preview from the team and the picture into the battlefield. Fluttermane plus Gyarados, a combo that I haven't seen very often.
No.
But it does get Intimidate off, which is a great call there, getting the drops on both these single attackers. Arcanine can bring it back and we'll put a drop down onto the Gyarados. But Gyarados, it's got that life orb, but it can quite easily switch out because it's one of those Pokemon on this side of the team that is one of the few things you're pivoting and can switch, it can do damage. And with the Pokemon sat in front of it, even with that drop, Waterfall still do a nice bit, especially if Fluttermane able to just throw a super strong special attack
into either of them to follow up the damage.
It's really interesting to note that this Gyarados' Intimidate went before the Arcanine. Now, Gyarados is naturally slower than the Arcanine, so of course the Gyarados is holding a life orb, so Terran just going for a really, really offensive Gyarados, and it also indicates that maybe this Arcanine is a bit of a more supportive, bulky set, and being slower than the Gyarados means that it cannot go for the Will-O-Wisp before it gets hit with the Waterfall, but the Floodmane is going to withdraw, so Terran not wanting to expose his Floodmane to any heavy slam damage, and Great Tusk coming in, so now this Pokemon has not been intimidated, it is going to be very free to start going for maybe say an Earthquake.
Go for that Earthquake and get damage down quite quickly. You see the Terra Water though, just meaning that the water attacks won't do as much should they come forward, but still could be very detrimental for either Pokemon breaking down. Protect coming down out from the Arcanine, just making sure nothing gets thrown its way. You see the Waterfall does go into the Tinglu, so good Terastization, but not doing good Terastization to stop him to do too much damage. Ruination comes out and doesn't miss. So Max getting all that luck on that Fissure, the accuracy has gone away for that Ruination.
Of course, now that the Ruination has missed, the Tinglu's Stomping Tantrum is going to get tougher. We see the Fissure coming into the Great Tusk, so I'm very, very curious to see whether or not that Great Tusk is going to get hit. But Among Us coming in, so Terran just wanting to reset that Intimidate and recognizing that maybe now's not the best time to leave that Gyarados in against a Terra Water. So Baxcalibur coming in Arcanine's place, and a good switch in, just being able to hit the Great Tusk for Super Fake. But Great Tusk does a lot of damage. Back to the Baxcalibur, and here we are, the final moment. Is Fissure going to hit? Oh, no.
It does not. I guess it's like a reverse commentator's class. We are asking Fissure to hit. It's not going to hit. Of course, Baxcalibur taking a large chunk of that turn anyway. Even though that poison typing took a lot of damage in Great Tusk, it's showing how powerful this Great Tusk can be in the face of any opponent. Resisted, neutral, super effective, it's going to throw down lots and lots of damage into the face of the opponent. We do see the moves are being put in again. Tinglu is in a position where it can't be hit either of these Pokemon because it's really scared, and the Fissure might be the only way out. And Terran can exploit that by just going for the switch in Gyarados at any moment. Headphone Rush goes in Baxcalibur, it has a nice little protect alongside it. Obviously, what was the chosen with it? Fissure going through again.
He doesn't know.
The Spore comes out and makes sure the Fissures aren't going to be Terran's worries for the next few turns. Baxcalibur being so low, could just get knocked out, could just get a safe switch towards the back, or maybe just see a switch on its own to make sure it's coming back in front of a bit of a healthier game state for the next one.
Yes, Terran probably quite relieved there that both his Great Tusk and Among Us have managed to dodge all those very, very strong Fissures that have a guaranteed chance of KOing. Baxcalibur, of course, can maybe get an Ice Shard off against this Great Tusk, which is at -1 defense, but that is not going to be enough to knock it out because Great Tusk has fantastic natural defenses and it is at full health. But Baxcalibur, it can, if the Great Tusk does not target the Baxcalibur, it can allow the Baxcalibur to get a really strong hit off. But Among Us is going to switch out in place of the Floodmane, so maybe trying to predict a Glade Rush coming into its place. But Baxcalibur, was that a double protect coming up from the Baxcalibur?
I do believe that was a double protect, so very, very lucky play. So if Max can get a double protect, we could see a Fissure hit. We do see the Among Us did switch out into the Floodmane, so if that's the Gyarados, we call it very well. But of course, the sleep saves Terran for another turn. Of course, now we can't see another protect. We can't see all these triples go through, and we can see we could see him get very lucky. Maybe all that luck is going away from the Fissures and just into protect. But there's going to be a point where that protect fails, and Baxcalibur will have to go down, if not switch out. Tinglu has taken a couple turns of sleep that is mandatory to take, so maybe could wake up in a very crucial moment. But given the Pokemon that Terran has in the back, a switch can just quite easily come to take a hit from any of these moves.
Yes, and this Great Tusk, now that it's locked into Headlong Rush, every time it attacks, it's going to be lowering its defenses more and more. So Headlong Rush coming out does a really sizable chunk to that Tinglu, so I don't think the Tinglu can actually survive another Headlong Rush. Of course, now the Dazzling Gleam is coming out, going to be enough to knock out that Baxcalibur. Because if it has not gone for the Terra Poison, then is this Tinglu going to wake up this turn? But no, Tinglu is going to stay asleep for another turn. So I think that's the second turn of sleep that this Tinglu has gone for. So next turn, there is a chance of it waking up, but it could also still stay asleep.
Yeah, Tinglu, it's in a position now where it wakes up, it's really good. If not, it's
kind of done its job. It's put the pressure down. It's got some. Marcus hasn't really got many knockouts yet. It's exerted pressure. That's all it's done. And with Fluttermane coming on the field, you have that drawback where if you send your Fluttermane in next to your Tinglu, you're actually reducing your own special attack stat. It doesn't matter too much about how high your special attack stat is, but it's still a reduction that could be very, very annoying in the face of something like an opposing Fluttermane, which has a very high special defense stat anyway, relying on these physical attacks from the Tinglu to maybe grab a knockout. Great task with all the drops it's had, it's going to rely on its choice scarf to outspeed and get a knockout before the Fluttermane can get damage down, but yeah, we've seen how fast Terran's Great Tusk is trained to be. It surely gets those outspeeds. We see Protect come out though from Fluttermane, just reading the field, see what is getting targeted.
Yeah, so Terran going for the headlong rush into that Fluttermane. So very good Protect from Max there, just trying to buy another turn for his Tinglu to try and wake up. Dazzling Gleam is going to come out. I don't think it's going to be doing very much to this Terra Water Tinglu that's holding his software. So Tinglu is going to hang on, but it stays asleep for the full 3 turns. So it will be guaranteed to wake up the next turn, but I think by then it might be just a little bit too late for this Tinglu to wake up. Of course, I think it took about what, 20 damage, so it could survive another Dazzling Gleam, but it won't be surviving any attacks from the Great Tusk.
I really want to take an attack from the Great Tusk with this Stratification coming up from Terra and Fluttermane, and with that boost it's going to get from Choice Specs and Stratification, it's going to be throwing out lots and lots of damage. Fluttermane tries for another Protect, does not get it, so no luck for double Protect this time here for you, Max. Headlong Rush comes on through, goes to the Fluttermane, gets the knockout, does it need to make this Dazzling Gleam be single target, and that should surely clean up this Tinglu for now. Taran really dominating the play from these later times of the game. Dazzling Gleam comes on out. Will it? Sorry, will it?
Is it enough? No.
With that red HP, anything's gone bad.
Yeah, so Max now down to believe, I think his final Pokemon, which is that Arcanine, or did it get knocked? Yes, so there's still a full health Arcanine left, but the Great Tusk, although it's locked into Headlong Rush and it's at -1 stage of attack, it's very, like, the Arcanine is just not going to be able to solo through both the Great Tusk and the Fluttermane and the Among Us and whatever last Pokemon that Terran has in the back, which I don't think he has revealed this turn. So Extremely coming out, not going to be enough to pick up the knockout. Headlong Rush, even with the -1, oh, it's a critical hit. Not really mattering in this case, I don't think.
Yeah, the crit was cleaning things up there and getting the last knockout to Terran to take that first game in his finals. And one step closer to a double MSS, double win, which double PC, sorry. I don't know if that's been done before. I haven't. Last time I came to double origin MSS, it was a few years ago. You know, we hadn't had them for a while, but you know, maybe Taran can wear that crown if it is the only person to wear that crown.
Yeah, Taran is coming one step closer to getting that coveted double PC win. And, you know, I think just looking at the team, there's really not much that Max has, because Taran's team is so hyper-offensive and so fast, and Max has to actually take a hit before he is able to hit back. And of course the Tinglu is really, really bulky, and we did see in that last game it was able to take a lot of hits, but eventually it's going to get worn down by just the repeated attacks, and if it wasn't able to get its fissures off, then it wasn't really doing any damage. So an interesting adjustment I would like to see is maybe, you know, swapping from, say, if you failed the fissure, then going for a stomping tantrum the next turn on that Tinglu.
Yeah, going for stomping tantrum is always a play that is very, very good. But I guess Max was really put in a position where, because he was asleep, he had to just risk it all and be like, okay, even if I don't wake up, I click Fissure. I didn't really lose out on anything. But if I do wake up and I hit Fissure, that's going to be a lot of damage. We'll see if that damage and those combinations do come up, so our players are ready for the next game through. As we see Max Simipour, that same powerful imbalance team, Taran coming at it with the Sun team in retaliation.
It's really interesting that this time Max has just locked in his Pokemon immediately, whereas Taran is taking some time to think about his adjustments. Of course, Taran not too far behind, you know, locking his Pokemon in, still with a good about 27 seconds left on the clock. So I think at this stage, both players are just so familiar with each other's play styles and the teams that it's almost like they already know what the battle plan is going into this game. So this is now going to be game 2 of the Orpington PC, and I wonder which player is Max going to be able to take this to a game 3.
Yeah, Max could really into game 3. Taran, though, playing a bit of that mind game that has been played before, where you take a little bit longer to lock in the same 4 Pokemon, because it makes your opponent think, oh no, they might change, But just going with that same lead of Garrett spot to main, Taran has possibly run these lines over and over again just to know what matchup, what lead to go into when seeing a team like Max's. Because Max can now maybe read himself a little bit more, knows what moves were chosen. Taran knows from game 1 the strategization capped quite early, so we can really read around that and go for a waterfall into the other slot, maybe go for that own strategization and go for a Terror Blast into the Ting Lu just to get that damage rolling and that ball rolling, and then allow Flutter Main to get a nice knockout, get a bit of control on the field, and just steamroll from there, because Ting Lu was the only really thing that was stopping Taran from progressing as quick as he could in previous matches.
Yes, of course. And now this Paladin is on the field. You know, it did get dropped to a -1 from the Intimidate, but of course, Paladin isn't going to care too much when it's in its 0 form, because it was going to want to switch out anyway. But Flutter Main from Taran just switching out, not wanting to take any super effective heavy slams. Even though the Ting Lu is at -1, the Flutter Main is not going to appreciate having to take a heavy slam, because Flutter Main is quite light and Ting Lu is really, really heavy. So now that Intimidate from the Arcanine coming in, dropping the Great Tusk and the Gyarados.
Yeah, both of them taking the stat drop, not too nicely because they both really enjoy having that. Ting Lu goes into the water type, is struck with another waterfall. It's going to take that amazingly as it did in the first game. If else, it could, we could just see what goes in there. Waterfall though does come out, does the minimal damage due to all these changes on the field, even without Lightfall. You see Ruination coming out and missing again.
Unlucky! That's Ruination having a 0% accuracy on stream so far, just not being able to hit anything. But of course, now that this Ting Lu has missed the Ruination, the power of Stomping Tantrum is going to be doubled. Now it can't actually hit the Gyarados because it's a part flying type, but the Great Tusk can be hit super effective. Can be hit for a full 150 base power Stomping Tantrum. Of course, it's a question of, does the Great Tusk then go for something like a close combat or a headlong rush, which we saw. Oh no, that was a critical hit in that last game, so that was why it knocked out the Arcanine. But Chi Yu coming in, but maybe perhaps predicting a Will-O-Wisp into that slot.
Will-O-Wisp is trying to take those hits there. Also, it could be to make sure that in later turns of the match, Chi was there ready to take the buff, the drop, of Ting Lu, make it its own buff, bounce out a little bit. Headlong Rush into the Ting Lu does minimal damage and allows that stat drop to go through. Will that stat drop pay much dividends to the rest of the game? Ruination comes out and goes into the Great Tusk Swell, putting it to 50% HP, making it fragile as ever compared to any damage coming out, especially because both these Pokemon are super weak to the Palafin facing them now.
Palafin is looking to be in a really, really good position here. Managed to switch in at 4 HP, did not take any sort of damage. Of course, there is a Gyarados that's hiding out in the back, which can drop the attack of that Palafin. And of course, Gyarados is also just a fantastic switching because the Ting Lu is not going to be able to hit it with any ground type moves, and he's going to be forced to rely on Ruination. And I think Palafin right now is going to try and capitalize. Both these Pokemon are going to be taking super effective damage from its water type move. So if Max is able to target correctly which Pokemon he hits with the Palafin, he might be able to take a KO.
Yeah, taking it down to the last second of the move time there, just to try and put on the best combination, trying to pull as many switches as possible. In comes the Gyarados, which is going to be dropping attacks out of both these Pokemon. If we see a Ruination coming out again, that isn't going to be too much of a bother because it ignores those attack drops. And if else, Palafin isn't going to be happy either because it's not doing as much damage as it wants to do. Even Palafin is. You do see the terrestrialization, the Terra Water coming onto the fish. And the fish has kind of adopted its true self. It's become a water type and is really, really happy to be there. And will take its rival leads. Its nasty block is the move of choice to make it even stronger. Especially with both these Pokemon sat in front of it. They're not going to like taking this Pokemon's hits once it gets stronger and stronger. Nasty block. And if you can't touch it to intimidate, it's going to be super duper good. Ruination finally starts hitting again though for Max, because that's she used to 50%.
Yes, Max's Palafin is now sitting behind a substitute, so it cannot get intimidated anymore as long as that substitute remains on the field. And I think Max actually made a call that turn, predicting that Chi Yu may be trying to go for a setup and not really going for any damage, just getting that substitute up. And the Palafin, because he has protected, we've seen sometimes on stream a lot of players go for the substitute and then protect the following turn to try and bait a double attack into it and then buy the teammate a free turn. And this Ting Lu, I think it's now at -2 attack, but of course it's not going to care when its damage dealing buttons are going to be Ruination and Fissure, both of which ignore the attack.
Yeah, it's going to ignore all of the attacks that come around. Dark Pulse coming through, they're doing a nice chunk. Waterfall coming through, and now we're in a situation where a flinch is very, very likely given the both.
Oh, there we go.
Flinch. I shouldn't have called it. I should have let Max have a bit of luck. But it's just how the quick crumbles. When you use two moves with very, very high flinch chances, it's likely going to happen. And that could be one of Tara's outs in that game. Get the flinch, and if you don't flinch, you could knock out, you get a crit. And even if you don't knock out, you're controlling the field a little more. Palafin sat behind a substitute at -1. Isn't like in a situation facing two water types down. And we can start seeing with Dark Pulse going to that slot. We can maybe see Taran just getting rid of this King Lu so that damage does as much as possible with the Chi-Yu. And then Fluttermane can come in quite safely to start spouting its own damage out and putting loads of offensive pressure on just from that get-go. As Gyarados switches out, make sure it's going to be around a little bit longer later on just in case it's needed. Fluttermane comes in to maybe cause a nuisance to either players, but Chi-Yu goes for a protect.
A bit of a safe and defensive turn from Taran in that game, that turn, just trying to scout out what his opponent is going to do. Palafin going for the wave crash into the Chi-Yu is going to get blocked by the protector. Ruination coming in into the Fluttermane, and he's going to knock out half of his health. Of course, this Ting Lu is at very, very low HP, so I believe with the Chi-Yu on the field as well, I think any attack from either the Chi-Yu or the Fluttermane is going to be able to knock it out. But of course, the Palafin, even though it is at -1, it is behind a sub, and Fluttermane being quite weak on the defensive side, there's a good chance that I don't think it'll get knocked out from a Jet Punch, but if Palafin chooses to go for a wave crash into the Fluttermane, it could be knocked out.
Yeah, it could be knocked out by a wave crash. Fluttermane not being the obvious thing isn't going to be happy with that. Jet Punch could maybe get very close now that it's half HP. That'll have to come down to how these Pokemon are invested. With Ting Lu being so low in its HP, it isn't really going to want to take hits. Dazzling Gleam finally gets a knockout on it, so the Chi-Yu is going to be at its fullest potential. There's still a substitute up, but it's still not going to be too much to worry about. The substitute does get faded away by the Dazzling Gleam, so it would come down to how much damage comes out from the Wave Crash. Should Chi-Yu not just take knockout with the boost he gets himself and enough. And there is a knockout clean as crystal.
That is a big knockout from Chi-Yu. Of course, it was at +2 from the Nasty plot, and combined with its Beads of Ruin ability, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. So now Max is down to his final two Pokemon, which is the Baxcalibur and the Chi-Yu. And of course, with his Terra option gone because of the Team Lu went for the Terra Water, this Baxcalibur is really susceptible to being knocked out by a Dazzling Gleam. And Fluttermane not having gone for Terra Fairy, it cannot be hit by any extreme speed. So, quite a bit of a turn where Taran can just really go for, say, a Dazzling Gleam and a Dark Pulse onto that Arcanine.
Yeah, you can go for that combination and just remove it from the field, and then with the typing that we have on the Excalibur, it isn't going to enjoy that. And if anything, if you put it into the Arcanine position with Arcanine, both of these Pokemon likely have a way to start pressuring it. You can't hit, your Stream Speed can't hit into the Fluttermane, so you can't outspeed it and damage will be rolling quicker. Ice Shard goes in and misses the knockout though, as Dazzling Gleam comes on through, does get the knockout in return, so Fluttermane showing a backspell about how it's done, but Arcanine is just going to be a sitting duck in front of the two behemoths laying in front of it. Dark Pulse comes through, it is got the boost.
Yeah, oh, critical hit!
Everything stacked on that one Dark Pulse, but Taran goes ahead and claims another victory.
Yeah, I don't think that critical hit would have mattered in that game. The Arcanine had so much work cut out for it. It had to face all 4 Pokemon from Taran, but Taran's actually taking a really commanding control of both games 1 and 2, just showing that with all the experience and of course having faced Max so many times over the weekend, he knows exactly what Max's team is out to do. And of course, Max also realizing that I think in that game 1, the fissures didn't quite work out, so he was doing a good job of chipping away at Taran's Pokemon and just going for the Ruinations. Ruination did miss twice, but at the end of the day, I think Max just didn't quite have the firepower needed or the defenses needed to deal with what Taran has to offer.
Yeah. So we are going to take a quick look at our bracket just to show the story, the journey. Tarrant taking that second championship. So we might have a couple of words from Tarrant in a little bit. We'll see what he's up to. We'll let him bask in his glory for a little bit longer.
That double PC with
Double
60
PC win.
CP.
That is very good, especially in one weekend.
Oh, yes.
That's, you know, but yeah, so we'll cut to a short little break and we'll see if Tarrant is ready. If not, we'll let him enjoy his sweet victory from this weekend.